such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is restored. Okay. And the first item on our agenda this morning is 230396 Durham Technical Community College and Economic Development. So if you will come forward, please. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
And as well. First, I'm going to let you know our Chief Financial Officer, Andy Kleit's a little under the weather this morning, so I don't have my budget firepower with me. So I ask your mercy as we go through any budget-related questions. We will do the best we can. If we don't have any details that Keith or others can't answer, we'll get back to you. I think you know Dr. Battle, our Chief Academic Officer.
Yes.
Executive Director Jerry Jones of our Center for Workforce Engagement, and we are excited to present our budget package here to you today. And first, we just have a few slides to go through here. And first, just want to recognize that in the manager's recommended budget, we are accomplishing 5 key priorities on this slide. These are priorities around livable wages for our employees, which includes the projected increases we believe we're going to see in the state budget. That is included. Notably, in the wage side, we had a significant increase in our housekeeping or janitorial contract because we decided in this rebid process we needed to ensure that our contractor used a livable wage, the Durham County living wage, when we pay our janitorial staff. That caused a significant increase. I'm very appreciative of the manager's inclusion of that. We think that's an important step that we're taking and to make sure our contractors are doing the same as we're taking, and we are a living wage employer. Some key college infrastructure positions and facilities, I'll go through a few of those coming up. Top priorities around economic and workforce development that we're very much involved with the county in collaboration that are funded through this budget. Very important recruitment and retention resources. We're in a competitive and dynamic labor market, and we benefit from that, but we're also challenged by that with our own faculty and staff. And you're giving us a chance to be competitive and have the best people working with our students possible in our community. And then finally, important, some continued, some new support for scholarships through a number of different scholarship areas that I'll detail briefly. So just want to note that in the manager's recommended budget to you, we have 5 critical priorities that we see as being addressed and we think are important for the work that we do with you to support the residents of this county.
Would you pull that mic up to you, please?
There we go.
Thank you.
Better? All right. I'm not hitting the right buttons. There we go. All right, so I want to focus in 3 areas with you. Student scholarships, some critical positions, and then finally give you a little bit more on that recruitment and retention fund. First, and recognize that these 3 items are in the manager's budget. We want to continue the back-to-work scholarships. These are what we call non-credit, and so they're not eligible for federal Pell Grants, and this ends up being, for most individuals, the only financial aid source that they have available to them, with the exception of some private funding through our foundation. These have been in some ways oversubscribed, and we had to use some state dollars, and we were also able to work with you and your staff to use some of our Article 46 money to address some of these. These are generally working adults trying to pivot in their careers, get back into either different or entry-level jobs. We generally do about $700 per grant. That pays for tuition, but it also gives them some credit so they can do books, technology, supplies, and it gives them access to important short-term workforce credentials. Both stipends you know about. We are seeing really escalating demand here and very thankful for our collaboration, not just with the county and the city, but Made in Durham and now other participating community-based organizations who are starting to make this a focus of how they work with young people to create past opportunities. So we're seeing increased applications. We're also seeing increased retention rates in this program and success rates. And we'll show you a few things on that in a second, or can talk through some of those numbers with you. Finally, Durham Tech Promise. You all led this work a number of years ago. This is the $500 per semester for up to 4 semesters for graduating high school students. Just want to note 2 related items. One is we've worked with you in the past where, because of the escalating dollars coming in through that Article 46 sales tax, we've had resources beyond just what the take-up is with graduating high school students, and we've been able to address some overages in those short-term workforce credentials, and you've allowed us to provide some additional funding for working adults looking to do those. The other area we're going to want to talk with you about as we're moving forward is some permission to use some of these dollars to support what we just announced with DPS, with our goal of having 25% of graduating high school seniors also graduating with a workforce credential or associate's degree with us. The state's allowance to waive tuition for high school students really makes that possible, but there's an issue with books and transportation for those individuals for whom that's a barrier. We were really pleased to announce yesterday a private grant, a gift from a couple, Mark Trustin and Marcia Angle, to provide $50,000 for us to use as kind of a bridge as we start ramping up this program on textbooks. But with transportation and books, as we get to scale, that's a major issue. And we want to think about how we can repurpose Article 46 rather than think about the student who graduates from high school and then comes to us. If we don't need tuition dollars because they come to us while they're in high school, using some of those resources to defray the cost of books and transportation is an area we'd like to explore because we think it gets to the very same goals that the Durham Tech Promise is meant to achieve. Just builds on some of the state resources. That's the scholarship area. If we look at the critical position support, we've appreciated the partnership with the county on this over the past few years. On the left side are 3 positions that a couple of years ago we talked with both Durham and Orange about taking on ourselves while the federal fiscal dollars, stimulus dollars were in place, and then coming back to the county because we see them as critical economic and workforce development priorities. The Bulls and Back to Work Success Coaches are all about wrapping support around individuals that we know need some case management support to get through to completion. And we believe that the Bulls Success Coach, along with our Maiden Durham support, has been really important to increasing the success rates in the Bulls program. Similarly, with our Back to Work, for a lot of individuals who are coming back to us after many years removed from college or never having been in college, and this provides a little bit extra support to help them navigate. Small Business Center Coordinator, we have funded this for the past year or so with a Durham-specific focus. I'm really pleased to say that since we've done that, we're up nearly 50% in clients served, nearly 90% in hours with clients, and over 80% in new business starts. So this has been a successful position for us, and this is one, again, we appreciate the manager including in her budget. And then finally, an apprenticeship coordinator. We do work with the state of North Carolina's Apprenticeship North Carolina, but those individuals serve regional consortia of colleges, and so we are working as one of many with an apprenticeship coordinator at the state level. What we've realized is we needed someone at Durham Tech to work directly with our programs of study, academic leadership, Center for Workforce Engagement. This person is under Jerry's leadership, and once again, we have seen a lot of increase in the past couple of years in pre-apprenticeship registration, but also we just announced some new apprenticeship with Kellogg, BASF. We've got 2 new ones coming fairly soon with major health systems. I won't disclose those. You can guess yourself. And also another 5 or 6 in the pipeline right now in areas like advanced manufacturing, IT, and culinary arts. So we're excited about what having someone at Durham Tech dedicated to this has meant, and we're asking both Durham and Orange for this with a split based on the traditional revenue split or funding split. Finally, on the new investment side, the facility tech and plumber is really a cost containment strategy. We're about double what industry standard in technician per square foot when you're talking about your facility plant. We do not have a plumber on staff presently. This is really about reducing contracted services, being able to have someone in-house and taking care of, with aging buildings, this is just a reality, and we're having to address this right now through what is a much more expensive proposition with contracted services. And again, appreciate the inclusion of the 90% of these positions in the manager's recommended budget. Finally, the faculty, staff, recruitment, and retention. Just want to give you a little background on average salaries for Durham Tech faculty and staff, and for you to think a moment about what that means in the context of the Research Triangle region and the kind of salaries and the competitiveness we have, especially with university colleagues and with industry. And industry is particularly challenging for us. It's not just a faculty area in places like life sciences, IT, advanced manufacturing, where we struggle to keep, and healthcare, where often we become a little bit of a training ground for folks, or industry just pays at a rate that makes it very difficult. But it's also with our own staff, our own police force, our own IT professionals, our own skilled trades. And this is an area where we think we've got a great college to work for, and there are real premiums to working at a community college that we can sell. We just need to be in the ballpark. So when a hospital system hires one of our nursing instructors and gives her a $20,000 raise and a $20,000 bonus, we are not in the ballpark there. And what we've been asking for between Durham and Orange is some resources to do recruitment and retention inducements to keep the individuals where we have significant market demand that we have a hard time addressing, and appreciate, again, the inclusion of that in the manager's budget. So critical investments in livable wages, in our college infrastructure, in student scholarship access and retention, and in our faculty and staff positions that we think allow us to do the economic and workforce development and academic success that you call on us to do. And with that, Madam Chair, take questions, and I'm going to punt them all right here.
Yeah, we've got lots of questions. I'm sure we want to let you get through your presentation, then we'll start with the questions. You finished? Oh, okay.
I'm done.
You're done.
We're done.
You're done. All right. Thank you so much. And it's always good to have you here and your team. So I'm going to start with the questions. Just if you go back to that first page, JB, I want to add, just to clear up something, and I think we did. You cleared it up for me, but if it comes up for any of the other commissioners, the question around the money that someone said that they were not able to access, a student said they were not able to access the funds that they thought they were supposed to get, and they were pretty upset about that. Can you give clarity around that?
I believe that, and I don't know exactly what the specific issue is, I believe it relates to the Durham Tech Promise funding, and there is a provision that you have to meet satisfactory academic progress. And so, Dr. Bowder, you may want to say a word about this, but so if you receive funding through Durham Tech Promise to take courses, and then you are not meeting satisfactory academic progress, you don't continue to get scholarship resources to take additional courses. You've got to get yourself up to satisfactory progress. And so this is to make sure money's not going out the door with no return. And you may want to provide a little more detail on that.
And good morning, but satisfactory academic progress has to do with the completion of a percentage, 67.7% of the attempted hours, and maintaining a GPA of 2.0, a minimum GPA of 2.0. So that would be like all C's in a course would give you a 2.0, or an A, depending on the credit hour, if it's on the credit, and a 3 credit hour class, and a D in a 3 credit hour class would average that out to a C. So that's what our satisfactory academic progress is based on, and it's based on federal guidelines. So we use that for our any financial aid that we give students.
Okay. And go ahead.
And just to note, so when that comes out of the Article 46 allocation, if a student receives the $500 one semester, then because of not making satisfactory academic progress, does not have access to it next, that just stays in the Article 46 allocation fund. That doesn't get pushed into any other pots without permission by the county to do so if we came to you. And so anybody who is eligible to receives their resources.
Yeah, because I think the conversation was that the money was put into another account rather than being given to the student. And they didn't, maybe they just didn't know that they needed to meet those guidelines. And it may be somebody else in the community as well doesn't understand that they have to meet the guidelines, because I think they think the money is just, the student automatically is supposed to get the funds. And when that didn't happen, they were pretty upset about it. And if I get another conversation about that, I will send them to you. Okay. If you had something on that. Yes.
Thank you so much for this presentation and all of your work within Durham Tech and just partnering with all of the businesses that are coming to the county. I had a couple of questions. Well, the first one is more so a comment and just excited, and President Buxton and I were talking about this before the meeting. Thank you to your staff for bringing this forward and requesting it from us, increasing the request for the contracts with the janitorial services so that you can provide a living wage. I really, really appreciate that, and I know that's been a conversation on our board in the past about our contracted janitorial services, so I would love for us to also look into modeling what Durham Tech is leading with in this space so that all of us can be living wage partners. That was my first comment. My second was around the scholarships. I know we've had preliminary conversations about it, but interested from Manager Sowell and President Buxton, have there been more conversation around the scholarship pipeline within Durham County, open positions? I know this was brought up during the Bulls Initiative conversation. Really interested in, that was much louder, seeing how we can create a scholarship opportunity within Durham Tech to build a pipeline into the vacant roles we have within the county, like our nursing roles, our EMS, our, not manufacturers, maintenance, like for our emergency vehicles, because I know we've had a lot of vacancies there. So where we are with those conversations.
And so have had conversations with our EMS staff about creating that pipeline, and of course it is contingent upon them completing certification. Mm-hmm. We actually also wanted to do apprenticeships, but because they don't have the certifications, we have to go through DTCC. So there is that relationship already established. And then we also have our internships and apprenticeships that are for high school students as well as our college students. And one of the changes that we've made that I really want to give credit to Chief Trapp is that our internships are focused on students that either live in Durham or that attend college that were from Durham. But we're not looking to recruit from students or universities that are outside of the Durham community. So it's an ongoing conversation, but we are certainly committed to making sure we establish that pipeline and maintain it.
That'd be great, because I think that would also help us with being able to advertise, saying, go to Durham Tech, complete this program, get certified, and have like a guaranteed job within Durham County. That job security is going to be really important to folks to get them to take the step to go and take the courses, because a lot of people will be like, if I invest this money to take the course, will I get a job? So that security that there will be a job at the end of the road is really helpful. And I had one last comment, but of course it slipped my mind now, so I might come back to it.
Okay, so the other questions that I had, JB, was you had an announcement with the superintendent. I was not here. I'd like to hear you talk a little bit more about that. I was out of town. And then the other one, if you will share with us what's happening around your plan. I know you said that you've talked about mental health and what you have in planning for Durham Tech. Could you share a little bit about what that looks like and what the plan is?
Absolutely. On the first, with Superintendent Mubenga, and we were pleased to have a chance to speak with members of his board and appreciate the strong support. And then, as you know, Superintendent came to the Durham Tech Board of Trustees. We were able to announce a goal that we're ramping up to over the next 5 years. We put this framework together thanks to some leadership support from RTI, and I should say publicly thanks to the A.J. Fletcher Foundation for paying for RTI to support and facilitate that work. But we've got a 5-year goal to get to scale where we have 525 students that would graduate from Durham Public Schools with a workforce credential or associate degree from Durham Tech. And that would not only be the most ambitious goal in the state, but the only goal of its kind in the state, where we are dedicating ourselves to accelerating college credential completion for students while they're in high school, to create the kind of options as they leave high school to go into the workforce, to continue in the community college system, to go to the UNC system as an automatic junior. The key issue of tuition is taken care of because we can waive that under state policy. And then it's a matter of putting the course pathways in place. And I want to be really clear about this. We're not trying to get high school students into our courses. We're trying to get high school students to finish programs of study that lead to credentials and degrees that have labor market value or university transfer. The big issue that are barriers for students for whom money is an issue: transportation, getting to our college, and books. And so what we're doing, a couple things. One, we're piloting this at Riverside coming up this fall, and then we will be moving to all campuses, is we're going to be taking either Durham Tech existing instructors or working with high school faculty that meet our credential requirements, and we'll teach courses at the high school in the sophomore and junior year to start, so that they can get those courses without having to have transportation, and that they can then take whichever path from a credential or degree standpoint they're interested in. So they're kind of our prerequisite courses. Then we're working on the transportation side with DPS. They do that for City Medicine Academy, School of Technology at Hillside, and Middle College High School is on our campus. We now need to be able to get students from other campuses to us when the courses are at the Durham Tech campuses, and we're working on the transportation costs that'll be there. Maybe a couple of buses is what they're thinking right now. And then on the book side, we've done some initial private philanthropy to ramp up as we start building this over the next few years, and that's where we want to talk with you about kind of forward funding the Durham Tech Promise, accomplishing the same goals, because for many students, $200 to $500 per semester in books is much more than they can afford. And this way we take that out of it. So we are very excited, and when you think about Durham students, 1 out of every 4 having a credential or degree by the time they graduate from high school, the talent competitiveness in this community shifts dramatically, and their options and their families' options shift dramatically. So we are very excited about that partnership and very much appreciate the leadership of Superintendent Mubenga and the board. On mental health, the chair and I have had some conversations. We put a mental health task force together recently of faculty, staff, and students. And really what we're focused on, one is on the presence of in-person licensed counseling on our campuses. We know we need some more of that, and so we're looking within our budget. We're evaluating what has been a 24/7 online counseling service. And I would just say what we're finding is take-up is a little low, and we're trying to understand if that's because of lack of information or if that's because what people really want is they want to sit down with somebody and talk, and they're not interested in an intake process. We have set a goal of having 100 of our faculty and staff complete what is called the mental health first aid training module. We do that through a state, I believe, program. We want to have 100 people across all our departments and degree programs certified in that to be touch points across our campuses for our students and, frankly, for our faculty and staff as well. And then there are a number of other ongoing supports that we're looking to put in place. And really, we're also just focused on connectivity and how we're creating greater connectivity as we come out of COVID and have more time in person, and just looking for ways that we do that on campus and people feel a part of a community and like they have caring adults that they know they can go to. So those are, I would say, the highlight. Dr. Bow, you've been involved in these conversations. Am I missing any of the kind kind of highlights?
We've also had some additional training specific to certain mental health issues like suicides that some of our faculty and staff have engaged in, where they've gotten training. It was a 16-hour training where they got a certification afterwards. Some of our faculty and staff are also doing things online. I look at LinkedIn sometimes, and they'll have these certification and badges related to mental health training. So they are very aware of the challenges that our students and our faculty and staff are facing, and trying to be proactive in trying to solve those problems and help our community.
Well, thank you. It's exciting, the things that you're doing, and we really appreciate it. And please tell, get his name already, the $50,000.
Oh, Mark Trustor.
Mark Trustor, and I know Mark. Tell him for us, thank you. Other board members? It's you, or I don't know which one of you raised your hand first. Commissioner Burns?
How you doing, Doctor? President.
Good morning.
How's everybody else on staff? I've been relegated to you. I don't really have a question. I do want to give my full-throated support, not only to this budget, but specifically to item number 3. And I think that you and I had a quick conversation about that. And I just know, age myself, what it was like 20 years ago to do dual enrollment as a senior at Bladen Community College, and walking in the week that school was supposed to start. And I said, Daddy, I need money for books. I thought that was supposed to be free. Yeah, Daddy, the class is free, but I need books. He said, how much? I said, $300. My daddy just handed it to me. That's a blessing. That's a privilege. That ain't what everybody else has. Now, he blanched when he realized there was no bus, because I was 16, but I hated to drive anything but a lawnmower and a tractor, so I had no license. So he also had to go and do what? Find me a car, because it was 25 miles away, and add me to insurance. So the reason why I'm in such support, I know what I was struggling with then, and I know what the kids are struggling with now. I had a chance to talk with Dr. Contreras when they tried to roll this same thing out in Greensboro. So I'm hopeful. I also thank the manager for bringing this forward to us. And my big hope is that when we do this, that we roll it out in grand style. And the reason why I say roll it out in grand style, I think you all do a great job of sharing information about what you do. I don't think our partners do a great job of talking about what you do. So I'm putting the burden on us, I'm putting the burden on you and the Durham Public Schools to a certain extent, because parents do come to us because they're inundated with everything, right? Like, this college, this school, we're finally getting people to start thinking, parents especially, about community college being a viable option. I don't want anything to be the thing that says they can't go. So my 2 quick questions around it are the transportation piece. I think we talked about it some. That's going to be a barrier for some students, for some of our high school students. How are we working with DPS to make that bus situation a reality for somebody who can't get put on their parents' insurance that week, or doesn't have their mama's minivan to drive like I did? And I bring that up because it was my first time ever driving by myself. My first day of dual enrollment was the first time I ever drove by myself. I hydroplaned into a cornfield. I don't want nobody in Durham doing the same. Now, my daddy didn't know. He just knew the car was out of alignment. I told him, years later. But I don't want anybody getting into accidents, because much like me at 18, they ain't know how to drive. So how are we going to help the bus situation? And then I want to pivot to immunizations.
On the bus situation, let me be clear about this and give Durham Public Schools credit. So they handle transportation. Middle college, high school students
Right.
are on campus with us.
Right.
But from city medicine and school technology, there is transportation that they provide for those individuals, and we're going to really try to significantly increase the number of students. We call those cooperative innovative high schools. That's a state-level program term. We want to really, in the short term and over those 5 years, significantly increase, so nearly all of those students are achieving credentials or degrees, because that's really what those schools are meant to be. And then also see it across all other institutions. That's where the transportation and where we have a significant gap between where we are now with providing transportation, what it's going to be needed once we get all our other comprehensive high schools like a Riverside, a Jordan, a Hillside, besides school technology. They're looking at what a bus network, and right now the early conversations are around a couple of buses that we may be able to move around in the next, as we ramp up over the next 5 years. We'll learn more about that when we see the take-up, and Riverside is going to be an important early test. But that is critical to getting individuals. I mean, your story is one that would be told probably in different way. I don't know how many cornfields people are going to plow into, but in Durham. But they're going to find that is a big barrier, and we want to erase that.
Right, and we do have public transportation here, so kids, you got kids now taking public transportation to school, but I just want, every option available. And again, like I said, I want this rolled out because kids really do think, I don't have the money, I can't do it, I can't pay for the books, I would go to Durham Tech. And so I just want whatever campaign y'all do to say, hey, guess what, we can now pay for books. Hey, guess what, I want all of that done, especially since we're making a change to Article 46. My other question, now that we're talking about kind of sort of removing barriers, Netta's in the Hunt Institute now, and I'm pretty sure she's drinking out of a water hose, if not a geyser. But one of the things that they brought up was how few black boys in Durham County go to any school once they get out of school. And they started to look, they're doing what Georgia did and starting to look at like what are some of the things that are stopping them outside of finances, like if they apply. One of the things that popped up was immunizations. So, schools say, I need this record, I need this record, I need this record. Not here, just in other states, and some of the other counties are looking at it. And they saw like 13% of kids, or 27%, of kids came back and said, we just couldn't turn this record in. And so the university says, hey, you need to turn this in. Well, you got to think about it. If a kid didn't get these immunizations for 18 years, they didn't have the resources, access, what have you beforehand, I'm wondering if that's something that we're seeing or if that's something that we could look into and how we could partner with public health to take that additional barrier down. So I just want to throw that out there as a thought process because people's immunization records got off during COVID. During COVID, I was a generation that got measles, mumps, rubella, hepatitis C in the 6th grade. They stopped that. So there's a lot of things that kids just don't have. And I know that these are requirements to, further education. So if we're seeing I would love for you all to look and see if that's one of the things that we're sending back to folks. Because they're not going to pick it up in 2 months. They didn't pick it up for 18 years and how we can be supportive. But that's all.
We will, thank you, Commissioner. We'll certainly go back and look at that. That is not something that I would say right now we're seeing as a barrier, but as we look to increase that population, we certainly won't be part of that discussion.
I support your budget, sir. Can't wait to see what happens.
Thank you all so much. The work that you all are leading at Durham Tech is really transformational, and I am really grateful to you, JB, and all of your staff. When I look at all of the initiatives, what I see is you building the relationships, with Durham Public Schools, with our employers, and that's what we have really needed. Since I've been a county commissioner, because we've had all the ingredients, but we just haven't had the connections. So I have a few. And I strongly support everything that you are doing. So related to the Durham Tech partnership, and I agree with Commissioner Burns. I'm negligent. I've been wanting to post it on my social media. We really do need to get the word out and think about how. And a lot of this really also needs to be done by Durham Public Schools. And even starting in middle school with educating parents and families about getting ready for this opportunity. Because at the Academy Awards for the Bulls Academy, I remember talking to the mom of the, featured student who now works at Biogen, and she was saying, parents don't know about, all the opportunities in RTP for these jobs. So really thinking really carefully, and a lot of this is going to have to rest with Durham Tech. With Durham Public Schools, and I'm really wondering about what, and this is not for you to answer, but how they are going to to really roll this out internally within Durham Public Schools to be successful, because they did have the three-step, their CTE program, the 3-2-1, which for me, I never felt like I really never got a sense of that really getting strongly launched. And so I think, you know, whatever on their part, whatever help they need, I just think we're going to have to really be very intentional about that. And I'm glad you're going to start with a pilot. What are the certain credentials that you're looking for? What are the classes or credentials that you're looking at that are going to be the most obvious ones for the Durham Tech partnership?
Sure. Let me make one comment, Commission, then Dr. Battle, I'll ask you to weigh in on that. First, and I don't want to speak for Superintendent Mubenga and his team, but part of this plan is not just a goal and not just the identification of the barriers. It is really, I would say, a 5-year look beginning in middle school and maybe even 6th, kind of 7th and 8th grade, because that's when families and students will need to start thinking about how they do their high school path that incorporates the college courses, whether it's short-term credential or the degree. So really making, and I would say DPS really brought this to the table quite strongly, working in the middle school. And what we've committed to is kind of a shared accountability model, shared responsibility, where we have to be ready to provide the easily understood materials, the clear website pathways that parents can understand how they're going to do this in partnership with them. So we've got work to do to make sure the 7th and 8th grader and his or her family can understand what is kind of higher education language sometimes, and we're committed to do that. And then in high school, really thinking through these master schedules. One thing I want to be clear about, Riverside's a pilot in terms of we're going to put our faculty on that campus. But anybody at any Durham public school can begin this process with us as we move into the fall. I mean, this is open to everybody now. We're just doing that work on the campus to start at Riverside to make sure as we move around. So I think that's the critical thing. All the pathways are open. I think university transfer, we assume a lot of individuals will be interested in, that they'd like to get the 2 years associate, which maximizes their flexibility. But we also know we've got short-term credentials in healthcare and in life sciences especially. We've just got to get those to do their certification when they're 18 on the licensure side. Skilled trades, this is not just about that 2-year associate in arts or science. This is also about the skilled trades, associate degrees we have there. So whether it's architectural drafting or biomedical engineering or IT. I don't know if there's some specific areas you'd point out, but all of this is open for students to take the path.
And I would just add to what President Buxton said is that these students will be able to get diplomas, certificates, or degrees. So that could range from 4 or 5 classes to 60 hours worth of credit for an associate's degree. We also have pathways for Durham Public Schools for continuing education. So they can take the bio work, the prep course, the SOP and GMP course as continuing education students and sit for that exam when they're 18. And then those courses will articulate to a credit program if they decide that they would like to pursue a degree or like to pursue a curriculum certification. Then the credits that they got for the continuing education articulate to the credit side, and they can transfer them over and use them towards a degree so that they're not starting at 0.
Okay. So it sounds like navigating this is not, I mean, just thinking practically is not going to be necessarily easy. And when I think about the number of school guidance counselors that we have, you know, just the guidance counselors even being able to sit down, and do you feel like you all have the resources to be able to help, you know, students and their families understand which pathway to go on and what the benefits will be, and just, I mean, I really want this to be successful, and I just think how it gets executed is I mean, the devil's going to be in the details, right?
Absolutely. I think
Yeah.
as a public institution, anytime anyone asks you, do you think you have the resources, you're supposed to say no. But what I tell you is the good news is, between the college liaisons we have already in the high schools, between the work we're doing with the counselors, Dr. Batt, I'm not sure if you know the date, but at some point we've got all the Durham Public School counselors coming on campus for kind of a counselor boot camp to help prepare them for not just this, but dual enrollment in general. I think from a material standpoint, now, books, transportation, those are big issues that we need to solve for. In terms of the infrastructure between the two, we'll learn more in the coming years, and my answer coming back may be, here's a resource we didn't think we needed, but we do. But right now, we feel good about how we're launching.
And then my other question is, all of these different, the Back to Work, the Bulls, and now this program, will you be able to provide us maybe on, some type of regular basis, whether it's annual basis, just the data on tracking who is, ends up, participating in the program, successfully completing it, those types of things, like, will you be tracking this?
Yes. So yes on all of them. What we'll commit to do is sending you a memo following this to you and staff. We can give you detailed breakdowns on back to work recipients by gender, race, ethnicity, the pathways they're taking. If you want to see the courses, we can give you all that. And what those numbers are, we can do the same with Bulls. And as we get into Durham Tech Promise, we can also do the same with those students. So we'll send you a follow-up that details those. Obviously, if you want more data than we give you, we'll go another level deeper.
That would be great.
We'll be happy to do that.
And then I'm wondering, and the apprenticeships, fantastic, and the positions that you mentioned, again, trying to strengthen those connections and relationships. What are we currently doing, Andy, and with all the companies that we have economic incentive contracts with? And in our contracts, we always list, working with Durham Tech, having apprenticeships and internships, blah, blah, blah. But, that's what we say. And so I'm wondering what's happening right now on our end. I guess it's a question for both you, Andy, and JB, and you as well. Like, what's really happening with that process, especially the companies that we have, that we're providing incentives to?
Excellent question. For us, I think a prime example is the work that we're doing with Andy, with their group, for instance, with Kempower, that we know that's moving into the area. They're in the process, I believe, of retrofitting their company, their facility. But one of the things that we've already discussed, what are their immediate needs? We've looked at, for instance, the larger, if you would, higher position, which is, for instance, their production worker. And then we've talked with them to assess what are the critical needs for individuals that would like to obtain that particular job. And so that part of that partnership is identifying what are the skill sets, and for Durham Tech, obviously, to create, as it were, that program that would support creating individuals, identifying individuals that would get skilled up. But also part of that is, because they're looking at, again, like many organizations, large numbers, is to understand there's no one silver bullet that's going to address this issue. So apprenticeship is part of that equation. Internships is part of that equation. And so with, again, Kempower as well as others, we are identifying what do we need to do to help you be successful and give you the workforce that you need. At the same time, we know that we are creating that pipeline with reaching back with our students and looking at our underserved communities and seeing where those opportunities lie. Dr. Battle had mentioned just a few minutes ago, certifications, credentials, those kinds of things, and always that opportunity to get the 2-year degree and then to move forward. But several of these entry-level jobs do not require initially a 2-year degree. And so we want to make sure that we are targeting collectively, collaboratively, that, if you would, aspect of it, and getting folks and positioning them so that they have the opportunity to move into these spaces with growth potential. So again, I would say that apprenticeship, internship is really critical to helping meet that particular need.
Good morning, Commissioners. I think to add to that, that was a great encapsulation. So I think for most of the companies that we work with on the business recruitment side, many of them have made commitments around internships more so than apprenticeships. Apprenticeships, there's a little bit of extra effort, intentionality there, particularly for so many of them as they're building their facilities and kind of building the workforce and getting to a point where they're ready for that type of engagement. We're certainly happy to, facilitate those conversations with companies if they feel like they're in a position where they can move on to apprenticeships. But by and large, we have many of our internships.
And are they following up on the internships with Durham Tech? Are they doing that?
So not with Durham Tech per se, but working at, that's one of their goals, to have internships with broadly within the community. So, so yeah, we do include that with our annual reporting. Many of those internship commitments, there's a buildup that takes a couple years to get to that point where we're getting internship ready, and so there's kind of a lull from announcement to get to that point. It's just something important to keep in mind.
Okay.
One quick comment on internships, and one things we're trying to help companies understand is we don't pay your interns. You don't get the full range of the talent available to you. And they'll go work fast food, they'll go work.
Did you say the interns wouldn't get paid?
So when we have companies that sometimes come to
I
us.
heard you say they wouldn't get paid.
When we have companies come to us and are interested in offering internships, and then you ask them,
You got to get paid.
and they say, well, no. We say, well, then you're going to have a pretty reduced talent pool. And the pay that we're still seeing in some sectors that provides a pretty competitive wage versus zero. So for some, I would say some companies really starting to get this, and a lot of them certainly, we want them to get to apprenticeship. But internship's a great route for a lot of our students who need that and may not be ready to do the full apprenticeship commitment. We've got to get companies. So for any companies that are listening, that's a critical talent strategy for these companies, is to make sure they're paying their interns.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs, if you finish, we're going to run out of time, and I want to make sure that I give Commissioner Carter some time.
Sure. I just have one last comment, which is I also want to acknowledge the role of Durham Tech with our early childhood system, with training our early childhood educators, and also with being a partner with Kate's Corner, and also what you discussed around mental health. The Surgeon General has said that he feels that social isolation is one of the big sources of a lot of our mental health issues. So, and I know your plans to try to really create a campus, which we're investing in, I think is very important opportunities for people to feel a part of something and each other. So thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
I'll just say I think your presentation is a great justification for the request, your budget request. Like my colleagues, I fully support what you're asking for. This year, I feel like all the initiatives that you're undertaking are going to really help us achieve our main goal, which is to increase more widely shared prosperity in Durham. And you're doing it multiple ways. You're looking to pay a livable wage to all of those who work at Durham Tech, something that I agree we need to be sure we're doing in our publicly supported positions in local government across Durham. and you're removing barriers, both for people who might have already dropped out of high school for reentry. Also, helping, I think, kids see hope for the future and excitement about the future and staying in high school with your new initiative with Durham Public Schools and expanding the number of kids up to 500 or whatever the number was, 25% to have a credential or a certificate or an associate's degree. That, I think that could be really meaningful. The apprenticeship coordinator, is a great move. If we don't have someone coordinating and thinking about these things daily, driving the efforts, it's hard to expect a lot of progress. I was shocked to see what the staff salary, the average staff salary was so low, $53,000. So yeah, I can see how you'd be challenged in recruitment and retention in the same ways that public schools are challenged to get CTE teachers, career and technical education teachers. My only question is related to the scholarships, and are there any people for whom are there any students who would not qualify for that scholarship upon graduation from high school?
Durham Tech Promise?
Yes. I guess I'm undocumented students in particular. I feel like someone asked me about this fairly recently.
I mean, we have a fair number of DACA students on campus. Now, what they face because of state policy is they face out-of-state tuition rates.
That's what it is, yeah. And it's a state issue that's another situation where we're combating challenges that are driven by the state. Okay. Well, thank you all so much for your work. Durham Tech is a world of excitement, more than it has ever been, in my opinion, since I've been paying close attention. So really appreciate your work.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Madam Chair, if I could just say two things I was remiss not to say.
Just two things, okay.
We really appreciate your investment in the affordable housing project, and not just ours, but in the community and your work with the city. And I know they're finalizing their efforts, but that leadership is going to allow us to construct 124 units, and thank you. The second thing is, I just want you to know that at a recent downtown Durham Rotary meeting, they came to Durham Tech, and I spoke to them, and what I told them was that amidst a lot of distrust and crisis of confidence in public institutions, they live in a community where their public school system, their county commissioners, their city, their community college, and employers, major institutions that impact people's lives, work together collaboratively and are actively putting in pieces in place to make people's lives better. And so if there's any place in this state, in this country, where you should feel good about the state of your public institutions, it's Durham. And I just want to appreciate the leadership role that you all play in making that collaboration possible, often through the resources that you invest in our institutions. So thank you.
Well, we certainly thank you, and thank you for all your work. I think Commissioner Lom had one more quick thing.
I remembered my last question. So before you go, and it's a quick one, I promise, Chair Howerton. For the positions that are difficult to fill within the Durham Tech, and even just in general, the positions at Durham Tech, are they being advertised? The Durham Tech jobs qualify for the public service loan forgiveness, right? So is that being advertised when folks apply that they could potentially receive?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that it is.
I'm not aware that it's being publicized, though all of our faculty and staff are aware of that, including myself. I've submitted that paperwork. But that's a great point, that maybe that's something we need to...
People often think like local government, yes,
an
but maybe
incentive.
don't think that the technical college also qualifies.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for raising that.
All right, thank you again so much, and we appreciate you. All right, our next item, Commissioners, is pre-K update, 230397. And I see Linda Schaffel and her team, so come on up. It's been a while since I've seen you guys. So, Linda, which one of you take the lead and introduce everybody? You want to do that? Okay.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Sowell, thanks for having us today. We're going to get started this morning with our Durham Pre-K update and take about 30 minutes of our 45 for that. And Linda Chappelle and Tamara Mathis from Childcare Services Association will present that piece and take questions, and then we'll take about 15 minutes on other early childhood updates and discussion. Thanks.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You'll be relieved to know that I'm going to only talk for 15 minutes, so you can ask questions for 15 minutes before we shift to the other early childhood piece. So, thank you for having us. I don't know if you guys have met Tamara before. She's our new program director and is
Didn't hear her name. Could you?
Tamara Mathis.
Okay.
And she's the program director for Durham Pre-K and comes to us with extensive experience in the public schools as well as in the enrichment arena of out-of-school time, and by way of lots of different experience at the Department of Public Instruction at the state level too. So we're really fortunate. And she's onboarding. So I'm going to remind you that Durham Pre-K is one of the best things you're doing. I realize I'm biased, but you know, we have a bold vision, and we continue to get reminded every day that we are pushy for children, which is what we are. So just going to remind you, as we are pursuing our growth model, that we have stuck with our bold vision, and although the journey's been slowed by the COVID pandemic, we've continued to grow even during that time. So I'll just remind you of the why. So back in 2017, we had a community recommendation from our task force to develop a universal program, which is unique in many public preschool arenas. They're not universal. For 4-year-olds, we want to make sure that Durham Pre-K is supportive for working families. And of course, we prioritize that our Durham Pre-K programs are respectful of our children and families. And a key component is we want to provide resources to lift up our teachers. And just to kind of focus on that for a minute, I'll remind you, I've told you often, and you probably remember, that our theory of change revolves around teachers. We believe that those relationships in the classroom are absolutely fundamental to our success, and we continue to invest the resources in the classroom for the teachers in a variety of different ways. Okay, so I was asked to talk about what are we going to do with the increased funds that we have asked for and have been recommended. So the first and most essential piece of the additional funds will support our goal to serve 75% of the 4-year-old census. And that's a key phrase I want to mention, because you'll hear in other programs they'll say a certain percent of eligible children. You know, like in NC Pre-K at the state level, they have a statewide goal, which they're taking a long time to get to, which is, you know, an issue. But it's for eligible children, and they have a lot of exclusionary requirements. In Durham, our goal is to have enough seats to serve 75% of the 4-year-old census. So the new funds will support up to 100 seats and continue to support our efforts to be family work friendly by having before and after school care scholarships. Those are tied to income need, the before and after school is. I'll remind you that this program is set up to be a free program for families up to 400% of the federal poverty level. And beyond that, there is a sliding scale fee to contribute toward the cost for Durham Pre-K. And the reason you may say, why does it say up to 100? Well, remember, we have a braided program. We are unique in that we are blending and braiding resources across Durham. And your local dollars, we make every effort to spend last. So we're drawing down resources from the federal government, from the state, and making sure that we're trying to use our local dollars as enhancement wherever possible. But your local resources are what supports children outside of a lot of the limitations that are set by other programs. So, for example, our middle-class families in Durham, many cannot access programs due to income limits, but yet they cannot afford the high cost of 4-year-old high-quality preschool, of which right now in Durham, the average 4-year-old tuition in private child care presently is approaching $1,350 a month. So just, that's the average. Okay, next. All right, so you may say, well, gosh, every year we come back asking for more resources. Just to sort of show you a picture, this shows you the growth in locally funded seats. So remember I said we braid resources. So if a seat has local dollars either fully paying for it or contributing toward the payment for it, they are counted in these numbers. So this current school year, the local dollars are fully or partially supporting 608 of our preschool 4-year-old seats. We have had significant growth. We did obviously slow down during COVID. So, but what does that mean when we talk about the braiding and the blending? We have invested quite a lot of money, and Durham is to be commended for that investment. But we continue to work toward our goal of 75% of the census. And what we do when we are calculating that is we look across all programs. So you see on this slide all those logos at the bottom. We are working closely in partnership. President Buxton referenced that in Durham as such an asset. This program also is an example of that partnership and collaboration, and it is very challenging to blend and braid funds. I'll just say that up front. There's a lot of requirements. There's a lot of monitoring that has to happen to assure that funds are being used appropriately. But what we do is we say, okay, how many seats are available publicly across Durham? And this number, we have been able to grow seat growth by 88% since the 2016 school year through local investments as well as through better efforts to draw down those dollars from outside of our county. We continue to work hard to make sure we're accessing all resources, and we do believe that we are recovering from the pandemic by continuing to find ways to draw down those resources. The pandemic really changed the entire landscape, and when we were trying to develop trends, you know, you always want to follow those trends to see how you're doing. The pandemic obviously created so much upheaval that those trends are difficult to track, but we believe that we'll be back on track. So the other piece is, you know, what is the additional money going to do in addition to those seat additions? So obviously we have to plan for salary increases for teachers. We do provide what we call a teacher support payment to assure that our sites hire the most qualified teachers, and so some of the new money that we've requested will support that. We will also be using some of the new money to upgrade the universal online registration portal. This was a good thing that came out of the pandemic, that we invested in an online portal, but as with many things software, they are ever changing and the bills change. So we know that some families have had some frustration, and we've worked hard to address that, and we know that some upgrades are needed. In addition, it was ironic to come right after Durham Tech. You may or may not have heard that Child Care Services Association, as the present management agency for Durham Pre-K, we did receive a private donation to establish an early childhood apprenticeship program specifically through Durham Pre-K. We are working in partnership with Durham Tech. The seed money, we received a $150,000 seed grant to invest in that to get it started. And we were fortunate to hire a workforce development person who is making sure that the apprenticeship program also blends and braids with other apprenticeship opportunities. And in fact, we have a meeting this afternoon, again, with some Durham Tech folks around that. So we will not be duplicating services. We will be enhancing and working together. So we're pretty excited about that. We also, with new money, will enhance the on-demand professional development courses, which are open free to our BK certified teachers and our instructional assistants in Durham Pre-K. They are available for a fee by outside of Durham teachers in public preschool. In addition, new money is needed to support some language translation support and also to broaden the family outreach to assure that we're continuing to build that public will and help families understand why they should care about Durham Pre-K. Okay, so then lastly, I just want to remind you that you're already spending a lot of money, and that money, what's unique about Durham Pre-K is that it really focuses on quality, the highest quality, and in addition to having open access for all families in Durham, we are enhancing existing preschool spaces. So the other public preschool programs are being enhanced by the investment in professional development and coaching and technical assistance provided to those teachers. So you may or may not know that, for example, that NC Pre-K as a state program invests only modestly in coaching for their teachers. And so our local investment enhances the quality in the NC Pre-K spaces by providing additional support and coaching for teachers. It also, the money that has been allocated the last few years, in addition to providing that regular coaching and professional development to our existing classroom, it also works to create opportunities for programs to become Durham Pre-K. We know that as we grow, we want to continue to have a mixed delivery model that includes the public schools as well as private child care programs. And in order to do that, you have to have classrooms that are ready to meet the higher standards that Durham Pre-K sets. And those are really, honestly, no joke. They are quite demanding, and sometimes you may hear in the community that we've had some folks suggest that our standards are too high and that we need to consider being more flexible. And obviously we listen, we want to hear, and we try to explore when the feedback may be something we need to make changes around. We do have a governance committee that works really hard to assure that our program is responsive to feedback. And really, just in closing, to open it up for y'all's questions, I just want to mention something. I could talk all day about this, but I won't. But I recently read a blog post from New America, and there was a really salient point that I thought just illustrated Durham Pre-K so much. To quote directly, they said, "Increasing access without prioritizing quality is not real access." And honestly, that just gave me chills when I read it, because that is such a core principle of the Durham Pre-K initiative. Because creating seats to just keep children safe is not enough to assure their long-term success, both in school and in life. And we know that, obviously, from all of the research. So I wanted to talk only briefly to make sure you had a chance to ask all your questions, because I know that you guys have been amazing in your support of this program, but we know that we always want to be very accountable for our work.
Thank you so much, Linda. It's great to see you again and to hear about the program. I mean, there are several of us here that were here pushing for this program when it first began. So we are always excited to hear the things that you're doing, and to hear about our babies, because, you know, that's our future. So I just want to, on behalf of the board, say thank you right up front before we even start with the questions. You know, if we don't get it right here, we're in trouble. So thank you. And I'll open it up for questions. You want to start, Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, thank you both for being here. You know, CCSA is such an important partner for us. There are a lot of things that the county does that we partner with nonprofits in the community because, frankly, the nonprofits like you all are the experts and are much more effective at executing the work than we are. And so we're really lucky to have you as a partner with us. And what I see is each year is an iterative process that you all are continually adapting to what the challenges are and what the needs are. And I appreciate that because it's a complex issue. And I've really noticed how you, especially over the last year, have been trying to address some of the barriers, like the roll up and enroll. You know, people just driving up at the Hillendale. Well, now it's the Minnie Fort Brown Staff Development Center. How did that go? That event?
Yeah, it went well. Tamara, you want to talk about that? There's another one coming up.
We do have one next Saturday at the Hillendale or at the Minnie Fort Brown Staff Development
Okay,
Center.
I'm
And
getting
the previous one went extremely well.
Yeah.
We had a great turnout. A lot of marketing went into place with that. It was mainly by the partnership, and Head Start did that one. Next weekend is Durham Public Schools as well as Durham Pre-K. So we're excited for that, gearing up for that. A lot of work is going into it, and please tell everyone. But we really want to make sure that we use that way to get the information out. This one is going to be different. We're trying to make it more like a community fair to kind of get people to come in and bring stuff that the families may be interested in or need, as well as share information about getting them ready for pre-K.
Fantastic. And I know with the language barrier as well, doing a lot of outreach in the community.
I think that event's a great example of the collaboration because the way it worked out, it's really important to have events in addition to other marketing strategies to build that public will. But the partner agencies mapped out dates for those kind of events and shared responsibility. And so that's why the different agencies taking the lead. And it also helps with shared costs so that your local dollars are not paying for all of those things.
Mm-hmm. Great. In terms of I know one of the slides, you said that we were getting closer to our goal of 75% of 4-year-olds having access to high quality pre-K.
That's good.
Can you remind us back, or we're even with our population growth, I know, you know, the study that was, early childhood or the pre-K study that we did many years ago.
The supply and demand study, yeah.
The supply and demand study.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, do you update or look at those numbers every year based on population?
Yes, so for 2024, so what
Yeah.
happens with the census information?
Yeah.
The North Carolina Office of State Budget Management takes that census data, and because the census talks about children under 6, it doesn't break it out, the budget office does at the state level. So in Durham, and again, what's interesting, if you look at the charts, which I'm happy to send you a chart, the 4-year-old population, does go up and down a little bit. For 2024, they estimate that there will be 4,118 4-year-olds in Durham. And, it's hard to believe, but it was actually more 4-year-olds last year. So it does go up and down some. Right now, based on the 1,521 seats, we were at almost 38%. So when I say working toward our goal, your first thought is, wow, that's depressing. I thought we were closer to 75%. But to say that we're at, I mean, when you think about it, 88% growth in seats, that's what we've had, an 88% growth in seats since the 2016 school year. And these are expensive programs and services, and we know that we also have to build that will among families. We want to be trusted partners with our families. And the public preschool program, we continue to build that relationship with our communities. And so right now, you know, somebody asked me recently, well, aren't you kind of bummed that you're less than 40% of your census? And I said, no, I think we're in a good place. I mean, sure, I would love to be growing faster, but the pandemic really derailed our growth trajectory. And obviously, families faced quite a bit during that time and are continuing to face the consequences of that. We also have to build capacity in the community, which is part of what you've invested in. That capacity building support, because we're never going to be able to serve our children all in the public schools. We have to use that mixed delivery model. Plus, that's what parents want. It's choices. And we also, where we are right now in our growth, we have barriers to increasing our growth. Transportation is a challenge. Before and after school, shortage of seats for that. We have a whole paper we did on that, which I would love to share with you. It's on our website. But the very real barrier for working families of RAP care. And then also the public schools, the superintendent made a commitment, which was phenomenal, to have overtime preschool classrooms in every elementary school. That growth is very slow, and it's a great commitment. And when we opened Lions Farms last year, it opened with 2 preschool classrooms, which would not have happened without that commitment. And so we know that although we would love to be closer to the goal, we feel like our growth is aligning with our capacity. And that is really important, because if we do a poor job, we'll break that trust with our families.
Thank you. And related to what you just said, I know we did start funding some before and after care, RAP care funding. How many people have been served by that, and is there adequate funding? Are we providing enough?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
so the Durham Pre-K resources were set aside to serve 40 children in before and after care. That's not the only children served. What our goal is, social service child care vouchers help families pay for RAP care. And also Smart Start scholarships help pay for RAP care. And so again, it's an example of us blending and braiding resources. So the Durham Pre-K dollars are enhancing the numbers that we can serve in RAP care. Is it enough? No, I would say no, but we have a bigger challenge, not a bigger challenge, we have an equal challenge of a shortage of available RAP care.
Of a what?
With the pandemic,
Shortage of?
RAP care. So before and after school care, we just call it RAP care, to wrap around the 6.5-hour school day. And the workforce challenges that everyone talks about are very real, even more real in the early education arena. And RAP care is not available at every one of our pre-K schools. And that is a huge barrier. If I was queen for the day, I would love to have the money for, 40 additional RAP care scholarships. But I know that right now, if you gave me that money, I could not find 40 seats in RAP care. So what our plan is, we're continuing to try to build capacity around RAP and try to continue to incrementally grow our request for funds for RAP care. We are also pushing our public social service arena to work with the community to provide more scholarships for, or vouchers for RAP Care, you know, because they have a surplus of funds that they hadn't been able to allocate, and so we want to try to help them connect with our families. So it's a very much a braided model.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you saying the reality is we don't have the workers who could provide it and not asking for what we can't do. And I'm glad to hear that you're working with DSS with the child care vouchers, because honestly, I've been concerned about that as a member of the DSS board, because we don't have a waiting list right now.
Right, and you're underspending.
For child care vouchers.
Yes.
And so that's worrisome. It's like, well, people are not using this resource.
Yeah, I'd love to chat about that sometime. I think that there's a lot of reasons for that and a lot of barriers for families, but I know that social services is working very hard to try to support families. The Smart Start child care scholarship funds are completely subscribed, and there is a wait list. So I think that there are some core barriers for families, that some of which we can't control. For example, the eligibility guidelines, you know, that are outside of our control, and different barriers that may get worse with legislative changes and that type of thing. But I think that we're doing a good job in Durham of using our local money in flexible ways. And I think that all we can do is continue to be an advocate for better systems and rules to serve families at the state level.
Okay. And my last comment is, have there been any, and again, the partnership that you all have with Durham Tech, and I guess this, I mean, maybe for future conversations with Andy sitting here, but, you know, our board has talked a lot about how we would love to see our employers providing on-care, you know, pre-K and child care on site. So, and also, you know, from the beginning, the Durham pre-K program has been about not just the county funding it, but it being a public-private partnership. So, you know, maybe this can be something that we start to pivot on in the coming year. I know Commissioner Burns has mentioned about, and I know this is something I support it, of us having some type of a community fund where, you know, the business community could contribute to things like Durham pre-K. So I don't want to forget about that. I appreciate you saying this is what we have capacity for. And so I think, well, what are some other ways we can, you know, increase the capacity so it's not just CCSA doing this, but other partners. But I think we need to really start to focus on that as well.
Yeah, you know, when you mention fund for the community, we'll have a conversation. I've got 2 business persons right now that want to give money. They can't give it to me. I want to just like, okay, but I can't take it. We got to figure out how to get it into a pot so that the county can use
We do
it.
raise private funds for Durham pre-K, and that was what was instrumental, for example, in building, getting seed money for the apprenticeship program. But yeah, we welcome any conversation about how we can partner to shine that spotlight. I think there's a lot of ways that private funds can enhance this program. In particular, for example, we were able to get a private donation to start the learning management system, which is the on-demand professional development for teachers through the internet. And there's lots of opportunities for private support of this very public program.
Okay, let me go over here, and then I'll go, Commissioner Carter, and then I'll go back and forth. You want to go, and then I'll come back over here. Yeah.
No, I'm going to give you preference since it's been given to you.
Well, okay. Commissioner Carter, would you like to go? And then I'll come back to Mr. Burns.
Sure. Well, I just want to thank you all for what I do think is some of our most critical work that we do as a county. And thank you for leading and shaping and helping us managing that effort. And it's really nice to meet you, Tamara, and look forward to continuing to work with you and learn more about the things that you're doing specifically with Durham Pre-K. I feel like we're making good progress. I liked your statistic about 88% growth in seat growth for pre-K since 2015-16. And we should hang on to that and do everything we can to continue to move forward towards our goal of 75%. Wendy kind of asked this question. I just want to ask it again. You know, could additional funding increase the capacity so that we would have more adequate capacity to grow faster? And if what would be a targeted investment that could let us grow faster? Would it be something related to transportation or the RAP care or staff development or staff salaries or for recruitment or all of the above?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think all these things working together, we're trying to really change the landscape for early childhood in Durham. And that workforce issue is such a big deal, obviously, with the pandemic. I think that what we came to you 2 years ago, I believe it was, and we said that we would like a commitment to growth. And we had a goal. Actually, it was right before the pandemic. And I feel like we're getting back on track with this investment this year.
Right.
We certainly could, if you said, well, we'd like more than this many seats. We have a couple of schools ready that could add seats. But I think that given the transportation issue as well as the workforce issues, that this incremental growth makes sense, I believe, strongly. And this coming school year, we'll be studying this transportation issue deeply. I was very interested in President Buxton's references to transportation over and over again. Transportation is quite challenging. We are in a community of practice with other counties that we founded who are making local investments in public preschool. Taking the example from Durham, for example, Buncombe County's in that community of practice. And their county commission has prioritized to study the transportation issue. And we are trying to work with them on some really good lessons learned. And they are not having success as yet with this transportation issue. So there's a lot of barriers.
Wow, interesting.
But right now, in terms of the resources you're investing, if we had additional money available to us, I would probably add one other classroom that we're not planning on right now. And I think one of our big issues is we want to continue to make sure we're working closely with the parent engagement and outreach piece for this program. Because even though this is a universal access program, we prioritize families with less income. And we have to do some really intense work in the community to try to make sure we're connecting and developing those relationships with all of our micro communities in Durham.
That makes good sense, and I know that work is hard. As far as, along those lines, building relationships with families, one conversation I've heard over the years is that there are some families who would like to choose preschool at their assigned elementary school, their neighborhood or whatever, their zoned elementary school, and yet there's no real correlation between us getting a pre-K seat and it being in your assigned zoned school. And I had always thought, well, wow, if we had preschoolers come into our elementary schools for preschool and they would have a great experience and they'd be hooked and they'd want to continue on in Durham Public Schools. And so that was really a good plan in my mind. what do you think about that? Is that something we should strive toward? Are we already moving in that direction? Is it not something we should strive towards because there aren't really that many people who are?
No, we definitely should. I mean, I think that preschool is one key to the health of Durham Public Schools. I believe that strongly, that those early relationships that families form with their homeschool can be very impactful for children's success. The challenge, I think this is the issue. Durham Public Schools has a lot of competing priorities, and I would certainly not presume to speak for them, but we meet with them every month and we strategize, and we hope that they will continue to consider more investment in preschool. I mean, they've made a commitment and they've made some strides, but we believe that exactly what you just said, the opportunity for families to go to their homeschool, to go to whatever school that they believe their child will be in for elementary school is a key. Right now, that's not possible at very many schools, and it's very much a key strategy to long-term success. And the district has supported that as a principle. I think that what we're hopeful is that coming out of the pandemic, that it will rise up and be a bigger, a stronger priority.
Right, and that's also certainly we can help stoke the fire of that conversation. And one last question is, I have always, as our board has and the school board, really fought for expanded access to pre-K, but we also know that maybe that's almost too late. It's like, what about 3-year-olds and even younger children? I don't know what my question is on that. It's like, how do we afford to provide services for the younger children, too, that need them?
Funny you should say that. We do intend to come back to you next year with a proposal to develop out a pilot for 3-year-old classrooms.
Cool.
It's been part of the goal ever since the beginning.
0 to 3?
No, 3-year-olds.
Just
Now, let me remind you, though, you may not remember that your ARPA investments in Durham, you have funded a very intense, robust program to support infant toddler care. And now it's an ARPA project, so it's time limited, but it's not that you're not doing anything in that space. But the 3-year-old goal has always been part of the pre-K task force goal, and we do believe that with some, not a universal 3-year-old preschool, but with some parameters around where the need is, where the needs are, that we would want to pilot in partnership with our early Head Start programs that already serve 3-year-olds.
Well, please bring that forward.
Okay.
Or just have it across our desk. Yeah.
It would have been earlier, but the pandemic really did derail that. And in addition, you know that your Main Street project is coming online, and you'll be seeing me more than you want to about that project, because we're going to support you in selecting a vendor for that preschool program for that, and that will be birth to 5-year-olds.
Very pleased about that.
I'm real excited about that.
Thank you all very much.
Commissioner Burns.
How y'all doing? Ms. Mathis, welcome aboard. Well, no, the question's for you, Linda. I'm just saying welcome. She just got here.
Okay, yeah, she's
I'll
onboarding.
I'll haze her next year. My first question is easy. My second question is going to be hard.
Okay.
So the first question, I think a lot of us, or at least in the state, everybody's focusing on the budget. So this goes back to, one, thank you so much for the fact that you braid everything. Like every time you say that, I get it. You're using every single solitary resource you have to make sure that we're helping as many people with state, federal, private, got it. The budget that the governor set forth for public education was $27.8 billion. The House, $24 billion. I think Senate, $24 billion. Then we go back, and I always tell people dwindle down. If we look at the budget that the governor put forth for early childhood education, is $700 million. The House and the Senate is $40 million and $3 million. So governor wants $700 million for you, and the House wants $3 million for you. So you're not going to be able to braid like you need to braid. So that's what I want to ask you about. How are we looking at this when we know that no matter what, you about to get a huge, not just you, but the whole state is about to get a huge cut in early childhood education. I can't even fathom what equation they're using. The governor has 700 and they got 3 million. So I do want to bring that up because while I'm excited about, you bringing forward 3 million, I also know that we're about to hit an ARPA cliff. So even some of the money you got and other folks, it's about to come to an end. And I don't know if we need to wait a year for another report to come. So when you and your other colleagues statewide, my big question, my first one is, how do you think that's going to affect you? And are you in a position to come back in less than a year and be like, y'all, I need this? So that's the first one. And just so you know, that was the easy question.
That's fine. And again, I'll remind y'all, I could talk all day about this, but I'll try not to. So yes, it is personal opinion. It's appalling, the discrepancies in the proposed budgets and early childhood. If you look at the voters support investments in early childhood, and our state proposals don't match that. But for our local program, what we did in crafting a budget for the coming school year, we look at what is guaranteed, what we know. I would love to be able to come back to you in the fall and say, hey, we ended up with more seats. But what we've been told by the Division of Child Development and Early Education is there won't be any new state-funded seats.
Right.
Some of the sadly, some of the additional resources that they gave for NC Pre-K to support teacher salaries and instructional assistant salaries, they are removing.
All that.
Yeah, they used time-limited dollars and they didn't reinvest state dollars. So that we have factored that in because that's a huge concern, obviously, with all the workforce challenges. And then the biggest problem is that we can't factor those other funds into our growth trajectory.
Right.
Because there's no growth from those other sources. And so that makes it quite challenging to meet our 75% goal because it's not realistic for the local investment to fully carry those kind of seat numbers.
Right.
So we are, in fact, Keith from your budget office was so helpful to me in getting some additional information we needed for our budgeting. We are constantly revising, and we are sadly we believe that fewer NC Pre-K state-funded seats will actually get filled in Durham because of the removal of some of the supports for teacher salaries. Because if you don't have a teacher, you obviously can't serve children. So the state budget will impact the growth trajectory of our program.
That's what I'm trying to, because we do get competing things, not from y'all, but I think that this is a board that does fully support you, your work, your staff's work, everything that Kate did. And when I see that kind of a cliff coming, I don't even know what math we would use to feel that. Now here's the hard question. So Wendy asked it, thank goodness, about the 75%. I didn't think we were there yet. And I know that y'all are trying. And I know I ask this every year, and I'm a broken record, and I'll be a broken record today. There are some places where we don't have pre-Ks, right? And I get that. I get the wraparound service. I get the transportation. I get all of that. I'm still curious, is there specific locations, zip codes in Durham that have absolutely zero? The reason why I ask about that, I implore my board and you, whatever we got to do to open something there, that's what I want. I'm all about supporting wraparound services. I'm all about filling seats. But the same way, in a little bit, Mary's going to be in here. She's going to talk about food deserts. I don't need a pre-K desert. That's where my head is right now. So if there are whole 2 zip codes that don't even have 10 seats, in my mind, that's problematic. And we just funded. The only reason why I also throw that out, I get that we don't have teachers everywhere. We don't have transportation everywhere. But we do have the will of families who really do, to Commissioner Jacobs' point, they got vouchers, but they can't find a seat. I was at Hey Ty Reborn, and that was the one thing the director was at. LA said, Naima, I got like 10 women in here with vouchers, and there's no seat. And not only is there no seat, there's no location that they can get to because they can drive to it. So I would love to know where that is, but I also want to work towards opening up a pre-K center where none exist at all. And I would love your help with that.
We'd love to partner with you on that. What I will say is,
I would just be this because I don't know what I'm talking about. But, right, because I get that the places have the state has STARS requirements, right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know what the state STAR requirements are. I don't. But if there's a place that doesn't meet that standard, and I know y'all have an incubation process, help me, help you, help them meet that requirement so that they can open and have. That's where I am.
yes.
Yes.
Well, we're all about capacity building, and and I would be happy to follow up with you with some additional information, because one of the things you mentioned was the families with vouchers who couldn't find a seat.
Right.
And we are working, that's one of the things at CCSA, we operate free child care resource and referral service, and we are working with DSS with a whole list of families who can't find care to try to match them with an available seat. And there's a lot of layers of issues with that I'd love to chat with you about. In terms of, there are many private child care programs that don't take vouchers. They won't accept them because the state reimbursement rate is so low for a voucher. And you get families in a cliff because they have a parent copay and they have to pay the difference between what the state reimburses and what the program charges, and that's a big problem. But that's a separate issue. For pre-K, to answer your question, when we did our supply and demand study, we found that in our census tracts in Durham, that there was only one public pre-K seat for every 6 low-income children in the census tracts. That was in 2018, 17-18. So we are presently looking to update those numbers in light of our growth. But what we do know, in terms of matching our online portal of families who've applied with available seats, we continue to have way more demand in South Durham, which you would expect, than there are available seats. So all of South Durham is a huge challenge when it comes to seat availability. But in addition, you asked about particular, deserts. We believe this is why it's so critical that the school system continue their commitment to put preschool at every elementary school, because that would create some core pathways for families to access preschool. And that would take a big swath of what your concern is off the table, So that's one issue. Secondly, though, for business development, President Buxton mentioned about their small business incubator and the support for small businesses and all that. One of the projects you funded through the ARPA is to provide technical assistance and support for the business side of child care. And that is to help some programs open new and go through not only the licensing process, which is the building of quality in the classroom, but also to access technical assistance around the business strategies. Because a lot of times child care owners and directors have very limited business skills. It's not their jam, So we want to support them. So yes, it is on our radar, and you said that was a really hard question. It's really not, because the issue is that everything you have invested in to build capacity, our feeling is that we're trying to braid everything together. So for example, the apprenticeship program, that's in the workforce development area. We're trying to get more teachers. In the technical assistance quality improvement, we're trying to support people to expand and be able to offer more seats. We're trying to push the school system forward with their new goal of having preschool. All these things together. In addition, working closely with Head Start, that is a key element. And the public schools used a lot of Title I federal money to help support preschool, in addition to what you give them directly, in addition to what we pay them through the Durham Pre-K money. But we know that in the public school arena, there's so many competing priorities that we have to continue as a community to expect preschool to be a very important focus of our public school system.
No, Linda, this is such a important conversation for this board. It has been for years. So I'm sure you could tell us a lot. and the other thing, when you talk about, manager just reminded me that Jeff Durham is going to work with us around getting resources into an account. Because sending money to the county, it gets a little bit more complicated when we have to give it out. It is government stuff, you know. It just takes a lot of stuff. So if we can get, and the businesses really want to help in this community.
Yes.
And especially when it comes talking about our children, I think they want to participate. It's just us giving them an avenue of how to do it. Mm-hmm. And I look forward to that. And I want to give Commissioner Lum a few minutes so that she can ask her questions as well.
Thank you so much for this presentation. And yeah, a lot of my colleagues asked a lot of the questions that I wanted to ask. So thank you so much for the clarification, especially around that 38%. Thank you, Wendy, for asking that. To my only question remaining now is kind of to build off of Commissioner Burns' last comment. Could we receive like a map basically that shows where the pre-K programs currently are located, and then also overlaying on top of that, where is public transportation in relation to those? What, using census data, if it's available, like what is the average income in those communities? Even pulling in like what is the crime rates in those areas, because I think there is a correlation to pockets of lack of access to education to increased rates of crime. So I think that would be really beneficial for us to be able to see how we're mapping forward for the future so we don't have those pre-K deserts, as Commissioner Burns mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we can do that. What we have already, we have the programs mapped by type and site and all that, and we do also have quite a bit of information about the income for families who have applied. What we can do, though, is we can certainly work to do an overlay of those things. The map that exists now overlays public school sites versus private sites, and that and identifies where those are and how many seats there are at those sites. But we can certainly work to overlay this and follow back up with you.
Well, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
We appreciate them.
Yeah, did you have
Yeah.
presentation as well?
Yes, it's just 2 slides. I'll work to move as quickly as I
Okay, we're going
can.
to run out of time here. How long is yours?
It's only 2 slides, and I'll work to be as fast as I can. I was planning on 15 minutes, not for discussion and presentation, but I can try to make that shorter. Kind of.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I should have.
No problem.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, so just to provide y'all with a little bit of a retrospective for this year in the kind of early childhood program area. As you all know, our budget for pre-K is by far the largest allocation for community-based supports in early childhood. But there's an additional, for this particular fiscal year, an additional almost $440,000 that we use for early childhood focused initiatives. And of that $440,000, about 57% of that supports Grown in Durham, our initiative to implement our early childhood action plan for Durham, and I'll talk about that in just a second. 43% is used to support relatively small grants to community-based partners working in early childhood in Durham in these areas that you see on the slide. And the funded partners and projects are listed on the slide as well. About 94% of that 43%, most of those funds go directly to partners and about 6% of those funds are used to provide books, as well as funds for early childhood-focused events and community building. And I just want to highlight super quickly the Art on the Fridge Fest, which happened on Monday. You'll see the flyer and the picture here on the slide. This was a partnership with the Office on Youth, changed by Youth Ambassadors. And we worked to provide a day of play and art, kind of in response to the Listening Project and in response to the Early Childhood Action Plan feedback, just around wanting more spaces for joy and for community building. We had over 1,000 people come out for this event on Monday, and it was almost entirely youth-led, and it was just super joyful, and that's, I think, one really amazing thing that these funds contributed to. Let's see. I'll also just say this doesn't include, that $440,000 doesn't include the ARPA funding, and you all did an incredible job of allocating over $5 million in ARPA funding to early childhood supports aligned with our Grown in Durham Early Childhood Action Plan, and that's really exciting. And if there's also funding built in for the Universal Basic Income pilot, that will also be aligned with our Early Childhood Action Plan, and that's really exciting. So just quickly on Grown in Durham, these funds that the county has provided for Grown in Durham have really been transformational in allowing us to transfer leadership of this project to a group of community leaders with lived experiences with challenges in our early childhood systems. And I think that's something we should be really proud of. I think, as far as I know, it's sort of the first contract of its kind here at the county, at least in recent history. And I think it's making a big difference in facilitating stronger connections in our community. I think in competition for philanthropic dollars and with competing needs across our early childhood systems, Grown in Durham has been a space where people have built relationships and been able to sort of expand out and strengthen trust. And I think our community is stronger because of this investment the county has been making in Grown in Durham. So I think, let me just see if there's anything else I'd like to add to that. I think of the funds allocated this year for Grown in Durham, 40% have been for staffing, like that backbone infrastructure support role to facilitate that collaboration. 20% have been for community member compensation for steering committee members. 20% have been on strategy implementation and small grants to community-based and community-rooted organizations. 10% on community engagement and community building, and 10% on administration. And we are working to raise funds from private sources for this work as well. I'll just, to close, draw your attention to the photo at the bottom of this slide. This is a recent Grown in Durham steering committee meeting. And in this picture, we've got Durham County staff, Duke University staff, together with parents with lived experience with immigration, with incarceration, with maternal health challenges, sharing their experiences with each other and planning for the future. And again, I'll just say I think it's been really powerful, and I believe deeply in what this type of community building will be able to do for our early childhood systems in Durham. And I'll leave it there. And if you all have any questions about our early childhood program area, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you so much. And I do apologize for you having to rush through your presentation. We just kind of got enthralled into this other conversation, but they all are connected. So thank you. Are there any questions, any burning questions that anyone needs to ask before we move on? Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Kate. And I'm sorry I missed the art on the fridge. Glad to hear it had such a good turnout on a not really nice weather at all that day. So imagine if it was. And I hope that will be an annual event. And I thank you so much for the work that you have been leading in the community. And for implementing our early childhood action plan. That's what it's all about, is making that happen. We create plans and then they sit on a shelf. And so the fact that you are really helping to make it actually happen is fantastic. And I appreciate both of you reminding us of the ARPA funding. I honestly forgot about the fact that we are supplementing and really providing a lot of funding through that. And I looked at the 5 at Thrive website, was really glad to see that. And it just felt very concrete and relatable. And also, I was just started thinking about all the things that we are doing in other areas that are aligned. And the the guaranteed income pilot is what came to mind. So I'm glad you mentioned that. And I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on how we can, because again, we don't want to be in silos. How do you see Grown in Durham, weaving together and being a part and a partner in that pilot?
Thank you so much for that question. Universal Basic Income or Guaranteed Income Pilot is one of our 5 to Thrive strategies for Grown in Durham. It rose to the very top. Families told us again and again that so much would be helpful: increased access to childcare, more family-friendly spaces, but the most impactful thing that we could do to support families with young children in our community would be increasing financial resources direct to those families without strings attached. So I think the way that Grown in Durham can support that work, it's already in the Grown in Durham sort of work plan for design sessions to happen this fall around a pilot for universal basic income. And so I think if we are able to kind of align these two efforts and build on those conversations and planning that have happened already around guaranteed income for families with young children in Durham, I think that would be wonderful.
And
so let me just say, Kate supported Commissioner Lum and myself in getting us prepared to go to D.C. and speak on that. So she was very involved in this conversation. Yeah, just want to acknowledge that. Yeah,
Kate is how I got looped in,
yeah.
even the national project.
She's been involved from the beginning.
I just want to say I am thrilled that you all are considering a guaranteed income pilot in Durham. I think it's
with a focus
amazing.
on women and children.
Right.
So, and I think that if we can really show alignment with, the Grown in Durham, and even, I don't know if it's possible, linking with DSS, with the Families First initiative, the legislation. I mean, as much we could really, our program could really be a standout, I think, nationally. So I think it's great.
When is that coming to us on the agenda?
Is it coming back at the work session?
Mm-hmm. Monday. On Monday. Yeah, it'll be on the agenda.
Not this Monday, right?
Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Kate, for the great presentation and the even greater work in the community. And I just want to follow up with what Wendy said. When I first heard about the guaranteed basic income that you all are championing, my immediate thought was, I remember that our early childhood coordinator presented, I think, for ARPA funding for a guaranteed basic income kind of program, because it was part of the 5 to Thrive, and it's what families have been requesting, which is why when the manager was sort of feeling us all out about the guaranteed basic income, I said, yes, I'm all for it. And I really think that our candidate pool should be families with young children. And I still feel that way, and I really think it's important that what Wendy said happens, is that we are sure to align our two efforts very closely, so it's very evident that our guaranteed basic income pilot, which is part of a national thing, is aligned with our early childhood action plan here locally. So I think that's critical. really. So just want to be sure that everybody hears that loud and clear. Okay.
All right.
But the other thing I wanted to ask about was the funding, and I got a great response from Shannon, really appreciate it, about the funding in the early childhood budget within other education. And, you know, the recommended funding is a decrease of 16.64% overall, an operating decrease of almost 24%. I don't want to decrease anything in this area because I think this is our most important area to be spending money on. I mean, you might remember at our budget, kickoff or whatever it was that we had at Duke, when we talked about our priority areas, I really limited mine to just a couple, and one of them was, you know, the early childhood space and families and supporting families and doing everything we can to help families with young children. And even if some of the funding, and if I understood the reasoning behind it, the justification for the decrease, there was a good answer for why why the reduction had been made. But I think the reason was because we no longer need that funding to support the creation of the Grown in Durham, right? We've already created it, so now we're implementing it. I just think we should keep using that same amount of funding, for implementation efforts. And so I'd really like to see that funding added back, or some portion of it added back, or I'd like to, I guess, hear from our staff. Could they spend it if they had it? You know, that kind of thing. It doesn't feel fair to ask that right now, so I don't really want to. But, and I know that's not what this is for necessarily, but just I would like to make that point that this is, I think, the most important area to invest in, our families and our early childhood years. And I don't see the benefit of making a cut here. So
the manager, want to speak on that now, or do you want to wait?
I can just say, yeah, that was the rationale, because the study in ramping up to the early childhood action plan was done. And so normally when you have set aside funds for that specific purpose, you take them out of the budget. But that is not to say that we would not fund anything that was requested that maybe the funding isn't there for. So if there are additional initiative strategies that we need to implement and the funding is not there, we have made it very clear to staff that all they would need to do would be to ask us. So certainly in this area, we could fund any additional strategies that were presented.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you're doing. Welcome again on board. And I would look to hear from you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right. Our next conversation is 230398, and that's the classification and compensation study. HR persons are here. Is Kathy? Morning.
Is that better?
Yes, better.
So Dara and I are here today just to recap from the presentation that you received earlier from our consultant, and I understand that you have the full report now, so we're also here to answer any questions you may have.
Good morning, Chair Harrington, Commissioners, County Manager, staff. We're going to start off with a quick recap of our past presentation. There we go. In our last conversation, we had a quick conversation around our labor market and market position, pay for performance, pay structure, maintaining a competitive compensation system, and the compensation and philosophy policies. You all have the full detail now, the policies in the report. I hope you've had some time to look at it and we'll be able to discuss today. Labor market and market position. Just really quick, we did cover the 12 cities and counties that were part of the recommended labor market for this particular study. And I wanted to point out that Durham County should aim for a market position that is above the average at 75 percentile. So that's something that was a part of the study's recommendation and that we're working to aim for. I also want to note that on an annual basis, the county manager should recommend a pay-for-performance structure that allows the county to maintain that place in the market. Recommended pay structure. So this particular study has done something different. They've consolidated us from having 3 pay plans. We had a unified, which was a general pay plan, executive pay plan, and public safety. They've done a recommendation to do a unified and public safety moving forward. So we won't have 3 pay plans, we'll have 3 that we'll be utilizing upon the approval of the study. I'm sorry, 2, not 3, that we'll be utilizing upon the approval of the study. Compensation system adjustments. Based on the study analysis, a 7% across the board salary adjustment has been recommended to maintain a competitive compensation system. As a result, our minimum or living wage will move to $19.22 per hour. We've noted this before, and we had a wonderful conversation in the fall regarding the living wage and how that policy should be reviewed on an annual basis. So we'll be looking forward to having additional conversations with the board regarding that policy. This is the cost summary. So it breaks down the detail by department and gives you an idea of the cost per department for the implementation. So we're looking at a total of about $9.8 million, and the approximate number of employees is 1,876. As you know, every other week we process all of our wonderful separations and new hires, so sometimes that number fluxes a little bit. I want to just note some additional things we've done over the past year regarding compensation. We've had a cost of living increase that was effective for this fiscal year, but the date was June 13th. It was processed in our wonderful SAP system for record. It is 2.5% went to employees who were over $75,000, and 3.5% went to employees who were at or below $75,000. In addition to the cost of living increase, there was a retention bonus that was done. The retention bonus broke it out so every Durham County employee, even if you were a temporary, you did receive those funds. We had a certain amount for relief, which was $500. Temporary staff received $1,000, and then our regular and provisional staff received $1,500. There was also a differential. We gave $1,800 to employees who do not have the opportunity for remote work. So we wanted to make sure the county manager was really adamant about this. She was very enthusiastic in hearing the employees' voices about the fact that not everybody has the opportunity for remote work. We do have staff that can't do their jobs from home. Our wonderful EMS technicians, detention officers, there's a number of classifications that fit within that. In addition, we had a longevity bonus, and the longevity bonus was based on your service criteria here at Durham County. And so we had the amounts broken down, as you can see. If you were new to the organization but less than 5 years, you received $800. 5 years but less than 10, there was $1,000. 10 but less than 15, $1,500. And the wonderful individuals who've been here 15 years and more received $1,800. And so these are some of the things that allowed us to also retain our employees but reward them for their hard work and maintain our structure, our compensation structure. So there was a conversation, the question came up last time around employees who make less than a certain amount. So we use the same approach. The individuals who make less than $75,000, looking at what a pay differential for them would be of not just the 7%, but it'll be a little bit more of 7.5%. So budget projected that would be an additional $600,000 when it comes to the cost. And all other employees will receive the recommended 7% for the increase. That gives you an idea of the cost for how that would look if that were to be something that we would move forward with. And this is just to note our executive compensation. So we use the county manager position as the one we dug into for this particular piece, or the study also did this. So I wanted to point out that although it may seem like our executives make a lot of money, we're not that high up on the list. As you can see, Durham County is second from the lowest on the list when it comes to our county manager compensation. And then when you look at executive compensation as a whole, the total implementation cost for all staff is $9.8 million. When you look at the implementation cost for our executives, we're looking at $374,000. So you can see that's a small slice of the pie of the total cost of the study. I can give you the total number in just a moment. All right, well, we'll get into questions. So I have Commissioner Carter's question around how many staff that is and that executive piece, so just give me a moment to look that up. And if we want to have ongoing discussions while I found that information for you.
Are you waiting on us to respond? What is it that?
I just want to say I really appreciate getting the additional information, and especially reading the study was really helpful to me personally, and to see, you know, where the recommendation is coming from the assessment, and also when I looked at the salary survey, and then to see where the adjustments were made, and to see that we adjusted up to make sure that people were that the focus was on getting people up to minimum level, and to see that with each department. I was really glad to see, for instance, that the majority, you could see with the salary adjustments were made predominantly in areas like for DSS, it was 179 people. For library, it was 68. But, you know, those were just some of the notes I took. But I felt a lot better when I was able to see where we have really gone, and especially looking at getting people up to the minimums. That was what was really prioritized with this compensation plan. Also, I was pleasantly surprised to see that with a lot of our, with the salary survey, in a lot of areas, we're actually doing better than the market. I mean, consistently. There were certain positions that we definitely needed to adjust, but there were probably majority we were actually doing pretty well. And maybe that's because we have been doing this on a somewhat annual basis. So, and I guess I feel like this is the first time we're actually implementing it at one time. And so, you know, I remember when I talked to you, Manager Sewell, you said, I really want to honor the results of the study, and I really want to, that, you know, my position is that we implement what is being recommended. And so I feel I can never, I'm the kind of person that I need to feel like I'm informed myself, and so and reading the study, I understand why you feel that way, and so I support the recommendations in the study. The other thing is, I did want to note something that I felt was interesting, which was on page 22, where there were some guidelines about the pay for performance evaluation system, and the study says very clearly, like, the other side of this is you have to have, you know, a really strong pay for performance system. And I took a screenshot of there were 4 guiding principles that were listed. And so one of my questions is, you know, and because to me, that's the other side of the coin, right? If we're going to really, you know, pay people for their performance, you know, and so I guess to you, Manager Sewell, and also to Kathy, if we're going to really do this and do it the right way with all these new policies, and, you know, what are we going to do on the other side, our pay for performance system? What's going to be the work around that?
So we've already started having conversations with department heads around this, and I was really pleased to hear some of the steps that department heads have already taken. So what it appears is that when we have our performance appraisal period, some people just get exceeds expectations with no real justifications. Others get needs improvement with no real justifications. And so we're addressing that, and one of the recommendations was for us to, well, one, I asked all of our department heads, and then to make sure our supervisors and managers do this, at the beginning of this fiscal year, to sit down with each employee to go through their performance plan and establish what the expectations are, so that people know up front what it is that they're being evaluated on, and then clearly identify what are the behaviors that would warrant and exceed expectations. What are the behaviors that would warrant and need improvement, or lack of behaviors that would warrant, so that people are clear up front how they can achieve and exceed or meet expectations. So we've already started those conversations, but I will let Director Everett Perry add on to that.
So I wanted to add on to what she was saying about there's been a pattern of exceeds expectation without real justification, but our pay for performance system was so low that individuals often felt, or at least this is what they communicated to HR, that they needed to give the exceeds because it was just 3%. And our neighboring counties were so much higher, the city being, and/or cities, because the city being at 5% at the max, and our max was 3%. So now that Dr. Sewell has come and she's raised that to at least 4%, we're getting competitive. But to be truly competitive, we need to probably broaden the band and have more levels so people don't feel like they have to give the max to show an appreciation for the work that the employee is doing. And we've had conversations. Dr. Sewell has spoken with us about looking at how we can extend the band.
Okay. Well, I hope, yeah, I mean, just looking at their 4 kind of guiding principles there on page 22, I hope that we'll look at that and make sure that we are following those recommendations as well. And the other issue I was going to ask about is how are we going to be sharing the policies, the new policies that are laid out in the plan, you know, with our staff, and also with people who are applying to work with Durham County, because there are a lot of policies that are laid out here, and so just wondering how is that going to happen?
We're going to be, upon the approval of the study, incorporating these changes into our current policies, and we have a number of activities planned, including training for our internal staff to make them aware. We have several different avenues of communication we use for employees. MyDeco, and now we launched in the fall Durham County Services Hub, which also includes all of our policies and procedures as well, so that employees know how to go about doing certain things, especially when it comes to our HR processes. And so we do plan on getting that done as soon as possible. There are a number of changes in the policy that will help us operate a lot more efficiently and also help us be able to maintain our compensation system in a way that we really need to. In the last conversation, Commissioner Alum did mention having the salary max range to make that a lot clearer for people so they can know what when they're applying, what their salary possibilities are. And so looking to incorporate those things and get them out as soon as possible. will be one of the first things we're doing. We have a number of steps. This is a huge study. Last time, as you mentioned, Commissioner Jacobs, we did have it broken out. So public safety happened one year, and then general population happened the next year. So fortunately, we've made some resources and some additional resource changes in HR, and we'll be able to successfully work on all these implementation changes.
And let me just say that whenever we do change policies, we notify staff by putting that information out and making them aware in a way that's very clear that there have been policy changes. But in terms of our recruits, we could clearly put our policies on an external site versus just internal so that they will have access to see how we operate as well.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful because one of the messages I got, from the study was the importance of being very consistent, being transparent, things being, having a very clear rationale for why things are done and it being done consistently. So,
and one of the other things that we've done to ensure we get comprehensive communication, we've established a group of employees called DECO Communication Ambassadors, and these are people that will help us spread the word when we have significant changes that people need to know about, because not everyone has access to a computer every day. And so we have people identified that can go out and meet those who are in the field or off-site and make sure that they're getting the communications that everyone else is.
thank you.
I am really happy to see this because for the longest time, we were losing employees to the city because we weren't competitive in salaries, and they would leave the county and go work for the city because they can make more money. So it's time we be competitive. Yeah, so thank you. Questions? Commissioner Burns?
Bless y'all. I literally text the manager and said, how is 10 slides 90 minutes? I was confused. So thank y'all for getting through that so expeditiously. Mine is really easy. One, I'm for it. I would have been for it before the report, but much like Commissioner Jacobs, it's nice to have some evidence to back it up. In the previous presentation, I brought up the state budget, right? So we can't get the governor's office, the House, and the Senate to agree on public education, can't get them to agree on early childhood education, but oddly enough, the one thing they agree on across the board almost, what they can't agree on also the raise for teacher pay, but for state employee salary pay, guess what it is? 7, 7.5, and 8. So like we're on par. So I think the governor's office might be 8, and then the House and the Senate are like 7, 7.5. So what we're doing here is on par with what we're seeing other folks doing, which means that some folks have also gotten a message with their class and conversation studies. So I feel good about that. I feel good that we're doing what we see other agencies are doing. And it's not like way below, like not 3, not 5, but 7 is what we're seeing across the board. I did want to, on slide 7, this is just for clarification purposes. It's just a quick yes or no. So for longevity pay here, I'm just curious, it's set and it's not a percentage of salaries, it's literally set on years of service?
Yes. It's set on years of service.
So that's something that we, to Commissioner Jacobs' point, could probably put out there also, right? Because I think like with the state, with the feds, the longevity is like, 2.5%, 1.5, some random percentage. But if we have our set and that's a number, like that's something somebody can say, well, all right, I know I'm going to get this extra 800 these first couple of young people calculate that. I promise you they do. When I'm onboarding people and they say, oh, the state doesn't do longevity pay at this level. They don't do it at 0 to 5. I thought that this was great. The feds don't do longevity pay this early. I think you got to have like 2 years in. So I do think that this is something else that people would gravitate towards because they'll say, okay, if I'm going to get this, and if it really is a set rate as opposed to a percentage, I think that this is something that we might want to show also. And so my last one, told y'all I was quick. This is a lot of stuff to implement, and you say you got additional resources. Do y'all have everything y'all need to roll this out? I know I asked y'all that last year, but, we in budget. Y'all got what y'all need.
We're going to work the best we can with what we have, but we do need an ERP, just to throw that out there. But that'll happen one day.
I I'm not trying to ask for anything
Look at
else.
here.
I'm not trying to prolong this, but I want y'all to be successful. Like, that's where I am, because if y'all are successful, they're successful. But I'm done. Thank you.
Question is, what is ERP?
So it's enterprise resources.
Look at her. Look at her. Can't even tell what it
It's
is.
SAP.
So let me tell you, ERP is an enterprise resource.
That's our
planning-
SAP budget and
planning
finance
system.
and HR system.
I think they need that person, if nothing more, for the definition.
Right.
It's currently a 20-year-old
Enterprise resource
system we're all
platform.
using.
And I will say that we work very, very close with budget and finance in our system that was implemented in 2005, and it was a little dated when it was implemented. So there are some nuances to it and a lot of manual work that has to go in to keep it cranking, but we will be able to make it work, and we'll work with the staff to meet expectations as well.
But we do want to thank you for asking the question. And thank Dr. Sowell, because we have been understaffed for many years, and she came in and gave us some resources last year's budget, and that's been very helpful.
And really quick, Commissioner Carter, there are 31 people that are within that, but I do want to note it does include the individuals you all appoint into positions as well. Even though technically they're not, because you all appoint them and set salaries, they are included in the study for that purpose.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the amount of detail that I'm sure went in behind this to getting it down to 10 slides for us. I'm supportive of this. I'm always supportive of, making sure folks are paid for the work that they are doing and valued and seen for their value that they're bringing to the county. I had two questions. One may be more, honestly, a Keith question of just, I saw the 1922, and I was just wondering to confirm, that's our school, with the school budgets, their request also brings school employees, classified staff to 1922, right?
I don't think theirs came up to 1922. I think it was closer to 19. Keith, do you remember? We asked Paul what the base salary for the classified staff would be with their study.
Thanks for the question. I believe the last communication we had at DPS was theirs was more in the mid-18s. We can confirm 1850, 1870. I think Claudia said their number is also a little bit flexible because they're still pending, of course, what state changes happen, which may trickle down and influence a lot more also.
Okay.
But we can try to confirm once they're wrapped up to see where they are, if that helps.
That would be great, yeah.
Sure.
Because if we, depending on the state, I'll just throw it out there. I would love for us to be just across the board, even for Durham County government, schools, everything at the same starting wage. And then my second question was around, for positions that are vacant, how are they impacted by the adjustments?
Great question. Vacant positions will be brought in at least at the minimum of the new pay band. And so it all depends on the position. Of course, we work very close with recruitment, and recruitment works close with the hiring managers to do equity and look at where people are within that particular classification band as they're bringing them on. So they will not make anything lower than 1922. Most will probably come in probably a little bit higher unless they have no experience, but they will not be paid under that amount.
Thank you. And my last.
And I'm always co-signing here, I apologize, but to add on to Dara's response, because or if the study is approved and salaries go up, that would require pay bands to go up as well. And because pay bands go up, the vacant positions then would be in a higher position. So when we hire, we're still hiring individuals at a higher salary than we would prior to the study.
And my last question is, for our staff, and this is just in general, like overall for staff being able to organize, has there been more conversations around staff being able to do deductions to be able to contribute to, if they want to participate in the local UE 150 or unions like the city really does?
Commissioner, a lot of that is controlled by the legislature. in the general statutes. Whether they will allow that, no surprise, there are lobbying efforts on both sides. It is trending toward not being more expansive with that opportunity. There are opportunities now to do that, but it's not a Durham County policy.
But does the city currently allows the deductions, right? So do they have different rules for cities than they do for counties in allowing that?
No, we are able to do anything that the statutes allow. So I'll let Ms. Perry explain what we do currently do. I don't want to misspeak, but generally, whether to allow a greater expansion would be based on what the state law has, but I'll defer.
We don't currently have anything in our policies that address that.
And is that due to this general statutes, or is that due to us just not having done that yet?
If it is allowed by statute, it's just us not having done it. I know many years ago when there was talk at the legislature to have unions in public sector jobs, a lot of things were discussed and prepared for, I should say, but when that did not go through, all of that was not considered any further. Yeah.
I would love for us to, look into it if it is something that we're able to do, to be able to create that opportunity for staff.
What is it? Is it dues, like automatic dues payment for
yeah,
union
so
membership?
union members can choose to have, and this is for like typical unions, you can have a payroll deduction that goes towards your union dues instead of paying for it separately.
And that's people like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I was a Durham public school teacher, that's what I would do to pay my NCAE dues.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember the school board allowed that for bus drivers and things.
And I've gotten some information about that too. And I'm trying to remember who I spoke with. One of my representatives, I'm not clear, I can't remember, because I'd gotten the request, and I think I talked back to the person to see if we could do that, and I don't remember being told that we could, so maybe attorney will have to clear that up for me, because I remember getting the request.
So two things I'll recommend. One, we want to find out what the law allows us to do. I'll send you something about that. There are no unions in North Carolina that deal with government. I know we use that term, but it confuses the public. So I'm just, for the record, there are not unions that county employees are a part of that we're associated with, because there's no collective bargaining. But to the extent we are allowed by statute to allow employees to contribute, we'll have that answer. Mechanically, to make it happen is a cost factor, because now you have to create a deduction and a routing system that's unbudgeted. So it's not merely the allowance. We want to also consider how do we modify our payroll system to do those kinds of transactions, because it's going to be a percentage of the amount. And even 1%, if you're talking about $300,000, you can figure out what that is. So we just want to be mindful as we proceed, and when we incorporate that, we'll bring it back for a formal action.
Yeah, and then, now that I'm thinking about it, that they were looking at one department. They were not asking about all of county government. They were asking about one department.
Yeah, we're not going to enact anything for one department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I remember, that we're asking about the one, and I was told if you did it for one, you'd have to do it for the whole system.
And I will say that that goes back to the ERP, that acronym, because our system sometimes handicaps us from things that might seem modern and commonplace. I'll leave it there.
And to just add to that, I'm just going to say for the record, so we are working with, our staff is working with an ERP system that is 20 plus years old and has not been updated. That's unheard of, you all.
Can we just throw out there that the last part of ERP is software? Thank you, so that we know that's what, it's a 20-year-old program.
It's a 20-year-old program, and so there are a lot of transactions that staff have to do manually because our system has not been updated to the modern conveniences. So we are working on, I've charged our IS&T director with pulling together a team to look at either a new software or upgrading our current software, so that is in the works.
Okay, Commissioner Carter. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy and Dara, so much for all the information and for presenting what I personally find really complicated information in a way that is easier to understand. I spent a lot of time with the report and those charts, and if I look a little blurry-eyed and cross-eyed this morning, that's why. I literally was up this morning at 5 trying to just work through some of the specific situations that I don't quite understand. And would it be all right if I just present a couple of those now, and maybe you can walk me through it? And before I ask any questions, I do want to be sure that I make it really clear to all of our staff how much I appreciate you all and believe in you and know how hard you work, and it goes for every single one of our county staff members. But I do have a few questions still that, in order to be fully supportive of this study, I'd like to try to work through, if that's okay. And so I just looked at 7 different positions, and I'm trying to understand our compensation philosophy here. And so in certain positions, I definitely understand it. Because it's like some of these positions I looked at are hard to fill positions. We're below the market average. The recommendation is to raise the salaries so that we're above the market average by about 70, in the 75th percentile. But then there are other positions where we're already above the average, and the recommended new salary range is, there's a recommended increase, and that's where I just don't understand the justification for the full increase. And then there are a couple others where, let's see, far below the market average currently. The range is raised up, but it's actually still below the market. And so, in my opinion, I would look at that and think, well, gosh, it seems like that should be raised more, and some of those others not raised quite as much. And I'll just give you 2 specific examples. So that in general, that's my question: is why are some raised above the market average when they're already above the market average? Some are below the market average and they're raised, but they're still not raised up to the market average. And so I'm just missing something, because y'all are nodding like, yes, we hear your question. Please help me understand this. I won't even tell the specific ones, but
so it depends on what you're looking at exactly, because you may be looking at, if you recall, there are 3 levels, and in some levels we may be low, and in the midpoint we may be there or above, and even at the higher range. So we had the min, mid, and max. So some of those are not consistent. At some levels we're higher than others. And in addition to that, in terms of those individuals who are already above the market and being raised higher, you would have to look at the work that the consultant looked at to make these assessments. My job description is most likely different from an average HR director in local government, because I do lend some legal expertise. So when you start looking at the specific JAQ, which was the job description questionnaire that each employee was asked to fill out, we may not be able to find a perfect match, but we may use the same job title. So some of that would affect where he believes the job should go. And in addition to that, if you don't move everyone, you create greater compression than we already live in. So you're going to bring some people up because they're low, and then you're going to not move people because, hey, they're already up. But then you'll have this hodgepodge of compression that won't adequately compensate those employees who maybe have at a higher level. And that was what I was going to share, but not knowing which ones you're talking about, either mid, min, or max, it makes it more difficult to specifically respond. But Dara may have something in addition. Did you?
I was just going to add, in addition to that, that when it comes to this work, it does have a degree of subjectivity. It's not like normal sciences like biology and physics.
there are a number of components that have to go with it. And so when they look, as Kathy mentioned, they looked at the job questionnaires, and that actually had a lot of weight, not just the market position or what the position is going to be. Now, I want to remind us that those are the pay bands. We may also already have individuals that are in those bands that are well positioned where they're supposed to be in those bands. So they're not low. They're actually well positioned already in those bands because of additional work that we've already done. Like we've had COLAs 2 years in a row that have helped us manage the compensation plan, so we aren't looking as bad as we looked before.
Yeah. Just ask about one. Thank you for that. That is helpful. And I get the compression thing, and I hear what you're saying too about specific job responsibilities in the questionnaire. This one really stuck out for me. It was a deputy sheriff major, and our current salaries are 16%, 13%, and 11% below the market average, according to one of those charts. And then the recommended salary, the new recommended salary range does raise them, but it raises them to numbers that are still below the market average. And so that just is hard for me to understand how that meets our philosophy of trying to meet market minimums and averages.
And I can only say that in every instance, it may not be ideal, but you're bringing them up. And if it is your desire to move those positions that are still below up higher, we could do that, but this was a more uniform way to address everyone at one time at the minimal cost. And of course, that's what the consultant's goal was to do. But you can't tackle it all at once, but the idea is to move forward, and the recommendation is to also look at salaries every year to see where you're trending so that we can stay within our compensation philosophy. And it might be during that year that you would move those up and nobody else is moving. And we've done that with public safety. In fact, we moved them last year quite substantially, and we're still low, I guess, in some instances, but that's how you move it.
I mean, actually, I was pleased to see that many of the public safety positions were above the market, like the detention officer, where I know that's a hugely hard to fill position. And our current salaries are 6%, 9.6%, and 11% above the market. And, you know, we're going to raise it even more. It's going to go even higher. So that's good. That made, you know, that's an example of one that made good sense to me. But you know.
And again, those are pay bands, so that doesn't mean that the employees are below the market.
Right. Mm-hmm. Unless they're paid outside their pay band, right? I mean, if they're paid within their pay band and the pay band's below the market, then they would be below the market.
But you're looking at mid, max. We don't know where they fall.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it could be that even though the pay band is lower, they're not necessarily quite too low in that pay band. They may be up at the max.
Can I just also jump in? This also does not include the 7%. Does this include, this does not include the 7% across the board?
I'm not sure which one she's looking at.
So when you're looking at the study results, that's prior to, that's what we were prior to, and the bands are moving, but I want to make a comment about that particular classification as well. That's not one that we tend to have individuals who are hired externally. There are individuals who grow within the organization that tend to go into those positions, so their salaries actually have grown nicely. They come in at a level where they would never be near the minimum of that pay band. They will be toward the midpoint of the pay band, so you don't have to worry about them being paid low. And that's probably one of the things they looked at, because we've made a number of changes in public safety over the last few years. There's been a deep focus on that. Then they are positioned, if I go and dig deeper and look at each one of those individuals within that particular classification, they're not going to be toward the minimum of that band.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. This is helpful, and I will continue to sort of struggle with it my own self and my own values. I mean, I will say that I hear what you're saying about the executive pay only being 13.8% of the total annual implementation cost, the $9.85 million. But it's only 1.6% of the total staff. So it's a disproportionate impact is how I see that. That the increased pay for the executive staff members has a disproportionate impact on the annual implementation cost. And that just doesn't feel good to me. And so that's why I've sort of spent so much time looking at this and trying to wrestle with it.
But they probably take on a disproportionate amount of responsibility and risk in the workplace as well.
Possible.
And I was going to say that because I have said this to a couple of commissioners. I have been up at our executive team. We're those who are in the lower pay bands. When their time ends, they have to clock out, and if they don't, if they work over, we give them overtime. It's FLSA. It's a law. Our executive team members don't get paid overtime, and they work a significant amount of overtime. So I have sent emails at 11 p.m. at night just to get something off of my brain, and I get a response 5 minutes later. And I say, oh, I didn't want you to respond, and people say, oh, no, I'm up working. So our executive team members are working a significant amount of time over the 7.5 hours per day that's on their schedule. And so that's why I don't have a problem with them getting an increased amount of the 1.3 versus the 3.8, because they are working, and they are working very complex problems. Just our Community Intervention and Support Services Department, that's a department that other counties don't have. They outsource that to nonprofits. That is something that I get a call, I won't say daily, but multiple times a week. Assistant County Manager Pierce is calling me about something that is not covered in our MPA programs. It's not something that you can look at a page and say, oh, this is how they've handled it in other counties. It's something that we are having to deal with and navigate on a daily basis, and they do an exceptional job at some of these very complex issues that come up with non-traditional workforce issues. So that's one of the reasons why you will see more of an increase for executive level staff, because they are handling these gigantic problems that have not been in existence 10 years ago. People didn't have to deal with some of the problems that executive level staff are dealing with now.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I do want to, because I feel like I'm hearing my colleague. I want what you want for the executive staff. I'm 100% on board with that. And I know that the comment wasn't to negate the work of anybody else, but if I never like to put words in people's mouth. Me and my daddy, we always hate when people say what they're trying to say is. So I ain't saying that for Commissioner Carter or for you, but what I heard was we also have staffers that have a complicated job as well, and there's 24 hours. There are bullets involved. And so what I heard, and I could be wrong, is we're for the raise, but I'm for raising the raise equitably for everybody. And I just want to say, if that's what I heard, I'm in agreement. And that is not for me to say, let's change the budget or do anything. But much like what we've said for everything else, if a change needs to be made mid-year, I would hope that we would be open to doing that for that classification as well. So I'm going to just throw that out there, because I'm in agreement with that. That is also the specific group that she brought up. That's a complicated role, too. So.
And there are others.
Yeah, and there are others. But
that was just one example. But, yeah, what you said about
yeah.
like equal implementation versus equitable implementation.
Right, I get, yeah, because those words are different. So, yeah, I'm with you on that.
And so one of the proposal is we could do a 7.5% for those that are below a certain salary, which is what we did last year. And I have to just say this for the record. So 8 years ago, I was making $40,000 a year. I want that to sink in. Well, actually, on this date, I was drawing unemployment. And then in September of 2015, I took an entry-level job at $40,000 a year because I wanted to change my career trajectory. So I understand the struggle.
Amen.
I understand the pain. And that is why last year I suggested that we give a higher level increase to those that work, that earn below $75,000, because it wasn't that long ago that was me, that I was frontline staff and that I was boots on the ground. So I am all for making sure that we are equitably raising salaries across the board. Please understand that. So the recommendation is we can go to 7.5% for those that are below a certain amount. If that is what the board recommends, we can certainly do that. And we know that it's going to be an additional $600,000, but you know, I would support that, but it's up to whatever the board's pleasure is.
I just want to say that, you know, when we think about, I think about all of the folks that we call on, the staff that we call on, no matter what time of night it is, what time of day it is, we call staff to get stuff done. And we expect them to get it done, and they get it done for us. So as we are engaging in this conversation, I'm really thinking about the demand that we put on people and the lack of staff. Because if I call Kathy, then on the weekend, she gets information back to me right away. So I don't have a problem compensating people that work like that. And all of our employees work like that. I mean, they work hard. And some are more on call than others. So I don't have a problem paying people, because otherwise they go someplace else. We've got talented, good people that are committed to us and committed to Durham County. But if we don't take care of them, they will, and I don't blame them, I would too. I go somewhere else, let somebody else pay me better. So I guess, you know, when we're talking about this conversation, I hope we will take into consideration the demands that we place as a board, that we place on our staff, and just consider that. Consider what we demand on the demands that we put on people to get the work done. And some of us forget it's even a weekend. We just call you anyway and ask you to do stuff. And it's not to disrespect your weekend, but sometimes it just seems that urgent to us. And we thank you for getting it done. I just needed to let you know how I appreciate that, and I think this whole board does as well. Commissioner Alum?
I was just going to ask for clarification, because, sorry, I stepped away, so I didn't know what was being asked.
Did you have something?
No, I was just wondering what was the question that was asked that we were just discussing.
I think it's the conversation around salaries and the equity around salaries. Is that, manager, is that where we are?
Yes, that's where we are. And so it's at the board's pleasure as to, you know, whether the recommendation is 7% across the board. But a question was raised about, but what about those that are because at the executive level, 7% yields a lot more of an increase than it does for people at lower pay bands. And so do we want to give a higher level increase to those that are below a certain salary?
Yes.
And so.
But it's going, is it ever going to be, if it's
No.
never going to be even, because if you're making if you're making $20 and you're given 20%, and I'm making 5, and I'm giving, it's never going to be equal. It's not going.
Well, you would actually have different level increases for every pay band in order for it to be equitable.
Yeah, you'd have to
Yeah.
go to every pay band and raise there to make it even. So, and I don't know how you do that.
Yeah. My only issue is about process. That, we had a study done, we had people look at the data and make recommendations, and then it's, are we going to follow the study or not? That's the issue for me.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we're just going to be like, okay, we're just going to randomly, I understand last year we did that, but we didn't do a study last year. So I actually don't think it's a good, that's my issue. Are we going to follow the study or not? We're investing, how much, 10.8 million, how much are we investing in implementing the study? $9.8 million. This is a huge investment. Yeah, and so for me, I guess I feel like, and then the recommendation is that every year we come back and really start to focus on keeping up every year and evaluating. The study recommends looking at the cost of living, the ECI or the certain index that we look at that. So for me, it's more of a process thing. Are we going to implement this or not? Are we going to follow the recommendations or not? That's why I said I'm comfortable after reading the studies, accepting the recommendations and moving forward.
Any other questions? Okay. If not, if you have anything else you want to present, you good? Thank you so much. Thank you. Commissioners and manager, lunch is in the back if we want to break for lunch before we go to the next item. Okay, so we're going to take, are we taking 20 minutes or 30 minutes for lunch? What is it? It's 20 minutes preference? Okay, 20 minutes, we're back by 12:20 then, or 12:25. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and continue.
You want to play?
Food security update. That is, they're here right already. Okay. Hi, how are you? Good. We can go ahead. You can go ahead and let's get started. The manager will be here in a second.
Well, thank you so much for allowing us to present today. It's always nice chatting with you all. That's perfect. Someone told me the other day that food security starts with you. You got to make sure you eat your lunch. So feel free to keep chewing. But yeah, we'll try to keep it short. But before we get into the presentation, I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge that the land that Durham County occupies is the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Eno, Shakori, Occaneechi, Cheraw, Saponi, Lumbee, and Tuscarora peoples. And we hope that we can honor our ancestors, the folks that live here today, and future generations in how we care for the land and for each other. So I want to share a little bit of data about where we are in regards to food security in Durham. And you all have seen these numbers before, but I just wanted to provide a reminder. So the chart that's on the screen right now are the Durham County residents that sometimes or frequently skip meals or cut the size of their meals because they did not have enough money for food. And so this data is using is from the community health assessment that the county does every 3 years. And so you can see, for the countywide sample that, about 10 to 15% of the population usually report that they sometimes or frequently skip or cut meals. And so this has been happening for a while. The 2022 survey data just came out, so I wasn't able to put that on there, but the estimate for 2022 is 11.6%. Yes. And so I will say that doesn't seem like it's drastically different from 2019, but the context behind that is that there was a lot of federal supports going on while we were doing that survey. So keep in mind that the public health emergency just ended. People no longer have those SNAP emergency allotments. So they may be feeling a lot different now than when they were asked those survey questions. So just keeping that in mind. And then one question that was asked in 2022 that's not on here is how the number of folks that sometimes worried that their food would run out and they wouldn't have money to buy more, and so 14.7%, so about 15% of the respondents said that they sometimes worried their food would run out. And so this data is from the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina. Again, you all have seen these numbers. Just a reminder, the actual number of individuals is not usually what I look at because people do visit pantries more than once and they could be going to multiple pantries. But what I usually look at on this slide is the percentage change or percentage increase. And so still comparing to 2019 before the pandemic, for 2021 and 2022, we saw about 152% increase. I did reach out to the food bank to get updated numbers to see kind of where we're tracking for 2023, but I don't have those just yet. But I can share that whenever I do. So kind of with that in mind, we want to share about the Durham County Food Security Grant Program that we've been doing. So just to kind of give a quick overview, thank you all so much. You all decided in 2021-22 fiscal year that we could do a food security grant program for $400,000. And that program was operated by Durham Congregations in Action. And we were able to provide a small stipend, $1,000 for 10 awardees to collect some unduplicated data. And we'll talk about the learnings from that data in a little bit. And I just wanted to add that the food security budget also contributed about $30,000 in operating expenses in that fiscal year. So this year, and actually this slide is incorrect. This year, we had $475,000 for that same food security grant program that you all allowed us to continue. This year, the program is being operated by communities in partnership. And as part of that grant and some of the learnings from the unduplicated data that we'll talk about, we really saw that there was a lot of older adults, particularly older adults of color, that were visiting food assistance programs. And so we carved out of that funding $50,000 for a non-competitive grant for Meals on Wheels to support our seniors and making sure that they actually had the food resources that they needed. And so also, based on some feedback from grantees, we changed the program just a little bit this year where we're doing a cohort model. So there are some group trainings throughout the program to support capacity for systems change. So we are learning and tweaking the program as we go. And this year, the county manager has included a recommendation in her budget of $532,000. That is an increase from last year to account for the significant increase in the cost of food and also the cost of living in Durham. Sorry, my clicker's not. We are, so we have 3 RFPs that have gone out. Thank you all so much. You decided to fund double bucks with ARPA funding. So we have an RFP where we're receiving proposals that are actually due, I think, June 6th for double bucks. There's another RFP to provide some emergency community food assistance that we'll be receiving proposals from that very soon. And then there's another proposal to actually create a grocery store in Northeast Central Durham to really address some of the issues of food insecurity, food apartheid or kind of food deserts, and also kind of thinking about how Los Primas closed, and there weren't a lot of grocery store options in that area. So we have 3 of those, and all of those are using ARPA dollars.
Can you, I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but you had a slide earlier about the percentage, how it has increased even since COVID. Yeah, that's the slide there. Can you share what's attributing to that is increasing now higher than it was before COVID? Can you share a little bit about what your analysis is showing?
Yeah, there's lots of things that we could discuss. So during COVID, a lot of things shut down. People lost their jobs. So that's definitely one thing that kind of was the initial spike. But also because of, I guess, all the economic things that were happening, the cost of living has skyrocketed. In 2022, the cost of food went up about 15%. And I don't have numbers about the cost of living, but I have seen diagrams that look like it's an exponential growth in the cost of living. So people's living expenses have gone up significantly, which leaves very little money left over to buy food. So they end up going to a food pantry or food bank so that they can access food in that way. And I think and there's some data to show that when disasters like COVID-19 or other things happen, particularly low-income or working-class families, they don't have that cushion to fall back on. They don't necessarily have money in a savings account, so it hits them harder and it takes them a lot longer to recover. So thinking about if one person that I was talking to, they lost their job during COVID, and they did start back working, but they were, thousands of dollars behind on rent and their bills. And, if you only have let's just say $100 that you were able to save each month before, it takes you a long time to kind of dig yourself out of that hole. And so people start looking for other ways that they can cut corners. So if maybe I can spend less on food and go to the food pantry, then I can kind of start paying off some of my bills so I don't get evicted. So it gets pretty complicated. It just depends on each person's situation.
Yeah, and the other thing that I wondered if it's the cost of food. I know the cost of food has increased.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I was hoping it would level off, that people are going back to work and that they are able to buy food, but I know that food costs twice what it is now and to what it used to cost.
Mm-hmm. And the rate of increase in the food prices is slowing down. So compared to last year, the growth is slower, but the price of food is still anticipated, I think, to increase about 8% in 2023. So it will still continue to increase. The food's not going to get any. I mean, I would say the one thing that probably did go down in price is eggs. There was a specific, the avian flu kind of knocked out a lot of hen populations. And so like eggs I think went up like 30% last year. So, those prices have gone back down, but general, like overall food prices, I don't expect them to decrease very much.
Okay, thank you.
So for the food security grants, awardees are able to use them for lots of different things. We do primarily focus on food, but there's a lot that goes around providing food for people. So thinking about transportation and folks that are delivering meals to folks, we've been able to reimburse them for mileage or help them provide gas cards to volunteers. There's a lot of materials and supplies that go into providing food, like bags or waxed boxes. Having equipment to safely store food, like cold storage or freezer, shelving, and then also compensating or providing stipends for employees and volunteers. Some of these organizations have hundreds of volunteers that come and support them on a weekly basis, and to, help, support those folks and make sure that they, or be able to take care of their own families, having a small stipend or some kind of compensation is really helpful. And we've also supported pantries with technological resources, so maybe they don't have the internet, but they're able to get a hotspot, and while folks are coming to their pantry, then if they have internet, they can help them fill out a SNAP application so that they can get, those longer term support. And then also providing staff time for expenses, like just taking time to reflect, strategic planning, staff development. One example that I just wanted to share is that one pantry has really taken time to do some strategic planning, and instead of just operating on their own now, they have created a whole network of congregations to really combine resources, people, funding, to better sustain their pantry. And so that's made a huge difference in them being able to continue serving the community, but also in the burnout of their own volunteers. This is a full-time job for some people that, they're retired but spending all their time working in the pantry. And then the last thing is, just providing a small support for general operating expenses. It's not a lot, but, we ask them to not have that be more than 20% of their total budget. So I just wanted to give you just a peek at the grantees from last year, 21-22. This isn't all the grantees, but it kind of gives you a sense of some of the organizations that were funded. It's a wide variety and lots of local partners that are really on the ground doing some awesome work. And so I'm going to focus on the 21-22 grantees because we just have the most information about those. That program is finished and we have all the data. But we were able to support 26 nonprofit organizations out of 38 applicants. And the full $400,000 was awarded, although applicants applied for over $1 million. So there is a lot of demand for support. And over half of those grantees were new partners for Durham County, so we had never worked with them before. And over 680,000 meals were provided over the course of just a 4-month funding period. So the grantees really focused on providing fresh, healthy foods that were supported through, purchasing local foods, as well as infrastructure purchases to be able to have those fresh foods. And we also lots of organizations got to focus on capacity development through that data, the unduplicated data collection that I mentioned before. A lot of organizations had never done that type of data collection, and it was challenging, but they learned a lot, and it not only helped us with our own planning, but it also provides them a baseline of understanding that they can use to support future grant applications. So it's helping them in that way. And then there was lots of collaboration across the grantees. One grantee in particular worked with 5 other organizations to accomplish the goals that they had set for the grant. And I just want to read like a quick quote. They say, "This is the first year that 100% of our raised bed gardens have been rented and in use by residents to grow their own food. Because of this project, the resources of the organization are known by more people." So we're, not just helping people connect to the resources, but kind of, helping these organizations really build collaboration and, build their own capacity. So I've shared a little bit about some of the learnings, but just wanted to do a quick slide on some of the learnings from the unduplicated data collection. There were a disproportionate number of older adults, as I mentioned before, and families with children that were seeking food assistance. And not surprisingly, there was a disproportionate number of Black and Hispanic individuals that were seeking food assistance, which is kind of why we carved out some of those funds for this year, particularly for Meals on Wheels to support older adults of color. And then on average, individuals were visiting food assistance organizations about 2 to 3 times over that 4-month period. And so we used the grantee feedback from that round to inform the grant structure for this year. I've talked about some of the changes, that cohort model to support connections and capacity building, and we really are encouraging folks to think about having more strategic planning sessions and staff development, and then we added this year some moderate funds for general operating support. And so to go along with the manager's recommendations, we would love to suggest a multi-year commitment of this grant structure. Chair Howerton, you were asking kind of why are the numbers still high, and thinking about, people kind of having to dig themselves out of a hole. That takes a while. If we look back at the 2008 Great Recession, if you're just looking at food security numbers, it took people 10 years to recover. I'm not necessarily saying that it will take 10 years for people to recover from COVID, but I do think that it will be a multi-year recovery period. We are 2 years into the food security grants, and so if we wanted to do another 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever we decided, it would be likely helpful for community, particularly low-income individuals and working class households. It would be a great support to help them recover, particularly in light now that we do not have the public health emergency in effect.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't take for it to level out. I hope the things that we're doing in the community to get people jobs and so that they begin to get back on their feet. I hope it won't take that long.
I hope so.
Because that's mental health and it's suffering in our community when you feel you cannot take care of your family and you don't have the food, the economics to feed your family.
And I do think I do commend the county, because I think the economic development work that you all or that we're doing really does help. It's a both and of helping people get those well-paying jobs and having higher paying, as Dr. Sowell was mentioning earlier, our manager Sowell, but also while they're recovering, making sure that they have that safety net to really support them. But I just wanted to mention a couple other things. Just having the multi-year strategy would also help us see longer-term changes. Right now, the grantees are kind of budgeting year to year, based on what the project term limits are. But we could potentially, if they were able to have like a multi-year project, we could see some longer-term changes and maybe bigger impacts. Also, it's more efficient on county time and staff time resources. Creating an RFP takes a 3-month minimum. Getting a contract in place is another 2 months, and then getting that contractor going. And then, so you're 6 months into the year before you can get the grant program started, and then so the grantees only have 6 months to actually use the funds. So it seems like it's pretty simple, but it takes a while. And so just having, if we were able to say, hey, we want to work with this contractor for multiple years, then that would be really helpful. And then we just get the grants out to the community faster rather than having to go through an RFP process every year. We'd be able to start at the beginning of the fiscal year and get the funds out. So that is all that I had. I will stop and see if you all have any other questions or comments.
And could I just mention, Mary's done just a tremendous job managing all these contracts and contractors and vendors and really educating and supporting them. It does take a lot of staff time. I think we were just, we've all gone through appraisals recently, and I think we estimated that she spent 25% of her time on that, and she spent half of her time this year doing that. And so, but a lot of what we're trying to do also is help people maybe we haven't traditionally worked with, and I think that's been a tremendous focus that she's had. We've definitely been talking about working with minority women-owned businesses and certainly talking with our ACM about that, and so that's a big focus as well. Sorry about that. Just our focus on working with MWBE organizations, that's been a big focus in food security as well as our department. We've certainly been working with our Assistant County Manager Tammy Hall on our hopes and desires for more of that, not only in our department, but throughout our organization. So that's been a real strength, and Mary's definitely been a leader in supporting that. So I just wanted to raise that as something I appreciate about that, because contracting is not fun. I mean, okay, I won't say contracting is not fun. There may be someone here who finds contracting fun, so forgive me.
Thank you, Mary. And Donna. Give me, it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, I know. My board loves to help me out. But thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you do, and it's such vital work, given that the need is so great. So thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Lum?
Thank you so much for this presentation and all of the work y'all have been doing. And I always love, Mary, that you always begin your presentations. I think I mentioned this last time with the land acknowledgements. Thank you so much for creating that in our county, and I hope we can, start to do that even as a board, acknowledging the land that we're all living and occupying. My question is, it's not really in the presentation, just like something that has come up in the past around food insecurity, or especially how it's impacting our children, who really, a lot of them sometimes only receive the 2 meals that they're receiving within schools. And then once they go home, they either don't have access to another meal, or it's not a healthy meal. And if there are models of what other counties or states are doing to partner with the public schools and local businesses and farmers to find a way that maybe we could get food into the students' hands, send them home with food that can help them and their families at home, if there's any models for those type of programs.
That's a really good question. Well, there are some things that are happening. So we do have a Backpack Buddies program that Interfaith Food Shuttle runs that does help send youth home with food. I haven't I don't know off the top of my head like specific like examples of what you're saying as far as like kind of sending families home with food, but we have also Interfaith Food Shuttle does have lots of pantries within schools, and so that's another way to kind of send youth home with food. But I know that I have definitely had lots of conversations with Lyndon, who's the food systems manager. I'm going to mess up her title. I'm sorry, with DVS. But you know, she and I are thinking about how do we get more local food into DPS generally, but also how do we potentially create some kind of program to support families with. She has some awesome ideas about like cooking food that we could send home with children. But so those are some ideas that she and I are kind of cooking up in the works.
Yeah. Like with the cooking side, it reminds me of, I know Refugee Community Partnership does this in Chapel Hill, Orange County, where they had like after school programming for low-income students where they would teach kids like who are living in food deserts, okay, this is what you have access to. This is how to take like a can of beans or like something that's you can find at like a corner store and make it into a full healthy meal.
Mm-hmm. We have done a couple like virtual cooking classes at Cooperative Extension, particularly with low-income families. I use the term as like, how do you cook on a shoestring budget? But like, how do you take simple ingredients but like really make it into a tasty, healthy meal? And so we basically prep like meal kits that families can pick up, and then we like cook together on Zoom. So I think it's doing some things like that. And I know our colleague Sherilyn Berry does a lot with teaching children, and our FNEP staff teach a lot of children about cooking skills and things like that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Burns. Hey Donna, hey Mary, how y'all doing? I did want to say, Mary, there's a lot of people that still talking. Okay, there are a lot of people who've been giving you compliments in public, and I just wanted to acknowledge that in front of the manager, in front of your boss, just about how when they're looking for ideas, when they need help, when I have questions, I know I harass you, I will call you in the middle of the day. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that and let folks know that I agree with Donna's assessment. I don't know, it might be more than 25% of her time that she puts out there. To Commissioner Alam's point, I remember before the pandemic, it's funny you say backpack buddies because that's what Wake County does. And it's 6 meals. Like they'll put on a Friday afternoon, the kid gets a book bag. It's 3 meals for Saturday, it's 3 meals for Sunday. But you're right, like I think in Wake County, even before, it's like less than 2,000 kids. And here, I imagine that it's smaller. And I know Slice, I don't know if you've ever worked with them. Slice does the meal
Slice
preparation.
365.
I was going to say 325. I'm so happy you said it because I did not know. And I should know because 365 is here.
It might, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's one.
Either
And so that's why
I'm like, I might have the number
I
wrong.
didn't know which number it was, but they do that for folks who, were on SNAP benefits. This is what you can buy with your approved SNAP benefits, so forth. So that wasn't what the question was, but just to kind of sort of throw some of those out. I wanted to go back to something that you talked about earlier and something that you and I had a chance to talk about. There are people who, whether it was pride or just access to the information, they did not use our food banks because they didn't know they existed, didn't know that they were a resource. And also, I think it's one of those things, I'm back to if you build it, it will come. The proliferation of additional food banks has also let people know, I can go over here and get food because you all built a network. So I also think, and you can speak to this if I'm wrong, isn't the uptick in numbers also due to the fact that people didn't know it was a resource and also that we have more resources now, or at least a better coordinated resource network?
I think there were definitely some folks that didn't know about the pantries before.
Right.
There were some, and I think we've done a lot of work to let people know that it's safe to go to a pantry because there may be some undocumented folks that were anxious about showing up at pantries or, is that a public charge issue if they get resources at a pantry? And so we've done some education around that. But I do think that particularly some parts of our community, were not aware and became aware, and so that's partially, that does have something to do with the numbers, but essentially they were like struggling and not eating before, and at least they have food now, so that's good. The other side of it, I don't know if we actually have too many more pantries. We're actually updating the list right now, because I know we have found out about some new people providing food, but we also know that some places closed during COVID. So the total number may not have changed, but there has been some shifting around. Yeah.
That's helpful context. Thank you. Look forward to what you're going to do next year with 130% of your time.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate all of your work. And I appreciate you too, Donna, because here you're sitting here with Mary. Last week you were sitting along NIO. We were at, all of us participated in a conversation with youth, with Carolyn, with kids voting, and Donna was there. So you support a lot of different initiatives in our community, Donna, so thank you. I think also with thinking about your presentation, Mary, is thinking about the other initiatives that we're doing to really, like you have said, we have to address people's actual prosperity and economics. And then, it's kind of like housing. We don't have these problems if people have the resources, but also the investments that we're making in the food system. So I was sitting here thinking about the farm campus, and in our budget is also increasing the food grants. That's to farmers. That's in our budget this year. So I think, keep chipping away at our system. But I am really worried about the basically $3 million a month of food benefits that are now gone away and that we can't replicate. And I worry not just about having access to food, but healthy food. And a lot of the stories that I heard during the pandemic was that people were eating healthier food because they had, with the FNS benefits, everybody was maxed out. And so people were buying more fruits and vegetables and things that are expensive. And so I do worry about, people also kind of going back to things that are less expensive and not necessarily as nutritious. And I also was thinking about the resolution that Commissioner Carter brought forward about centering all of our efforts around the schools, as Commissioner Alam was speaking about. So I'm really excited that you're working with the Linden Thayer, and would love to hear your thoughts related to that partnership. And I know we're going to make some investments in upgrading the cafeteria facilities so that then there's more opportunities for delicious and nutritious food. But could you tell us a little bit about what you all are discussing with Durham Public Schools?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Lyndon and I actually are, we kind of created a group of regional food system partners because we know that Durham Public Schools is interested in having more local fresh foods on the menu. But part of building up our food system is having farmers that can actually grow and provide that level of food, like at an institutional level purchasing. And so we are working with aggregators and farmers and some other folks also in Wake and Orange counties, kind of taking a regional approach of how do we build more capacity in our food system so that as more institutional partners kind of come to the table, we have farmers that are able and ready to meet that demand. So that's one thing she and I, it's just been a few months. We started in March, so but so we are starting to move down that road. And then I know that there's definitely the Healthy School Meals for All initiative that's across the state of North Carolina. And so I think Lyndon and some other folks from DPS are interested in potentially even, knowing that the North Carolina School Meals for All program initiative is going on, but not sure if or when that would happen, kind of thinking about how do we potentially get district-wide CEP, community eligibility provision, so that lunches could be provided for free at all of the schools. And so, that application would be due April of next year if we wanted to submit for a district-wide CEP. And so that's something that I think folks are really interested in seeing kind of move forward so that we can at least know in Durham County we would have more opportunity to potentially provide free meals, both breakfast and lunch, to students.
Great. Glad to hear you all are taking the initiative. Fantastic. And about the grant program, I mean, we actually did a few years ago, before COVID, had changed our county grant program to be a 2-year, so that people, could apply and would have 2 years. So, I mean, it definitely makes sense to go beyond 1 year for the exact reasons that you said. I'm really glad, though, that you're collecting the data, and because it's always a balance between, getting the money out, but also we want to have the accountability and, tracking the data to make sure that we're using the funding wisely. So it's always a balance between those. And, I want to say I'm very proud of the county has invested a tremendous amount in community-based organizations. And I will just say publicly, I was disappointed when I was at the Duke conference on food security. And there was a lot of conversation about kind of what isn't being done and what the issues were, and from organizations that have gotten significant funding from Durham County, there was not we were not acknowledged. I was in the room, and I heard it. And, that's just not acceptable to me, to point out inequities, and we are addressing that, and we are even investing in the organizations, I mean, specifically one in particular that was saying things, and then not one acknowledgement of the role that we are playing and that we are making. It was very disappointing to me. So I just think it's really important that that it is not ignored.
I do think that the county's contribution to the community is definitely seen. I think it's challenging when inequities have been going on for so many years. It's not just, it's not just this board or Durham County. They're like much larger societal issues that Durham County government cannot solve in and of themselves. And I think some of that came through in that meeting, but I don't know if it was necessarily a poor reflection on the board, but yes, I will say that I don't think that it was acknowledged at that, but I think community does see, but I will say that community does keep, like, community sees, and then they say, and what else are you going to do? And where's the long-term strategy? And, so I get a lot of phone calls. And so I try to hold both at the same time, just like you're saying, like, the county is doing a lot, and I'm so grateful, and the community is so grateful. But yes, they do keep asking me, and what else? How are you going to fix this? And I'm like, this is a much bigger issue than just Durham County. And we are doing our best, and we are trying, and we are working on, baby stepping it there. And part of the economic development is part of the solution. And there's like lots of things that are happening, but it's not going to happen overnight. And I think some people are they're just frustrated. They're tired. And we're just humans wanting to solve problems and wanting it to happen overnight. But that's not really how I mean, food security, as you saw from the diagram, it's been an issue for a long time, and it's not something that's going to just go away overnight.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mary and Donna, for this work. And I wanted to ask a little bit more about your comment that such a high percentage of your time is going towards grant administration. Will you repeat that again? Was it 50% now?
Yes. I mean, I almost hate to say it. It's sadly so. I mean, we had estimated 25% of her time would be that. It's been 50%. Part of that is the generosity of the board,
right,
and not anticipating that growth. But it is when you work with community-based organizations, it is a different. We're not working with experienced, seasoned vendors, and so even the vendor application. Every moment, everything involves some hand-holding. And we don't have a large administrative staff in our department. So, so really, I mean, Mary does the heavy lifting on her things, but she does a great job. I mean, and I think the other thing is she's teaching along the way. And I think that's one of the things I want to emphasize, that we're teaching people how to do this and how to apply for grants, not just with Durham County, but other places. How do I access funds? How do I become a vendor in other systems? Maybe I could work with Durham Public Schools at some point. So it is also, I think, for us in cooperative extension and with food security in particular, to make sure that we're building capacity and we're teaching, and it's not just for this moment with Durham County, but it's for things that they might be able to apply in other spaces.
Right.
So that takes, that kind of better education about why are you filling this out and what does this mean is significant to them too for the long term.
That's encouraging, because it does explain that the role is more than just administering the grant. There is this education and capacity building component that seems really important too. And it does make me wonder if there's enough leftover time to do the coordinating work, right, of the food system in the long-term solutions, because the grants are really more to address the emergency sorts of needs of people who are hungry and are food insecure. And we're also trying to be sure that people, have access to land so they can be farmers and grow their own food and contribute to the system. And so the person working in the food industry makes a living wage. And so we don't waste, as much food in that part of the system, so that there is more food available to go around. It's just the food system is quite large, and so there's a lot to focus on and coordinate. Are we doing a study of the food system, by the way? Is that something that's still ongoing?
That is still, yes.
That's ongoing.
That RFP is coming out soon.
Okay, so that, there again, it took a while to get the RFP developed, right? Hopefully before I get off this gosh darn board. That's
well, because there's so many RFPs, so the RFP development, and also there's a committee for each RFP. So I mean, it is a really big process. So we've had multiple ones this year. Yeah.
So there's that'll be really good, and so that'll help, I think, with coordinating what needs to be coordinated to look at the whole food system rather than just this emergency solutions that is obviously essential too. And then there's the farm campus that Wendy mentioned. That's happening as well at the same time. Where are we with that?
Or we can both. Okay, so we have hired the vendor for the primary portion, and we are as well as some of the community engagement portions, and we're finalizing another contract. So we will be off the ground, and you'll start hearing more about it later this summer. Yeah.
Good. I want to be sure I'm around to advocate for what we need to get that going off the
And
ground.
we do have. I mean, Commissioner Carter, I have heard you on that particular point multiple times. So we have built in some interim reporting so that you don't have to wait until a final report to get some of the data that might be actionable for this board. And I recognize sometimes the processes don't always align with the board's decision-making processes. So we have definitely put in some dates and points in time where we will get from this analysis some actionable data for you all.
Hey, terrific.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Anything else from you, Donna or Mary? Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The next item is a discussion on stormwater It's 230400. And let's see, Ryan, you will introduce your crew. And before they get started, I'm going to, Commissioner Jacobs is going to take over the meeting.
I just want to say before they get started, if our day hasn't already been head spinning enough, like with like lines and data and numbers and percentages and such, it will be after this.
I'll do my best to be gentle about it. Okay.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
I wasn't going to take offense. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ryan. If you would not mind introducing everyone who you're with.
Sure. Again, I'm Ryan Eves, the Division Manager for Stormwater and Erosion Control. With me today, I have Keith Redling from Raftellus, Mackenzie Bradshaw, our Stormwater Manager, and Katie Cromwell, also from Raftellus, and I believe you know Julio.
Good afternoon.
So I'm here to talk about the proposed budget for Stormwater, the Enterprise Fund, for the next fiscal year. As far as an outline, we're going to talk a little bit about our requests for new positions, for a watershed study in Lick Creek, and then spend the bulk of our time talking about the stormwater utility fee and the proposed rate increase. You'll see we're going to go through a bit of a review, talk more about our rate structure, and then make sure that, as has been requested, we provide you with some information and a response to the Farmland Protection Board and the ag community's concerns. Just as a reminder, I like to put this slide in all of my presentations because it is an important part of our program. These are the guiding principles by which we operate our stormwater program. We want to be in compliance, we want to be efficient, we want to create a resilient community, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge environmental justice and equity where possible. So we're asking for 2 new positions this fiscal year. The first is a public education position for stormwater. Part of this came out of a recommendation from an environmental enhancement grant where we're working with North Carolina Central students and interns who are helping us to enhance our outreach and education program. They recommended that we conduct more Durham County-centric and focused stormwater education and outreach. Additionally, the Falls, Jordan, and Noose rules all require the county to conduct public education and outreach, and the newly revised Noose rules include this language specifically that all local governments shall being an important word, right, Al, that we implement a public education program to inform citizens how to reduce nutrient pollution and to inform developers about the nutrient requirements. We know we can do more as far as educating our community about our stormwater utility and how those dollars are being used in the community. And that ties into these nutrient management projects we have upcoming, being the Neal Middle School Bioretention Project and the Whispering Pines Mobile Home Stream Restoration are our first 2 that we're looking to get off the ground in the next year. We want to make sure that we are emphasizing these are your stormwater utility dollars at work, and then also using those as educational tools for the community. The second position request we're making is for another stormwater and erosion control technician that would be assigned to erosion control. We have record high permit load currently. I looked just now, we're at 299 active permits. We're flirting with 300. I don't think we've quite gone over, but we're right there. And we're inspecting and permitting and reviewing those with just 4.5 FTEs currently. That's full-time employees. That includes half of my time, which I'm dedicated to a lot of different things. Where we would cover this position with those plan review and permit fees. This chart shows you kind of how we compare as far as workload for our technicians in the field. This is number of sites per employee. The
kind of orange-red line is kind of the average for across the community, or across really the triangle as well, and then including Charlotte as another comparable program to ours. You'll see for a couple of the the communities that are higher than us, like Wake County, they have separate staff that do their plans review. Our staff do both plans review, permitting, and inspections of their sites. Another request we have for this upcoming fiscal year is the Lick Creek Watershed Study. Lick Creek is one I know all of you have heard a lot about. It's an area of the county in the southeastern portion where development is very, very active. We have over 800 acres currently under development in that part of the county, and that's caused some significant water quality concerns for residents out there. This study would be a joint city-county partnership to help find solutions to water quality problems in the area. We would be taking a very holistic look at the watershed. And one of the reasons that the city approached us about working together on this is you'll see the gray area in the map is currently what's inside city limits, and then the white is county jurisdiction. So the watershed really breaks down to about 50-50 as far as city and county. And so this was an opportunity to really learn a lot about the whole of the watershed, both the area inside the city and outside. And just for reference, I don't have it on this map, but the watershed goes straight into Falls Lake. So it kind of ends there at Falls Lake. Another important point about this is any of this funding that we use in this study would count towards our, I'm going to get technical here, interim alternative implementation approach, or IAI, under stage 1 of the Falls rules. If you'll remember, we're committed to spend a certain amount of dollars towards our compliance under that IAI. We had planned to, we've spent a portion of it on our nutrient management study project that helped us identify projects like the Neal Middle School project and Whispering Pines. We had thought that the Neal Middle School project would be in and of itself enough to cover the rest of our project, but we fortunately were able to get a grant that pays for approximately half of that project. Unfortunately, we can't count those grants towards our IAI compliance, and so this is a good opportunity for us to continue to meet our requirements. Now I'm going to spend a little time, and Keith's going to participate with me on our stormwater utility fee and the proposed rate increase and its justification. This slide should be pretty familiar to you, although we've made it a little prettier than it used to be. Just to remind you about the compliance costs for the county under the Falls, Jordan, and Neuse rules. Really, stage 1 of the Falls rules, that's where the IAI requirements are. Stage 2, however, as it's currently constructed, is projected to cost approximately $67 million to the county. And then stage 2 of Jordan also has costs of approximately $6 million. So we're looking at, between $70 and $75 million over the next 25 years in order to meet the rules requirements. Yes, so back in 2013, the legislature put a hold on the requirements of the Jordan Lake rules for stage 2. And unfortunately, they're still there. There's a reevaluation currently ongoing, and we expect to hear recommendations by the end of the year as far as what the next iteration of those rules will look like.
Isn't there something that's sort of unknown as to whether or not we're actually going to have to pay the full cost?
No, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit in a minute, but the work of the UNRBA, the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, really is what's focused on that stage 2 of the Falls where that big dollar amount is. We do expect that will change based on that work. We just don't know at this time what they are, so we're projecting based on the current regulations. And so this gives you an idea of the cost of compliance to the county, kind of dates back to when we implemented the stormwater utility in FY21. You can see when the stage 2 of the falls rules kick in FY26, we see a significant increase in our compliance costs. And so we based our stormwater utility rates based on those compliance costs. And you can see if we only met our compliance costs, the rates would look like what you see here, where we start around $20, increasing over the next few years to about $48, and then we'd see a significant increase when Falls Stage 2 kicked in. We didn't necessarily want to do that, and so the original proposed rates looked more like the orange line here, where we started around $80 and still had gradual increases over the next few years to get us closer to what it would cost when Stage 2 kicks in. I'd like to point out this only covers, approximately 6 years, and only the first year of Falls Stage 2 kicking in. And so, we would still see slight increases going forward just due to the cost to the county. And so what we're proposing and this shows what we've done in the past is that we continue kind of the framework with which that I laid out to you last year for a path forward for our current rates. We started at $24 in FY21, which was approximately one third of what we initially proposed, because we were in the midst of a global pandemic that we didn't know anything, weren't sure what the economic impacts would be. We held steady in FY22. Last year we had a significant increase. This year we're requesting another increase, although not quite as much as next year, and have gradual increases over the next few years to get us closer to what we need to fully be in compliance. And so you'll see here our proposed future rates versus our the original proposed rates. Here's that in just a chart form. And then to share with you what the fee structure actually looks like for those that are receiving the bills. If you'll remember, we have a tiered residential rate, meaning that anyone with a home on their property pays one of 3 tiers. And so based on the amount of impervious area being hard surfaces that do not allow stormwater to soak into the ground, driveways, roofs, decks, gravel, parking lots, etc. And so if you're a homeowner, you max out. Under the proposed structure, you'd max out at $128, no matter how large your property or how large your amount of impervious on your property was. For non-single family residential, all other properties, commercial, industrial, government, churches, all other properties with impervious surface, you're charged based on the amount of impervious surface you have on your property. So to compare our rates to some other communities, this is for the non-residential rates, so those without a house on the property. You can see currently the blue is our current rates at $0.0112 per square foot per year. The green is our proposed increase, and you see how that compares to several other local communities that have stormwater utilities, as well as several counties in the state that have stormwater utilities. Comparing residential rates, this is for a home with 10,000 square feet of impervious, which is a lot. That's a pretty big house with a long driveway, maybe a pool, maybe some outbuildings. That's a pretty good number of square feet, but you can still see as how that would compare to other local jurisdictions and other counties. So a little bit to your question, Commissioner Carter, earlier, you can see based on our proposed, we're still not going to get to the original proposed rates of $156 per ERU based on the path forward that we've laid out here today. But how are we addressing that? We're hoping we can address it through a number of things, first being that guiding principle of efficiency. We want to get the best bang for our buck with those stormwater utility dollars. As I mentioned earlier, the efforts of the UNRBA, we expect that ultimate amount of compliance or cost of compliance to come down. And we've been fortunate to receive 3 grants over the last 2 years to help fund stormwater projects. 2 environmental enhancement grants totaling $265,000, and a Lassie grant that was funded by ARPA that's $400,000, which will be used for the Whispering Pines Mobile Home Park stream restoration for the planning efforts for that. There still is that unknown about what the Jordan rules are going to look like. And then we've done a pretty good job of creating reserves over the last couple of years since implementation, and we hope to continue that to help us, again, get back to that efficiency. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Keith to talk a little bit more about the structure and future of our program.
Thank you, Ron. My name is Keith Redling. I'm Executive Vice President with Raftellus. I have been before this body a few times talking about the stormwater program and fee with Ms. Cromwell. And in the past, we drove here from Cary. We moved our office to Durham, and we walked here today.
Wow,
I got
that's
sweaty,
awesome.
but I was still happy.
Love that.
We woke up one day and realized almost everybody lived here, not in Cary. So here we go. So we're glad to be here today. And like Ryan said, I want to talk a little bit about, he's really talked about why do we need money, what are we using that money for, and how does that change over time? And how do we expect that to change over time? And the rates that would suggest we need to have to generate the needed money. I want to talk a little bit about the rate structure, which is the details of how we decided to capture the revenue and why for that, and try to address some concerns that have come from the agriculture community about the rate structure and the charges too. And so first off, I want to iterate, we're charging $48 a year for an equivalent residential unit now. So an average house in Durham unincorporated county is paying $48 a year. And under the proposed rate increase, it would be $64. The biggest, fanciest lot with a house on it and 10 outbuildings and a tractor shed, still residential because there's a house on it, would pay 2 ERUs. That's the high tier residential rate. So our rate structure struck a balance, and it was really driven by the feedback from the county commissioners a few years ago between the absolute simplest thing you could do just about, which is a flat charge for every house, and the other extreme being charged by the square inch or something, which is really silly. That would be like selling water by the fluid ounce. This 3-tiered approach is pretty fair, and it's really a common way to do it. So that's how we do it now. We're trying to get to $64 a unit. And like Ryan said, we started out low and have stayed a good bit lower than our originally forecasted rates. And part of the reason is that they've been working with other people's money when they could and trying to be efficient and keep things simple. So we bill this bill on the property tax bill. There's almost 15,000 parcels in the unincorporated county. And if they have impervious area on them or a house plus impervious area, they're being billed for this. So that's how it works now. And our rate structure is impervious area with simplified residential rates. So if you're reading about this in a textbook, that's what you would say. We charge for impervious area. We charge on a unit equal to the average amount of impervious area found on a residential lot. And so that's kind of important. A minute ago, I kind of jokingly said you wouldn't want to sell water by the fluid ounce because meters that could read that accurately cost a lot of money. You wouldn't want to charge for impervious area by the square foot. It's hard to measure everybody's impervious area that perfectly, and it creates microscopic differences in every bill that really don't reflect reality in terms of demand and impact. So a typical residential lot in the unincorporated county has 4,300 square feet of impervious area on And so we've defined that to be an equivalent residential unit of impervious area. And if I live in a typical home, I'm going to be billed for 1 unit. And if Katie had a business that had 20 times that much hard surface area on it, we would charge her exactly 20 times what we charge me. And that's called rate equivalence. So what that means is we're not discriminating against ratepayers by class. We are agnostically charging for the hard surface area. And that's true for agriculture too. So we have rate equivalency. It's a charge of X dollars for the amount of impervious area found on an average lot, residential, that's $4,300. So when we were trying to choose a rate structure here, because there's more than one way you could do this, and I reflected this morning, the first one of these fees I ever helped implement was for the city of Durham. And that was adopted in June of '94. So I'm showing my age. That was 29 years ago next month. This month. And that's an impervious area rate structure, and probably 90% of the stormwater fees across the country are based on impervious area, like yours is. The second thing we looked at was equity, and that was really trying to be fair, and that comes back to the idea that we're not going to discriminate based on land use. We've chosen a metric, and it's important to realize this is a non-metered service. This is not like electricity, natural gas, water, sewer. This is more like solid waste, residential, where I've got a can, I pay an amount of money. I don't get a break if the can's empty. I don't get a break if I don't roll the can out. It's an availability charge. Well, this is not an availability charge, but we're not able to measure somebody's stormwater usage. So we choose a surrogate for that, and the surrogate for that is almost universally chosen is impervious area because it correlates to runoff volume, runoff rate. Runoff volume drives nutrient from stream scour. We get nutrient runoff from hard surface areas. So it's a very proven rate structure that's been tested in the courts, and it's fair. We also chose a rate structure to keep the administrative burden pretty minimal. This goes back to Ryan's 4 founding pillars to the program development, which is let's use the money to do stormwater things, not to pay people to measure, remeasure, and do administrative things. So we don't measure impervious area by the tiny amount. It's units of 4,300, tiered residential rate, rate equivalence. We wanted to be able to communicate about the fee in simple terms, and we wanted to align the rate structure with the program drivers, or put another way, the allocability or the cost causation. So the idea there is, I explained why impervious area is, in my opinion, the correct rate structure. It correlates to the things that are costing y'all money. If none of that human-built stuff existed in the county, you wouldn't be in this program. You just wouldn't be in it. So it's the human-built hard surfaces that generate more runoff, faster runoff, nutrient runoff, that place us in a position to try to protect a drinking water lake. So charging people for a metric we can measure that correlates to the demand for service is what this alignment is about. That was kind of a mouthful. I'm sorry about that. So you already heard about the tiers, and you know about the tiers. Importantly, agricultural property, as long as the lot has a house on it, then we're billing it as a residential property. So a lot of our properties that have some agricultural use on them also have a house on them. And if they have a house on them, they are never billed for more than 2 units of service, 2 ERUs, under the proposed rate, $128 a year.
That seems important. I mean, that seems like that is a concession to the agricultural community, that is a credit, a sport, collateral credit.
Well, we think it is, and that's why I wanted to kind of touch on it twice, is we didn't have to do that. And like I said, there are a lot of places that do some of this somewhat differently. This feels to me, and I've done this a lot for a long time, to be a really appropriate rate structure for the program you run, the revenue you need to generate, the ratepayers who exist in the unincorporated county, and how to treat everyone fairly.
I do have a question, though, related to that. How do you define that piece of property? Because is it defined by the plat that it's on, or because that's you can have, let's say, a farmer owns a piece of property, but it's made up of 2 lots, and even though the lots are contiguous, one lot that's part of the farm, there could be a house with some of the farm, and then right next to it is where the rest of the farmland is. So
you're right.
If they really wanted to get out of this situation, they would need to they would have to replat their property and combine the plats. So
Well,
I'm
if
just,
they had
I'm just,
impervious area,
yeah.
you're right.
So, yeah, I'm just curious about how are you defining
We define
that
it by the
property?
parcel, so you're right. So we don't really have a way to presume what they would have done, but they could subdivide, recombine, change their parcel boundaries. The bills go out on a per parcel basis, and whether or not a home exists on the parcel is a function of land use data we can gather from the gamma assessment.
Yeah. So just to get into the weeds a little bit, it's really going to depend on the parcel boundaries of that property, how many parcels they have. So it's conceivable you could have a farmer that's on 200 acres and it's one parcel with the house, and they'll, but then you could have a smaller farmer who maybe has 3 different parcels and they only have 50 acres, but they've got it all chopped up. They could end up paying more than the farmer who has 100 acres. I just wanted to use that as an example.
They could, and on the other hand, if one of those parcels was under tillage, in other words, if the impervious area was all on one parcel, the other parcels are billed 0 already. So it depends on the distribution of the impervious features and the adjacency of parcels and whether they've recombined or not. Those are things that are kind of exogenous to our calculation.
I didn't hear it all because I heard people say yes.
So what I said was, a property without impervious area is not billed. So, okay, an agricultural parcel, if the only thing it had on it was row crops or pasture, it's already billed 0. And if we kind of virtually glued it to the next door parcel, which might have an agricultural 3 tractor sheds and a greenhouse and a house, it's not going to change the bill because right now this one is 2 ERUs. That's the most we charge if there's a house. This one is 0 because there's no impervious area on it. And if I glue them together, it's still going to be 2. But Commissioner Jacobs is right. If I've got sheds on both of them and one's got a house, one of them's going to get capped at 2 units because there's a house on it. The other one's going to get measured and calculated at the non-res rate. So the rates are equivalent between rate classes, and what that means is if I have 4,300 square feet of impervious area on my residential parcel, I'm billed for that middle tier, 1 unit. If Ryan has 4,300 on his commercial property, he's billed for 1 unit. So we're charging by impervious area only, and it's rate equivalence across classes. The 3 simplified residential tiers I already talked about, most of the residentials are in that middle tier. Most of them are in the middle tier. And then the other thing is this comports with the city of Durham's rate structure, which is based on impervious area. It also comports with Mecklenburg County, New Hanover County. Lots and lots of places in North Carolina have this same rate structure, including the simplified residential rate with tiers. So that's by far the kind of the simplest that also has fairness. Now, just to give you an example, here's a parcel in the unincorporated county with about 11,500 square feet of impervious area. And were it treated as a non-residential property, you take that 11,500 and divide by the 4,300 and round up. Then if this were commercial, it would be billed for 3 units of impervious area. And you can see it's a house with some outbuildings and a long driveway. It's residential, we know it's residential, and therefore it's capped out at 2 ERUs. So right now, at $48 a ERU, the fee is $96 a year for this property. Agricultural properties are just a little under 5% of the total billable properties in the county. And note billable. So any parcel out there without impervious area is already at 0. So we've got about 705 agricultural parcels in the county. And almost half of those have a house on them. So if you look at this pie chart, the green side, that is ag with a house. Every one of those is being charged for either half an ERU if it's very little impervious area, 1 ERU if it's average, and 2 if it's big. And if you look at that right-hand pie chart, you'll see most of them are in the 3rd tier, and that's because in these more rural areas, a parcel with a house usually does have a pretty long driveway and often has some outbuildings. So all the ones in green, 333 of them, they're capped out at 2 ERUs, and under the recommended rate of $64 a unit, they'd be billed $128 a year, which is a fuzz over $10 a month. The ones of greater interest in terms of impact to the community and the business of farming are the ones in blue. There's 372 agricultural parcels in the county, unincorporated, with impervious area, and there's no house there. That's the 372. All right, so we're just talking about the 372 now. The average amount those are being charged is $327 a year. This is current rates. So you can add 33% to that. Call it $440 a year after the rate increase. So the average charge, a little under $500 a year. Some of these are large business activities. They're not a garden and a shed. They're big buildings, greenhouse operations, landscape type stuff. The average for all of the non-res is $1,075 a year and will be about $1,400 a year after the rate increase. So these non-residential agriculture, which after a rate increase are somewhat under $500 a month on average, are run about 1/3 of the average for the non-agriculture commercial property. But it's undeniable, some of these, there are 16 that already pay over $1,000 a year. The medians are pretty similar. The median for all non-res now is $256, and the median for the ag is $192. I bring that up, it's not normally distributed data. So the mean, okay. It's not very, if you looked at a bell curve of the frequency distribution, it doesn't look like a pretty bell, because nobody can pay less than nothing and there's no practical maximum. So the curve is skewed to the right. So if you look at averages, the average ag right now is 327 and the average non-ag is 1,074. So I'm going to call that about a 3-to-1 ratio. If you look at the medians, they're a lot closer. The median for the ag right now is 192. And the median for all the non-res is 256. But whether you look at means or medians, whether you look at rates now or after a rate increase, the typical agricultural property that doesn't have a house on it and does have impervious area on it is not being built as much as other commercial property in the county. One of the things that has been asked about is whether there ought to be some kind of credit program for the fee. So I want to talk about credit programs a little bit. A credit in a stormwater fee means a really specific thing compared to like a credit on your bank statement or your credit card bill. And so a credit on a stormwater fee is we have a rate structure that cannot take into account all of the nuances that go with what's going on somebody's property, impervious area. So if somebody's true demand for service that they place on the county is not correlating to their impervious area very well, they could be issued a credit to refine the amount they're charged. So for example, if Ryan had a commercial property with rooftop and he put in a stormwater control measure, say a constructed wetland, and the rain that fell on his roof went into the constructed wetland and did wonderful things, and very little left the wetland, just charging him based on his rooftop is kind of overdoing it, because that constructed wetland really has helped us. It's reduced his demand on the county for service. But it doesn't change his impervious area. So the way that you handle that is with a credit program. So right now, we don't have a credit program. A credit program would allow you to refine what you charge ratepayers if they're doing something that is helpful that our rate structure doesn't take into account. But we've worked on a lot of credits programs for a lot of years. And there's a few things to realize. The first one is the revenue requirements of the county for stormwater management and nutrient control already take into account all of the things that are happening in the county already. So if he has this constructed wetland, the fact that he has it isn't saving you any money. You still need all the money you need to do all the things you need to do. So giving him a credit would not be driven by the fact that you now need less money. You'd just be reallocating who you charged. So the credit program here would need to come with a rate increase. We did not recommend implementing a credit program here. The second thing is that we would not issue a credit to a ratepayer because they had a lot of green space. The green space is already not being charged. We only charge impervious area. So the argument that we're very lightly developed, I think because our rate structure is only based on impervious area, kind of has that baked into the cake. And then the last thing is, if the true issue is to try to help people with affordability because of poverty or because of things, a credit program that's not what a credit program does. A credit program for Durham County, we'd raise the rates, reallocate what we charge everybody to reduce what we charge a few ratepayers because of large stormwater controls they put in place, and everybody else would pay that much more so that y'all got the same money you still got. That's how it would work here.
You going to be our education specialist?
Most people think I talk too slowly to be the education. They run out of time.
Yeah, one role of the education specialist will be to help us keep everything on the public 8th grade level, to make sure that everybody understands.
I did graduate from 8th grade, and I talked about this already, but this choice of impervious area as the rate metric, I believe, correlates well with the things that are costing you money or will cost you money. But one of the things that has been suggested is that if we do some more research on what causes these nutrient loads, that what we would find is that the agriculture community is being overcharged. And I don't believe that's true. I believe with an impervious area rate structure, We're agnostic to land use. And the truth is that a lot of studying's been done on nutrient runoff, and a lot of studying's been done on Falls Lake. And most of our ag properties in the unincorporated county are in the northern part, so they drain to falls. And the three biggest contributors to nutrients to the lake are forest, ag, and urban. Most of the revenue being collected by this fee is off of urban. So we already are skewed over toward capturing revenue from urban sources through our choice of the rate structure we have.
That's just counterintuitive to me. How can you explain how forest is contributing more to nutrient runoff than the urban developed areas?
Well, I didn't say more. I said the top three were forest, ag, and urban.
Oh, because there's more of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, but I can tell you one is, I'm not the biggest expert on this, but I will tell you one thing that's something important, and that is there's more than one way that a property can generate nutrients from the runoff it creates. One is the nutrients run off of the land. So I can get nutrients from atmospheric deposition on hard surface area like the church parking lot or his roof. It rains and it washes it off, so that's directly washing off. However, a lot of the nutrient load comes from the scour of stream banks. All right, well, where does that come from? That comes from high flow rates during storms. That's what scours the stream bank. Where does that come from? That comes from hard surface area. So that's an indirect contribution of nutrients caused by impervious area. Impervious area generates more runoff and faster. More and faster scours the stream bank, and there go the nutrients downstream to the lake. So you can get it two different ways.
But can I just, and Ryan can speak to this, because Ryan and I are both on the UNRBA, and actually we need to get Forest Westfall here in the fall to present to our board on the late, because the UNRBA is finishing up their work and is in the process of submitting it to the state to try to challenge the Falls Lake rules. And I don't want to go into it now, but you know, when this last point here, Falls Lake is literally one of the most studied lakes probably in the country. But one of the surprising outcomes, Heidi, is that where some of the highest levels of nitrogen and phosphorus are coming from is the forested land, the undeveloped land around the lake. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of it. Is if you look at a lot of those charts, they'll show that forest is the biggest volume, but it might be 80% of all of the acreage in the watershed for the whole lake, not just y'all, but the whole watershed.
Yeah.
So that's harder information to find. A lot of that's coming from atmospheric deposition, just like it does if it falls on the parking lot or the roof. What you're not getting is high runoff rates that scour the stream banks, so the more indirect. All right. Yeah, let's talk about rate structure alternatives. One of the things that was really explicitly suggested
before we move on,
was,
sorry.
Yes.
I had a question related to the Falls Lake line. Also, just wondering if this is something that falls under y'all's purview or where it would be discussed. Like, since Falls Lake, a lot of the runoff, we're saying it goes into that lake, but also what are we as a county looking at, or what responsibility do we have with the fact that that is also Wake County's main drinking water source? And like what is our relationship with Wake County on that impact that Durham County potentially has on their drinking water?
So essentially the fact that it is a drinking supply watershed, that Falls Lake is used for Wake County, City of Raleigh's drinking water source, that is the driver behind the rules. And so the rules acknowledge that all of the communities in the watershed are contributing to to the issues that have been had, the nutrient issues that have been had in the lake. And so that's why we have these rules that, you know, not only does Durham County have to comply with, the city of Durham complies with, Granville and Person County, the town of Butner, Hillsborough, Orange County, all of us are required, and includes Wake County and the city of Raleigh as well. They all have their certain requirements to reduce nutrients in the watershed as a whole. And then we each have our own kind of allocation for how many pounds of nutrients we are required to remove. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I think just to follow up on that, like, so I guess through the tracking and just having the proper reporting about how much we're cleaning up and how much is being deposited from Durham County versus other areas, like, just thinking in the sense of how do we protect the county from, you know, we don't want anything to happen to this water, but if for some reason this water is not drinkable in the future, we don't want Wake County coming back to us and being like, hey, you guys did this.
Right, so I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but there are basically two parts to the rules. There are new development rules, meaning that anything that has been developed since 2012 has had to address nutrients on site. They've had to manage those through stormwater control measures on their property. And then what we're largely talking about and what we're funding, and that those measures were paid for by the developer when they developed. What we're really talking about here are the existing development rules. And so we're having to address previous development, which is why we, the county, are going to be implementing and constructing our own stormwater control measures like the Neal Middle School project and things like that will earn us credit, will reduce nutrients for things that are already on the ground in the county.
Home stretch. One more topic on rate structure. One of the things that was suggested was that we ought to think about charging based on percent impervious. And there were allegations made of lots of percentages in the PowerPoint earlier, and this is where they are. But the bottom line on it is you can't just charge on percent impervious, because if Katie Cromwell has 1 acre and I have 1,000 acres and we're both 2% impervious, you wouldn't want to charge us both the same thing. So you have to multiply the percent impervious times the lot size to decide what to charge, and when you do that, you get impervious area. So if you look at this lot right here, it's very lightly developed. It's 2.4% impervious, but there's 145,000 square feet of impervious area on this lot that drains straight into the lake. You know what it is? It's a boat ramp. It's a boat ramp. It's the Corps of Engineers property, Hickory Hill Boat Landing, where you put boats in the lake. So there's 34 ERUs here. They would be billed for 34 ERUs. They're not billed anything for all that undeveloped land. And in this case, you can see why trying to give them a credit because they have the undeveloped land is kind of counterintuitive. Their runoff goes right into the lake. That other land doesn't really have anything to do with their runoff, and that's often the case. And here's another example of the same thing. This is the Durham Kennel Club, and this brings up something Commissioner Jacobs brought up earlier. You can see their driveway's on a different lot than their building is. So all of their activity in aggregate is not captured on this one parcel. That tends to be how it is with fees like this, though. And if they own the other lot and don't just have an easement for a driveway, they could recombine. But this is not a residential use, and it's being billed by measured ERUs, 5 right now. There are other ways you can do this. Another way that's been done in North Carolina is to charge parcels a charge for how big their lot is, and another one for their impervious area, and another one in a base charge. Granville County, Person County, Butner, Creedmoor, Stem all do it this way. This tends to shift the burden towards large, lightly developed properties like ag. yes, it's not helpful to the cause of could we charge less to the ag community. It's also a good bit more complicated, and it's also harder to explain. It doesn't comport with the city's rate structure, and we looked hard at it and chose not to go this way right off the bat. And I just said everything on the last slide. So that's our sense of things on rate structure and implications for the ag community. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. I think you did an excellent job explaining that to us. I printed out my slides yesterday. You know, I said I'm going to do a little bit of homework in preparation. You helped way more than my preparation. So I will say, you know, I do appreciate it because we have heard from the community. But I think for me, when you went over what some of the correlations were, it made sense to me. Like, and the fact that you went over different rate structure alternatives, I was like, it's not like you all kind of sort of picked this out of the sky. And then you all did toil around with it, like, okay, who is this going to affect more? What is the city doing? You went and you looked at other cities. So I do feel a lot more comfortable now. I can say that much. I do want to go back. I had two questions. My first one, I want to go back to you, Ryan. Early in the presentation, I took a note, and you said one of the grants that we got couldn't be a match for IAIA. And I could be wrong, but if we're thinking about the one at Neal, that was the Attorney General's office via Smithfield. Could you just talk about perhaps why that one couldn't be a match, and or even better yet, like what are things that are not matches? So like I'll just have it in my head.
Yeah.
That's a random one.
Sure. Fortunately, there are a lot of things that can be counted towards match. Unfortunately, in the way the II was written, it's written that grant funds are not allowed to be used.
I was wondering if it was because it came from the state that via a private organization, so it's just grants. Okay,
no, it's really meant, the II is meant to be, funded by the communities. We're all putting some skin in the game, if you will, with our dollars towards compliance.
Okay, I'm about to jump into the snake pit now.
Uh-oh.
It's okay, don't worry. You're going with me.
Okay.
Well,
as long as we're together.
I mean, I'm gonna push you towards the snake, but the public education specialist. I know you've been at some of you've been at some of our JCCPC meetings, and we've been trying to do more around education, not just with stormwater, we're blasting with some of everything. Just what are some other examples outside of just stormwater, because I know this is our stormwater public education specialist, but I want to set reasonable expectations about what this person is supposed to do. You know, do people think this individual might go into schools? Do people think this person is just going to do HOA meetings? Are they going to present to us? So I want to go back for just a second, because again, when we talk about it, I know we're getting a veteran specialist. You know, I asked Lois, what is that person going to do? So I can talk to the community. So what's your vision for what the public education specialist is going to do?
I think you hit on a lot of it. It's going to be a very broad-ranging, position, and my hope is that we'll get a very talented individual who can do a lot of those things that you talked about. They likely will be going into schools. The Neal Middle School project, for example, has within the grant a component where we want to use that bioretention area that we're going to create as an educational item. We want the faculty there, the teachers, biology, other science classes. We want them to be able to go out and look at it and see and talk about what it does. And so, we want someone to help develop some curriculum and things like that. We want to make sure our community is educated, not just about our stormwater utility and helping to understand some of the things we talked about today, but that they understand that, what stormwater is. We're finding that some people just don't know, what stormwater means, and their impacts on it, and how they can, activities they can do as simple as picking up after their pets, have an impact and can reduce nutrients in our creeks and streams. Another part of it is going to be making sure that we, as a staff, Mackenzie and I are engineers. We have a number of other technical staff on our team that that when we speak to a classroom or create documents for the public, they're helping us to keep it free of jargon, to make it so that the public understands it, so that anybody can pick it up, read it, and know what we're talking about. And another reason we really are looking for this position is that we have those new development projects. We have projects coming in that we review and approve and inspect, both on the stormwater and erosion control side. We have these new stormwater control measures at Neal Middle, the stream restoration at Whispering Pines projects. You're looking at most of stormwater. And so that's going to take a lot of the time that Mackenzie and I have and our stormwater technician. We're going to have to do a lot of those things, and so we don't have the time as much of the time to do the kinds of education that we really would like to be able to do, to educate our community, to do the outreach. And so having another position to focus on those things, we feel is very important as our program proceeds.
And the reason why I bring it up, quick follow-up, I think it was Commissioner Jacobs who might have said it kind of facetiously, but another part of what that person or what I would like to see them do is what he just did, in the community. And while you walked here, I don't want you to have to walk to Bahama. I don't want you to have to walk to Rouge. I mean, I've done it. It is restorative and salubrious, and you feel much better afterwards. But I want to make sure that, because I've been to a lot of our communities, from RTP all the way up to Rougemont, Bahama. And, you take staff with you, but a lot of times it's very technical. And I can appreciate this person will go out and do this, but I want them, the same way we got some examples. It's no different than when we do our comp plan. I just feel a little bit, since this is, and I've only been on the board a short time, this is maybe like the second time I know that we've talked about these fees. We talked about it one budget. So people might feel some consternation around, okay, so they're doing this to us again. I really like the way that you all did your stormwater utility rate comparisons in here. I like the photos and examples, like this looks like it would do this, but this is a boat, and this is how this is 34 ERU. So I am hopeful that when this person comes on, when they're onboarded, that we can almost maybe do a little tour and say, this was the thought process behind why the board thought that this was necessary. So I just want to throw that back out.
Absolutely, and I'll point back to the other environmental enhancement grant that we have through the AG's office that we're currently working on with the NC Central students, is to not just identify, that we need to do more Durham-centric things, but also to help us develop some other educational items and things that we can put out there in the community. But I agree with you, and I think that this position will be in a place where they can do and expand upon our current outreach, because I agree it needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
I wanted to add one other kind of expectation that I would see for this position. Completely agree with everything that was said. From my day-to-day job, I think another very important aspect is educating the parties that have stormwater control measures. So these developers, whether that be RTP or commercial or churches are a great example, educating them on why they have it, how to properly maintain it, and how it's benefiting Durham County in the long run as well. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you. This was an outstanding presentation, and regardless of, if we move forward with the current fee structure, or if we were to say, hey, wait a second, we still feel like we need to tweak it somehow or other, I personally think it'd be really important for us to have a nice one-pager that lays out why this is fair and equitable to the agriculture community, and specifically speaks to their belief that because they have a high percent of impervious, surface up against their sheds and their impervious areas, that's buffering the impact, and so they're being overcharged. And I thought you refuted that. I'm still thinking it through to decide whether I agree with you or not, but I'm pretty sure I do. But I would have a hard time explaining it, I think, to my, farmer allies who I really want to support. I really believe in the importance of protecting our open space and our farmland, and I don't want farmers to go out of business. And I am somewhat concerned about financial risk for some of them, although the numbers, you've presented to us, the exact number of non-residential agriculture properties and the charges. So, it doesn't look as dire as the stories we sometimes hear, and I'm sure it feels dire to the individuals who are having to face these charges. And farming is not always as profitable, I suppose, as some other businesses and industries, or maybe it is. I don't, really know in each individual case. So, my request would be for the one pager. But could you just one more time say what you would say to the farmers when they asked you, look, we need some kind of a offset because we've either put these best management practices into place already, we've spent money, and that's, alleviating our negative impact, or we have, 100,000 acres that has no impervious surface, all totally pervious, and that's, decreasing the impact of my huge shed and farm, silo, and other structures.
Well, I'll give it a stab. I think what I would say is that our rate structure based solely on impervious area doesn't punish anyone for having lots of undeveloped property. The premise that having lots of undeveloped property necessarily mitigates the impact from the developed part is pretty tenuous. Right. And recognizing that the dominant cost that you're dealing with is nutrient runoff, and we don't get none of that from undeveloped land. We get some of that from undeveloped land too. That's why one of the rate structures we thought about would have a rate part that charged for gross land area. We knew that that would be harmful to the agriculture community, and we purposefully didn't do that. And so we really believe we chose the rate structure that was the least harmful to this type of land use, with our characterization of if there's a house there, it's residential, with our not charging for undeveloped land, and with rate equivalence between rate classes. Now, the last thing you brought up was, gee, we already do things to mitigate our impact. Entities who do things already to mitigate their impact are doing so because they're regulated to a higher level, because their unmitigated impact would have been much higher than other kinds of land uses. So historically, some parts of the ag community have used a lot of nutrients, and if they're not careful, they get a lot of runoff from it. So protective measures that are meant to have a smaller footprint on the environment, like how you manage your cattle or how you do nitrogen and phosphorus, those things are really valuable to the county, but they tend to drive down the impact back down to where it was for regular impervious area, not down to zero. So for those reasons, I'm telling you, we thought hard about it before we recommended what we recommended. And I can't think of a tweak to this rate structure that makes it better for one group without making it worse for another one.
Anyone else? Well, I also want to thank you so much. First of all, I'm really excited about the Lick Creek watershed study. Really, really glad that we're partnering with the city on this. I'm wondering, are we going to be, when we do that, looking, tying in other plans and studies, such as the Falls Lake study, looking at the East Durham Open Space Plan, and also the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, so existing plans that will have impacts. And will we look at things like the fact that most of this is in the Triassic Basin, and also pulling in stakeholders like at NC State, Neuse River Keepers Association? Just wondering, like, how broad is this going to be?
So the city's done a number of these plans across, the city and the county. It's a very robust study. There will be, I think, all of the things you talked about considered. There will be, and I can't speak to all of the details of the study because we'll be tagging along with them and relying a lot on their experience. But I know there will be a desktop analysis kind of off the bat that will look at previous studies, that will look at things that that are occurring in there in that area, other policies that have been done, sampling that has been done, and then it will build upon that. They will have consultants and staff, and I'm looking forward to personally participating in walking the stream and assessing, the buffers, accessing the stream banks, looking for areas of impact from development, looking for sedimentation in the stream. There will be expanded sampling for nutrients, for sediment, for bacteria, and all of those things. And then all of that information will be brought, back into this ultimate study that will result in some recommendations, likely some stormwater control measures, maybe some stream restoration opportunities, and any number of things that would be, recommended to help improve the water quality, improve the stream and the watershed as a whole. And then it will be kind of up to us, up to the city, to probably work together again to implement some of those things. One of the great things about the way they produce these reports these days is that it makes them even more eligible and better suited for future grants. And we would certainly seek to find ways to obtain more grant funding to implement things in the watershed to help improve water quality.
Great, because I know also thinking about even soil and water and our open space program, we have done a number of conservation easements and mitigation projects in this watershed. And I think this will be important also for the implementation of the falls rules. Yeah, it's really important, so I'm glad. Do we have any idea of a timeline, how long of a study it's going to be?
I believe the plan is for the RFQ, the request for proposals, because they will hire a consultant team to assist and do a great bulk of the work along with side staff, is to go out this summer, and meaning selection would probably be late summer, early fall, and it's about 1.5 to 2 years. It's a fairly lengthy study because it's a lot of work.
Right. Okay. And then following up on some of the comments that my colleagues, I totally agree that great suggestion from Commissioner Carter about, some type of a one-pager that synthesizes a lot of what you've said.
I'm going to a farmland meeting without it.
Yeah.
We'll just take Keith. It's fine.
Yeah,
He's used to it.
Yeah.
I had to do that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think, you did a very good job of discussing this from a policy level, and that's really complex. And so even some of the examples that you gave, which I assume were in response to the letters we've gotten, comments we've gotten, well, why aren't you doing this and why aren't you doing that? So as much as you can kind of give those, whether it's a visual and then explaining, and this is why this, if we follow this, this is what your rate would look like. And if we did this, this is, and so helping people understand that this is what we've come up with as the fairest, and acknowledging that these are tough policy decisions. We wish that we didn't even have to do this, but this is what we're facing, and that we unfortunately wish we didn't have to have fees. And I think, probably really honing in, really out of the 15,000 parcels, we're really talking about 372, right? And then out of that, it comes down to probably, the the 54 plus the 16, those two, so that's like 70 parcels. I know I personally have heard from a few people, so it's not a lot, but which then brings me to the thought of, if it does come down to, Commissioner Carter's point, like, we don't want to put farmers out of business, and the fact that there could be farmers in our community who this is a really, really big burden for them. So I think as we think about things like our low-income homeowner grant program, just, whether we find out that, maybe we need to have a hardship fund that people apply to, like we have our tax, grant program. I'm just saying, if it comes down to that, there may be a need for us to be open to that. And then, of course, we'd have to have some process and criteria for people to apply for that. But, it may be that that's something we have to look at in the future. I just wanted to put that out there, and I don't know if there are any models for that. That was one thing that came to mind. And I just wanted to ask whether, and following up on the education position, I know we could keep this person really busy, but I will note that our soil and water department program had noted in the budget book that they had been asking for an education specialist who I guess we had originally funded and no longer fund. And I know Heidi and I both went to the big environmental awards that they did over at Durham Tech. And I don't know if there's any way for this person to also partner at all with soil and water and be able to help out with some of the environmental education work that they're trying to do, which is, you gave the example of Neal Middle School, and so maybe there are some other ways to partner with what they're doing educationally with the schools. And my last is, Ryan, when do you think would be a good time for Forrest Westfall to come and do a presentation to our board on the, where things are at with the Falls Lake study and recommendations?
I've reached out to Forrest about that, and I was looking at the calendar, knowing largely take July off, hoping late August, September, maybe September work session was probably a good timing.
Okay, that sounds great, and I think that would help answer a lot of Commissioner Alam's really good questions that she had. Thank you. And I guess that's it. Then thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have our sewer utility discussion. Yeah, we are. Okay, and welcome everyone.
Hey,
and Julio, do you want to make introductions of everyone up here?
Yes, ma'am. To my left, I got Stephanie. I haven't met that. What your name?
I'm Vince with.
And Benson. And we're going to present the utility division service fees. I really appreciate the opportunity from the commissioners and Dr. Soil. So, by all means, Stephanie, take it up.
Okay. So we're going to go over our recommended, what we've proposed for the budget for FY24. So next slide. Do I do it? There we go. So this first slide actually just kind of is an overview of our sewer service system as far as where we collect our wastewater from. So as many of you have seen this before, so we have the dark green in the RTP boundary area. That's 100% Durham County sanitary sewer customers. So we own the sewer lines and we treat the wastewater. And then we also take wastewater from a section from Durham City, which is our 80% customers highlighted here. So it actually discharges into city sanitary sewer lines, but then it comes to the county's wastewater treatment plant for treatment. So we charge 80% fees to those customers. So the city keeps 20% to maintain the lines, and then the 80% comes to the county to cover the cost of treatment. This year, I've requested 4 new positions, 2 being operator positions and 2 being maintenance tech positions. So currently, we have, I think when we're fully staffed, we have 6 operators, but we have to operate the plant 24/7. And so right now, with the way it is, we may have 2 operators on day shift, Monday through Friday, but then we only have 1 operator that would work second shift, third shift, and the weekend shifts. So due to some, safety concerns, hoping to eliminate some of that and to also allow some additional, preventative work to be done. If we had 2 employees per shift, it would help us out as far as that goes. Also, when someone wants to take vacation right now, or we're short-staffed, a lot of times we literally, a manager that's certified will go in and operate the plant to cover those shifts. For the maintenance positions, our maintenance staff currently not only does maintenance at the wastewater treatment plant, but they're also the staff that handles our checking our collection system every week per our permit. They handle all of the maintenance on our 13 lift stations. They handle the maintenance of our reclaim system and distribution line, our Rougemont water system and distribution line, and also Wexford, the small step system that the county is responsible for. And we have a total of 5 maintenance staff that handles all of that. So, of course, our system's continuing to grow. You've all been aware of some talks where we need to build some additional pump stations as well. So this is just going to allow more work on, the few staff we currently already have. And I'm going to let Vince kind of go over a little bit about the projects.
So just quickly go over, we had a couple projects complete in FY23. The first one is we had a domestic water line installed to the administrative building. Historically, the building has been on a well system, and by state statute, the well system we had could not sustain above a certain level of employee threshold. So we had to maintain employees at a certain number. So the domestic line has helped us be able to increase staff to account for the growing system we have. Another one was we completed some rehabilitation in what we call Train 1. It's highlighted on the picture below. This included doing some little structural repairs to that area, and also repairing and replacing some of the major equipment with that system. A few current projects that we've got coming up and plan to be working on in the next fiscal year. 2 of the projects the board has already seen includes a security upgrade and a SCADA upgrade. Both of those projects have been awarded, and we hope we'll get it underway soon. 2 projects that haven't been to the board yet, but will be coming in the very near future. Another one is Train 3. Which is very similar to Train 1. We're going to be doing some of the structural repairs to that and replacing major equipment. And then Phase 4, this is a project where we will be effectively touching all aspects of the plant. Many of the components of the plant are aging infrastructure, 20-plus years old. So we're going to be going around evaluating how the systems are functioning, what the equipment is. Some of the equipment is obsolete, and we can no longer get parts for, so we're going to be looking to replace those with a more modern system that we'll be able to actually service and get parts for.
Vince, what's a VFD?
Variable frequency drive. A couple other collection system projects we've got coming up. We are partnering with the city of Durham, developing an interlocal agreement to model the entire wastewater system. This model will be for the entire 100% and 80% areas for everything that's going to be coming to the wastewater plant. The model, the goal of the model is to help us identify areas where the piping system is nearing capacity or potentially over capacity, and will help guide us in future years on an annual pipe replacement program that we need to really start focusing on. Another project that should be wrapping up here in the very near future, I believe everybody's aware of, is the Hub RTP Offsite project. This is where we're extending some additional 30-inch sewer line up to the intersection of Davis Drive and I-40, and also extending the reclaimed water system up there. Right now, we're in the final stages of testing, certifications, and stabilizing the outfall areas of that one. A couple upcoming projects that we're trying to get underway is the Chin Page Road lift station. This lift station will help us with capacity in the Stirrup Iron Creek lift station. As everyone may be aware, there were some capacity issues last year. We were able to determine some additional capacity to get us through some time, but the Chin Page Road lift station will effectively cut that basin in half, thereby taking half of the flow off of the Stirrup Iron Creek lift station and putting it to Chin Page, therefore increasing the overall capacity of Stirrup. The next one is the Page Point lift station. This one is up right off of Highway 70 in Page Road. This is one of our oldest stations in the system. Many of the components out here at this station are obsolete. So in terms of where we start running up against capacity issues here, we can't just go pull a pump and just replace it with a new one. Components of that station will need to be replaced, and once you start doing that, you really have to get into a full upgrade. The other aspect we're up against with this is NCDOT has some new roadway projects that are going to occur along Highway 70. With those projects, the controlled access right-of-way is actually going to engulf the lot that the lift station sits on. So we need to find a new home for the new lift station on that one. So we are working with the county real estate and actually trying to find land for that we're working through right now. The last one we have highlighted here is a new administrative building, which would be right across the road from us off of Highway 55. This facility will serve the professional staff with on-site training spaces and additional workspaces as we're running out of room in our existing administrative building. It's going to have a new maintenance warehouse where we'll be able to maintain parts and additional piping for quicker response time to emergencies and pump repairs. And then some multi-purpose conference rooms.
We are proposing some fee increases this year. So we've requested an increase in consumption fees by 10%, and this has been pretty common to what I've done the last several years, just so we don't give anyone a rate shock by, going several years and not doing one and then doing a large one at one time. But the consumption rates actually cover our operational costs of the plant. They cover all of our loan payments, and they support our CIP projects. Our system development fees, there's actually a request to approve an increase in the budget for those as well. A recent study was completed by Wildan Financial Services, and the public hearing was held May 9th. And so we didn't have any comments prior to the public hearing or during the public hearing on those changes. Again, the system development fees were required to have that study completed once every 5 years by House Bill 436. And so you only see an increase in those come to you once a study's been completed. That's the only way we can do that. For future resources, we're planning on doing a contract to get a complete fiscal model done for the utilities, just to help us guide us with how we need to increase over the next several years with all the CIP projects that we know are coming our way. Again, with future fee increases, we're looking at, continuing to do consumption rate increases, 7 to 10%. System development fees, again, that would be once every 5 years. We do need to complete a surcharge study fee. So right now, we do charge some surcharge fees for those that have high strength concentration, certain industrial users. And so that's for parameters such as phosphorus and nitrogen, BOD, and total suspended solids. Those fees we have not increased in, it's been many years, so we do need to complete a study to look at that, as we know chemical cost has went up, and sometimes we do have to use chemicals to treat the nutrients. And then for future resources, we're just going to continue to monitor our other fees. As you may remember, last year we did increase a lot of our inspection fees quite a bit from what they had been. And so we'll continue to monitor that and compare it to kind of what our neighboring facilities are charging as well. Some of our other concerns, kind of looking ahead, is we definitely have the aging infrastructure. So the wastewater treatment plant was last upgraded. It's been about 20 years. So we know that there's a lot of parts of that that's becoming obsolete. There's also, with our collection system, some of the oldest parts of the collection system were probably put in the 60s when Research Triangle Park was originally built. So there's areas there that we know we need to replace just to prevent pipe failure. But there's, also we may find areas we need to upsize. And so we're going to need adequate funding for an annual pipe replacement program. We just kind of gave an example. In 2019, we replaced 1,600 linear feet of 8-inch clay pipe with ductile iron, and it cost us $800,000 to do that. So that kind of came out, we're estimating it's about $625 per foot. Again, that may be a little higher now with inflation. But if we, assume that we needed to, replace about 10% of our pipes, so that's about 10 miles. Our system's around 110, 115 miles total. We would need $33 million just to replace 10% of piping. So when we're looking at the future, we already know that this is coming our way. Over the next 10 years, we need to look at the possibility that we may need to change the capacity of the plant. So we may not need to just do rehabilitation, but we may need to do a full upgrade for capacity. And we know that where we're at with the Jordan Lake rules, we'll probably have a hard time getting additional nutrient credits to discharge there. And if that's the case, then there's a possibility that the state could come back and we may have to run a really long discharge line, which could go to the other side of Jordan Lake, which would be taking us down toward Lee County. So, of course, we're getting ready to work with an engineer to kind of get some estimates of what that would cost in the future if we have to go that route, just so we know how to plan for that as well. And my slideshow was short.
Well, thank you. Another very complex set of issues.
Yes.
And challenges to deal with here.
And well, also, I think Julio's had us working on, I know sometime in the near future, we're going to be doing an infrastructure presentation.
Yes. Again, good afternoon. The waste treatment plant is basically the base of the Triangle development. We need to be really proactive in how the dynamics are changing there. So we're I'm talking to the team to start thinking about how the structure of the plan is, okay? How do they report? I mean, thinking about the future, okay? Be proactive, okay? As we know, the RTP area, the consumer mix is changing, okay? Industrial, now we're getting more residents. So things like that. So I have the team thinking about, okay, look about the positions that you have. Let's rewrite positions to ensure that we're meeting the future needs, not the 20 years ago. So it's a lot of work going, and we're going to be real busy down there. So if you look for me, most likely you're going to find me down at the plant. So go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for, really thinking big picture about all of this. Really appreciate that. Questions, comments? Commissioner Burns.
I only have one quick question. One, thank you for your presentations, as always. Do we know how much, I know when we talked to RTP Foundation last week and they were moving up their fees, I was able to ask them how much would we gain, or how much money will be raised with this 10%? Do you know how much? And if you don't have it right now, that's okay. How much money will an additional 10% bring up in that budget?
For the, like a total.
The consumption, I'm sorry, yes.
Total for the year, how much it would increase it? I do not have that number on top of my head.
That's okay.
But I can get that for you.
Thank you, best friend. That was my only one.
Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for your work, and to also say that any time I am in the presence of Stephanie, I'm reminded of a field trip I took to the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant when my first year as a commissioner. I would highly recommend it. I don't know whether any of you are fans of the Ms. Frizzle series, like Ms. Frizzle Goes to the Waterworks, but the Magic School Bus, yes. Not that Stephanie is like Ms. Frizzle, because you're not. But it's a complex just operation out there, and trying to understand it all is a challenge, and those Magic School Bus books were really good, I thought, at explaining it. So anyway, I recommend going if no one's been, if you haven't been.
Coming up would be a good time, too, because we're doing the Train 3 rehabilitation, so that train's empty. So you can actually see the massive size of it. I mean, when you look at it and it's above ground, you see how tall it is. But when you're standing on the structure and you're looking 20 feet down, you realize how much water is really in that thing when it's full. So yeah, if anyone wants to come out, let us know.
Sounds like we need to have a series about Durham County government, right? For each all the things that are happening. Yeah. Commissioner Lam?
Thank you. I would love to go on this field trip. Just like an environmental question, do we know, since we do have residents within the county and not in the city area who are on like septic, just wondering on an environmental level, do we ever know really like what the environmental impact is of septic tanks versus like being on sewer lines?
I'm sure there's research that's been done on that. The one thing I think is from a wastewater treatment standpoint, we definitely, wastewater is treated better. Because in that aspect, we are regulated by the state permits. So like for the Durham County plant, we discharge small amounts of nutrients. But when the nutrient limits for Jordan Lake were initially proposed many years ago, the county had rebuilt the plant and had built it to meet those nutrient limits. And because we could meet them at the time, even though we weren't required to put them in the permit, the county went ahead and accepted those limits. So we've been meeting those stringent limits all these years. The one thing with septic systems is, they don't get inspected annually. And, you could have a felon septic system that's discharging waste that's not really treated, and you could get runoff from that to creeks. So I think from, when you look at it in that aspect, I think wastewater treatment plants, just because of the way we're regulated, it's treated much better.
So did you have another comment?
No, just thank you. Yeah, that's what I assume, but just wondering if there's like studies showing it. And I know there's nothing we can really do about the fact that we have septics within the county limits, but just interested in the environmental impact.
So I have a few follow-up questions. I mean, I really support what you all are doing, which to me is, is you're really thinking ahead about what the needs are, not just with the existing facilities that we have, but what we need for the future. And I just want to confirm that our underlying philosophy or policy is that these are enterprise systems. I mean, is the goal still that we are trying to have these investments be self-funding, or at least, that the cost of the development is paying for, that the development itself is paying for these costs, basically? Is that still the goal?
That is the goal. We've submitted for a couple of these larger projects applications to the state for the State Revolving Fund. The one thing that hurts us when we apply for grants a lot of times is Durham County's considered a county pretty wealthy. So that sometimes, lowers our chances of getting grants. So then we, typically can get approved for state revolving loans with low interest. And so, that's probably the route some of this may go. We have had conversations, Jay, myself, Claudia, Susan before she retired, and trying to figure out the, fiscal impacts and the direction to go as we move forward. And what type of funding, but it would be from the enterprise fund. Even with loans, the enterprise fund would be paying those back.
And Commissioner Jacobs, just going back to your question, and the straight answer is yes. Okay, this is an enterprise, okay, that should be maintained by itself. Now, we should also look not just at the fees and how do we charge. Also, we're looking at efficiency, okay? How to improve efficiency, maintenance, that way our equipment lasts longer. That's why we're asking for operators and maintenance personnel that could support that. Because when you do the numbers on how much it costs to pay for an operator versus fixing something that costs you a couple $1 million, I believe that preventive maintenance is a key. And efficiency, how much chemical you use for something, are we overusing? So things like that we are doing, and I charge the team to look into the details. I think in the details is where you find the big stuff. Okay, where can we save money and use it towards making more improvement to the plant? So the straight answer is yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just noted in your, you referred to a number of initiatives and studies, working with the city on a systems model and looking also at a fiscal model long-term. And so are those things are they all budgeted for? Like you all have funding to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. When you mentioned about NCDOT, that we probably are going to lose part of the site, would that be something that we would get compensated for by NCDOT?
I will let Vince, he knows a little bit more about this project.
We've been recently contacted by DOT to start the conversation on what the impacts are going to be. So at this point, we're not exactly sure what's going to happen. I believe the first meeting we're going to have with them is the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
So that's
right.
Coming up, but our hope would be that they help pay for it, but I'm not sure how it's all going to work out.
And lastly, I also want to note the environmental sustainability things that you all do, like the gray water program and your water reclamation, and also the biosolids program. Could you talk a little bit about how you see those programs, in the future? Would you see them growing or expanding, or what roles do you see those kind of things playing?
So right now, as part of the Hub RTP project, we actually extended our reclaim line all the way to Hub. Part of that is, as that area is growing, RTF is supposed to be assuring that their tenants and the hotel, whatever gets built in that area, they have to use a certain percentage of reclaimed water. Right now, that's the farthest we've ran the line to. We start getting into some complication when we start trying to go further because we'd have to cross I-40. So the one good thing was when the toll road was built, we thought ahead of getting it across that and went ahead and had a carrier pipe put in when the toll road was built. So that allowed us to recently run that line and use that carrier pipe that was installed. But then again, getting it much further becomes a little bit harder just due to the road system in the area. We haven't ruled it out if there's enough, requests for it, but the expense of getting it there, we would have to look into that to see if it fiscally paid off. There's also the issue, the longer the distance you run, if there's not enough turnover, then the water doesn't hold a chlorine residual that's required. So you may treat it and you may chlorinate it and send it out, but if it's not getting used in a certain amount of time, then basically we have to send it back to the sewer and then send it back to the plant and retreat it, even though it's clean water. So you kind of have to look at all sides of the treatment process and the usage. For our biosolids, currently right now, we dewater it and then it's hauled off to McGill's where it is used for compost, and then McGill sells it. We are starting to look at what newer technologies may be out there that we could use. We don't know right now, and one reason we're looking that way was the last time that we actually took our biosolids out to bid, we only had one bidder. And so that's kind of concerning that what if something happened and they couldn't take it, then what do we do? So we are trying to look at what new technologies are out there and how we could handle it moving forward.
Fascinating. Commissioner Carter and I both find this stuff fascinating. On the level of the Magic School Bus. Right. And what you just mentioned, though, really I just hadn't even thought about how do we work with NCDOT about road infrastructure projects and how we can integrate our needs with that. How are we doing that? How does that happen?
We do actively try to work with DOT with these type of situations. For example, right now we're working with DOT and trying to replace part of a force main along Hobson Road. There was some work going on out there, and we realized that part of the force main out there was very brittle. So we're trying to get some of that replaced now with our partnership with DOT. So as road projects come along and hopefully some of our forecasting of where we need to expand or do some additional work, we try to look at that and do situations like put some casing pipes under the road, partner that way.
Right. Well, thank you all so much. Any other commissioner?
That's
Commissioner
fine.
Swell.
Because I normally don't have a comment, but I just wanted to.
So well.
I will leave the hard work to you all. I did want to ask the staff, because the board has expressed commitment to allocating some of the ARPA funding for water sewer projects. And so you may not have an answer right now on the spot, but we do need to think about kind of what project or dollar amount that you feel like we would need to specify from ARPA as the board wraps up kind of our final allocations of ARPA.
Thank you, Manager Sewell. All right, well, thank you all so much for your great work.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and ARPA discussion. Yes. Well, she managed to make sure that the debt ceiling discussions didn't come after ARPA money, so she can work miracles. Well, good afternoon, and I see we have Casey Steinbacher with us and Andy.
You know, this could have been a very different conversation.
I know.
I am so grateful. I can't say that enough. Can you pass me the clicker? My conversation and remarks will be very short today. Again, we are all breathing much easier because of the understanding of how the clawbacks will work. There may be some impacts to the community because there are some important areas that were not allocated in the budget. So I'll show y'all that slide and we'll move on. We'll talk about future discussions a little bit, not much today because we have some more time. And also conversations around the Bulls Initiative expansion project. I think Andy, Casey, Krista Lee, who is our interim CFO, and myself, we have gone back and forth for months, and I can't leave out Maurice. We started before Maurice came. I think he helped us to maybe wrap it up. But it is because of our desire to get it right. Our focus on the back end, what does it look like when we're measured? And so this will be a great conversation off the heels of the discussions with President Buxton. So this slide will say it all. The clawback does not impact state and local governments. They had already allocated the funds to jurisdictions and to states. However, there was some uncertainty because it was not quite as clearly stated. So we were quite pleased to see definitively that note and shared that and put it in the item as well. So this gives us time to continue on the path that we've been on, trying to make very thoughtful allocations and appropriations and to do our work intentionally. And so today, again, I'll be very short in my conversation. We will have follow-up discussions on Monday about some of the affordable housing investments. One that may be expanded dollars for potential gap funding for city projects that have already gone through the RFP. And as a quick reminder, we were nervous, or not necessarily nervous, we were planning back in November when we asked the board, would you consider realigning some, partnering with the city when it's appropriate so that we could move faster in some areas. And that partnership related to affordable housing and in some other categories. We then, in February, in looking at the state's appropriation for areas such as broadband, said, hey, we may consider coming back and doing additional realignments. And so we've refined our plan since the board's adoption back in May 2022. And we will continue as we move along this journey. And again, grateful it's not being interrupted. And so on Monday, in addition to giving some updates on some joint projects, there are a few projects that the city has that they have some gap funding needs. And so we'll have some high-level overview on those. The city is also looking at how do they close those gaps as well. And we will also have a brief update on another interlocal, which is related to the arts proposal. There is some collaboration and synergy going on between the Arts Council and Hayti, so they will jointly manage those dollars, which is fantastic. And so the other part of the conversation, and again, it will be very high level, we'll talk about other priorities on the board. We heard from you at the last conversation. There's a desire to do the RFP, to look at support for a day center for our homeless community. And there are some other priorities, such as the guaranteed income priority. We'll list those out, and I didn't have my notes like I normally do. But another one that was also a focus in looking at how do we support dollars for housing efforts that are related to home repairs, especially those at our certain income levels, and our seniors, which is an extension of investments we've done in the past. And so those are my remarks, and I'll turn it over to Casey, and Andy may have a few comments as well.
Which way again?
Go to the right.
I always
And
get
Monica's gonna switch. No, I think did I blend them all? I did not, so I did a bad job.
Well, while we're doing that, Commissioners, please allow me to first tell you what an incredible opportunity this has been. And I say this with all honesty. When I wrote, the request you have in front of you, I believe is number 13, draft 13. We have been working on this for a long time, but I say that to tell you that the very first draft I sent to Andy, I said, Andy, this is what I need you to do. I need you to take that draft, and I need you to go see Claudia and tell Claudia to rip it apart. And Claudia and her team did that. The most important thing I want you to know is never was there a, we can't do this. It was always a, this is an ineligible thing here, but let's think about how we might be able to do it this way and make it eligible. It was the most collaborative process I've ever been through for a very restricted funding source. So I just want to say thank you to the team. They've been, and poor Andy, he's like he was my proofreader, and you'll see I missed one already, so I apologize for that. But I'm not going to take a lot of your time today because I know you've had a really, really long day, and most of you are really, really familiar with the program. I know I talked to you about this ad nauseum, but we are really doing some great things. What I am going to do for you in this presentation, though, is just do a real quick update on where we're at, and then a high-level overview of what the budget is. You have I'm assuming you have the full request, but we're just going to do a real quick. And then I want to talk to you a little bit about outcomes, to the point that Claudia was making in terms of, how we are really being careful about what it is we're doing. And the reason I want to do that is, from the time we started this application to the time that we're actually at it right now, we're getting better at this. And the better we get at this, believe it or not, it changes our outcomes because, and you'll see in a minute, the longer a student stays in the program, the more money we spend. And you will see in a minute that the cohort that graduated last Wednesday, we had cohort 4 graduate last Wednesday, 77% of the kids finished and completed the program. 77%. Now, on one hand, that's awesome. On the other hand, it scares me that we're running out of money. So I just want to, when we get into that point, that's one of the things I talk about. These projections are based on our previous numbers. And so as we get better at this, it's just the numbers aren't going to be as high in terms of our outcome, but there'll be better outcomes because we will be completing the program and getting in. So let me real quick, I just think for the general public, we always put this slide in to make sure everybody understands who Made in Durham is. This is what it is we do. We're a systems organization that work with the myriad of programs and institutions in Durham and the education to career space. And quite frankly, we call ourselves the misalignment, gaps, and barriers avengers. That's our job, is to find those things and figure out how to help those organizations fix that. You also know, this is, again, not a secret, the Bulls Academy is something that we're incredibly proud of, that we started just a little over a year ago. These are their main criteria for any industry that we would create a Bulls Academy for, and that is part of what we want to talk about today, is scaling it into next industries. Not going too fast, but at least taking this template and having the opportunities. President Buxton has already commissioned some of his staff to actually review the certification programs that the college currently has available to it that fit these criteria for the future as we move forward. And obviously what we're all about in this academy is making sure that we're actually providing very structured, equitable access for our Durham youth and young adults to ensure that they get the opportunity to share in Durham's prosperity. So where are we at today? Again, just a quick reminder, this is our operating model. We live and breathe by this. We have community engagement, education, experience, and corporate engagement. There's a zillion things that fall underneath this, but these are the main categories. You've seen them all before, and this is the work. This is a lot of those. Remember, we talked about the below-the-line work. This is where we spend a lot of time in the below-the-line work. So the next slide, I'm just going to kind of update you where we're at in each one of these things. So remember, we got around $827,000 from our collaborative with the North Carolina Biotechnology Center through the Build Back Better Fund from EDA. That is going to allow us to put about $600,000 over the next 2 years to community-based organizations to help them help us in this program. We believe very strongly it takes a village in this work, and so we're providing capacity grants for them to help us identify, recruit, and support students through the program. We have 3 different categories. We put out an RFP last month for 2 of those 3 categories. We received 28 applications from community-based organizations, and we are currently in the process of reviewing them. Andy's on the review team. It's going to help us select which of those nonprofits get the opportunity to participate. I will say one thing, really important thing that we added was the Success Coaching PLC, a professional learning community. What we've found in this process so far is that many of our nonprofits don't have that really full, rounded understanding of life success. And so we will be doing, actually paying them to participate in a professional learning practice where we're going to teach them the latest and greatest best practices in that. We have some great consultants that we work with right now, and they'll help with that. And so that selection is underway. Hope to be able to let you know about that. You just heard me say our 4th cohort started with 17. We graduated 13. That's an insane jump. We normally graduate about the 53% number. There's a whole lot of reasons for that, which I could get into if you'd like to hear, but it mostly is because as we continue to build out those below-the-line pieces of the program, we're adding more and more and more interventions early on. We're getting smarter about who's a good candidate for the program. We're getting smarter about when the intervention should be addressed. And so we're really happy that cohort 5 will graduate June 21st. And that will complete those first 5. At this point, we'll be almost out of money for the stipends that the county has allocated for us over the last 2 years. We'll have a little bit left, but not a lot. We don't know for sure until the last cohort, because through this process, we have created a process where students are stipend for both their daily life costs, but we also keep some money in there for performance. So as they do well and get engaged in this program, we throw them a little extra towards the money. And so that's probably one of the reasons that we're doing so much better. But we won't know that, obviously, until this cohort finishes. To date, of those 4 cohorts, we've had 58 that began and 31 that passed. So that's an overall 54% pass rate. And what I mean by that is we've had more that have completed but not have passed. Remember, we talked about that. You can complete the program and still not pass. But that's the pass number, the number that have actually passed. I can't tell you, you'll see over here on the corporate side, our estimate for students employed in biotechnology. Andy picked that up. I missed that totally. Sorry about that number. We don't actually have a very accurate number for that number yet for 2 reasons. Number one, the cohort 4 literally just passed. They just graduated last week. They just sat for the exam. So we don't know how many passed the exam, but we do know that this is a great group. There are 3 of that class has already gotten jobs, has gone out and actively sought jobs in that. The other thing that you will see in this, as you'll see in our budget is we're budgeting for mentorships and an alumni group. We are finding that the vast majority of our successful students are coming from referrals from existing candidates in the program. So we're doing really well in that as well, and so we're going to start some money there. But I will tell you at this point, we can verify 12 that we know that are full-time working in a biotechnology position. But again, remember, this is non-credited courses, and so we don't have a way of tracking them unless the student tells us they've actually gotten that right now. As we build out the corporate engagement, we will engage corporate to help us with that and connecting with them. But it's a little bit more difficult for us to do that right now. The other thing we'll need, and you'll see a little bit, I'll talk a little bit about in this budget, is a dedicated position. Durham Tech has just added one to work specifically with the life science companies. North Carolina Biotechnology Center has a dedicated one as well. But what we really need is someone that walks them in the door and sits them in the seat with the HR person who's about to make that decision. So that's something that we're actually collaborating very closely with the Durham Chamber of Commerce about potentially being able to help us provide and that work with their activity with nonprofit or with the corporate sector. So we put in, as you recall, you had $2 million in for Bulls and you had $1 million in for related kind of activity for Durham Public Schools and Durham Tech. In working with the collaborative that we worked together this way, we decided this year to just put in one. Made in Durham is acting as the backbone organization for all three of those organizations for the $3 million. We have three really big goals we want to do here. We really want to scale the biotech program. We want to try and get as many students through this program as we can. We want to add a second academy. And I put in this to develop the case for sustainability. You will see in this budget there's some large infrastructure costs. We need to find a well-renowned, well-respected evaluation company that's going to come in, evaluate this program, write up all the great things that it is that we're doing that will allow us to get that in front of the key funders to sustain this initiative moving forward. We're looking at a much more integrated data system that will allow us to be much more predictive in what it is that's going on to increase the rates. So it's a lot of infrastructure, but all of that infrastructure is really built around our ability to be able, at the end of 2 years, to be able to say, hey, county, thank you so much for this funding. We've now gotten some philanthropic funding and some corporate funding to continue this program moving on. And so that's really a big goal for us. Our partners continue to be the same three partners. When I say in this particular program, obviously we have more partners in the city, North Carolina Biotechnology Center, the Durham Chamber. We still meet to this day monthly on these initiatives to make sure everything goes well. Really high level, you can see, again, staying with the model, what we're spending in community engagement. By the way, that's a low number because of the $600,000 that we're getting from Build Back Better, okay? So that's just the ARPA funding. The rest, and that is much more engagement in Durham Public Schools, right? That's going to allow us to do way more engagement in Durham Public Schools. And our hope is a dual enrollment program, which we think we're piloting this year. And I say think only because there's a minimum number that has to be met for Durham Tech to be able to do it. So we're hoping that we can get that minimum number of high school students to do it. And then we have a relatively large investment in dual enrollment with eventually, as we can get that going, to actually provide the funding for the equipment inside a high school so that they don't have to go over it all the time to Durham Tech and can actually take it in a high school. And so that's our goal with that community engagement in money, along with working with, one of the things that we are going to do is put together a program to work with local after-school programs, not community-based organizations, but after-school programs and childcare programs. We need to start way, way, way earlier in this awareness activity. And so we're going to work with ones that are currently associated with the county or with Durham Public Schools, those kind of programs, and work with them. The education experience, as you can see, the vast majority is in stipends for both biotech and a second industry cluster. We have not acknowledged what that is yet until we go through a comprehensive rubric process to determine that. We are adding a position for the Bulls, dedicated staff position inside Durham Tech. As we go into multiple industries, we're going to need someone that sits on top of this and that can coordinate within the industry sectors inside Durham Tech. Because remember, guys, we're doing a lot of things different than what the institution normally does. So we find that we spend a lot of time negotiating how these initiatives move forward. And then in corporate engagement, we have a little bit under corporate engagement. Our goal was to really fund that through the corporate side, but what we wanted to get started was the mentorship and the alumni development. We think it's really important for the 31 kids that are currently in the program to be successful. In the program development and sustainability, it's program evaluation, it's curriculum design and development for the next cohort. That takes a lot of time and development. And marketing and documentation, we really need to have all of this below-the-line work documented in white papers. We need to be able to do some marketing. We really want to do some documentaries work on this to follow some kids and see how well they do. We think it would be incredibly helpful and impactful for us moving forward on being able to get some national funding to support this. And then just our indirect cost for grant oversight on this and facilitating all this work. So comes to a total of $3 million. About 1.3 is, I'm rounding up, in year 1 and 1.7 in year 2, and that's mostly because we spend more money in year 2 on the second industry cluster, right, as we start to add. How it's, you can see here how it goes by each of our clusters. What I want to also point out is because it's important that we are supplementing existing funding and not creating something new here through ARPA, we didn't include it in this budget. We want to include it in all presentations that we are assuming, commissioners, you will continue to fund the $250,000 to Durham Tech for this initiative. In addition to that, the ARPA budget will bring another $1.2 million to that. Our formula for these outcomes are based on currently through 4 clusters, through 4 cohorts, we're spending about $6,500 of that $10,000 per student. The reason is that kids fell out, and so they only end up spending $3,000 of their $10,000. So, but as we get better at this, we're anticipating that number could hit as high as $8,500 this next year. Our numbers are based on the $6,000 number, right? So we could be actually doing less than the 270 students that I'm showing you here if we're really successful and students are going the whole way through the program and actually getting a job. So I just want to put that caveat out there that our assumption is the spend rate based upon the first 4 cohorts. As we get better at that, the spend rate will be higher, so the number of students will actually be lower on that. We vote for more students being successful, so but I do want to put that out there. Obviously, I've shared with all of you before, none of this has changed. It's all for us about increasing, our ability to do this program more effectively and to create better above-the-line outcomes so that we have more students actually actively participating in the program and getting hires through the program. I will tell you that right now, we're getting a lot of interest from 3 corporations. I always want to give shout-outs. All of them, obviously, are interested in participating in the program. But hiring our students right now seem to be Biogen, Novo Nordisk, and Eli Lilly. Talking to them, Eli Lilly, as they start to ramp up. So I want to give credit where credit is due. Obviously, we are working with the North Carolina Biotechnology Center that has a group of life science companies that are meeting around the concept of talent acquisition regularly, and they have agreed to work with us to help us use that to create more activity inside our ability to get students actually placed in this process until we get a full-time person on board. And then, again, I just wanted you to know your $3,000 is not the only thing we're doing. Obviously, we got $820,000 from the EDA. The Durham Tech bond has $35 million dedicated to the facilities that will absolutely be required if we're going to hit these numbers long term. And then additional crests, we have about $750,000 out in philanthropic and corporate money that we're asking for. From organizations like Oak Foundation and some corporate life science companies that are interested in participating right now. We don't have any of those. We have smaller ones committed, smaller ones that commit to Made in Durham's just overall philosophy of what it is we do. These particular requests are specific to the BOLS initiative and where that will be going. So that's really quick, really high. By the way, this is Armand. Armand is one student of the graduate of the program. He graduated in cohort 3. He has a job at Biogen. He spoke recently at our award ceremony that we had to tell the crowd what it meant to him to actually get this certification. And then he came to our C4 graduation last week and spoke to the students at C4, and then grabbed me for 30 minutes to let me know that he's acquired 3 more certifications along the way in his journey in this process. And so he has actually become an ambassador for us and Durham Tech. We are both using him to actually talk about the program with students and engage them with them. He's amazing. His sister graduated from the program in C4. His mother came up to me after the graduation ceremony, and she goes, I gave you my son, I gave you my daughter, I got no more, Casey. And I said, well, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. So that's it, ladies. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Casey. We could not ask you to please speak any more quickly.
I know. Andy kept saying 15 minutes, Casey. We know you. You'll go 65. You got 15, Casey.
You packed a lot in, and really appreciate also everything that you share with us is always so detailed, so thoughtful, so documented. The other document that you shared with us as well. And I, as somebody who's been a part of this since the beginning, I really appreciate, similar to the conversation we had earlier about Durham Pre-K, which are these are both homegrown programs, how, you know, to me this is like the model of innovation and transformation where you are continually tweaking and adjusting based on what's working, what's not working, and just continually making things better. So, and it's amazing to see even the fourth cohort, the difference in the outcomes, because your last presentation to us was, hey, you know, very transparent. These are the numbers. Some things aren't working. We've got to do some things differently, and so it's really great.
We have great partners. I would say to you that in all my years in Durham, the ability for the partners that we have in this program to work together has been amazing, and everyone is super committed.
And then when you have outcomes like Armand, and you see the human impact is what, of course, keeps everybody going and motivates us, right? That this is really working and it's making a difference.
Yeah, I should have also said one thing. At the end of every graduation, we ask the graduates, is there anything that they want to say? We don't require it, you know, make them feel uncomfortable and everything, but if they want to thank their parents or someone, because the room is full, we now are over at the Fail Win Center because that's how big the graduation has gotten, with so many kids come. And one gentleman, young gentleman, got up, and he was 24, I think, and got up and thanked his parents, then thanked the program. And he said, before this program, you know what I was doing? I said, we said, what? And he goes, I was laying the carpet in this room. I was laying the carpet in this room. So I can't tell you how impactful this program is. Regardless of the numbers, everybody that goes through it changes their life. So, absolutely. And they put me in the back of the room with a box of Kleenex and don't let me get anywhere near the microphone because I just bawl the whole time.
And I know we were all invited to that, and it was we had a conflict. I know that.
Yeah.
And I won't be here at June 21st, but please let everyone else know.
Yeah, you are welcome. Please, anytime.
You know, staff as well. So because I know people.
This last one was also Durham Tech graduation night. We did not know that.
Yeah.
And so y'all were probably there, right? Yeah. Well, we were over at the Fail Win Center, but it was great. It turned out really well. Any questions, guys?
Yeah, any questions or comments? Commissioner Carter.
Well, first of all, I feel like even Casey's enthusiasm and excitement and Andy's green and white striped stop can't seem to lift me out of my PowerPoint stupor. I'm sorry this afternoon. I'm really feeling the effects of it today. But I did have one question I've been wanting to ask because this program is so incredibly successful, partly because of all the below-the-line inputs and things to finally get some above-the-line outputs. Do you have any idea what the per-pupil cost of the program is?
Yeah, we're getting closer to that. I would say to you not yet, and only because when you ask a per-pupil cost, one of the things we have to do is take into account existing staff, right, versus new staff that we had. And then we have existing staff, we have to allocate the time they're doing to the program.
Thank you for trying to think so carefully about it.
Yeah, we are. We are thinking really, really, really carefully.
And to get a true answer, I really
And that's an area that we have focused on as well. When I talked about what does the back end look like? Because the natural response will be we take the total cost and then we divide it by the number of students. But one of the conversations that Andy, Maurice, and Crystal and I had, we have to add the factor, what's the potential earning income of the individual and that impact to society. And so what I did, we were in the meeting, and I can't help myself because I'm a numbers person. And so I sat there and I did a model while we were in the meeting. I told them I was listening to them. And when I modeled it over 20 years, if someone is making like $54,000 and we look at the CPI and we do a annualized amount over 20 years, it was close to $2.1 million over 20 years if they got an increase of about 2% every year. And so when we tell this story, we have to make sure we tell the other part.
But I do think it's important to say, it's expensive
It's
to
very
help people be successful. You must invest in the human being, and it takes a lot of people. It costs money. I mean, so it's, when we try to shortchange education funding at the state level, for example, it affects us down the line, and Claudia just, gave the math for how it affects us.
I wanted to say one other thing to Commissioner Burns. Well, the very first time we presented, remember I said I was surprised how many female we had, and you, and they were pregnant. They were pregnant. But you had said, I want to make sure you have an emphasis on males as well. So this class now put us right around 50-50. So we're doing 50-50. And speaking of pregnant, at our graduation, one of the girls from C3 that was pregnant came back with a tiny little baby to tell us she got a job.
Yeah, and
so
maybe we're helping her, we can help her with Durham Pre-K.
Or get a job at Biogen, because they provide, Biogen provides on-site daycare.
That's right, they do.
Armand uses it.
Commissioner Lam?
Well, Claudia took my question before I could even ask it. My question that I was thinking was, like, we know when we talk about like early childhood education, like, every dollar we invest is a $7 return on investment. Like, do we have that? So you were already ahead of that.
And I will say this, and when we had the conversation, I said that it needs to be pressure tested more.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't show all of the impact, but that is something that we're working towards and how we're thinking as we're having these conversations.
Right. And if like, how like universities do, I think most universities do this, like when you graduate, they'll sell like their first year graduating class, or like 1 year after, average salaries are this much, like to be able to report that.
That's exactly where we're headed. And, having spent most of my career in higher ed, we did that often. And so that's what we'd like to do, and have it show by different types of areas that the students are going into. So
it's a little bit harder because it's non-credited.
Right.
So on the credited side, you can follow, you can track a person's employment. On the non-credited, not so much. You're really relying on them telling you. So you saw in there, corporate's our last piece to really build out. It's a big emphasis for us this year. And when we can get the corporate really built out, what we'll build into that is not just relying on staff, the individual to tell us, but asking the corporate to also share with us those at least to Claudia's point, that initial hire, right? Exactly. That initial hire.
Yeah, that initial hire would be a focus. So we'll figure out a way that we can frame it and stand behind.
Right, and I agree. We have to have a way to quantify the impact. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I have two follow-up questions. One is, could you tell us a little bit? You mentioned the new DPS Durham Tech Partnership Program. How do you see Made in Durham being a part of that?
Yeah, I had a conversation with President Buxton and Superintendent Mbega the other day. There's some initial costs that will, for them to be able to do books, transport students, things like that. Since they've already planned on a dual enrollment as their first one in biotech, we can definitely pick up the cost associated with that in some of our community engagement work, right? So from that perspective. I think for us, what's going to be a little bit difficult is the dual enrollment piece, the engaging the DPS early on, is a little bit trickier than at Durham Tech because our non-credited students, so we can go out into the community and talk to them, right? We can find them where they're at. Whereas this is going to be much more DPS-centric, right? And so our goal is we've included in there, I know Claudia and I talked about this a while ago. I kind of snuck it in there, Claudia. To doing more career assessment work than what you would typically see. There are great examples out there of 8th and 9th graders where you do both aptitude and interest, not just both aptitude and interest, and then you use that information to actually build out, okay, here are the things that you had both aptitude and interest in, here are the careers, here are the jobs, here are the salaries, and here are the local employers. And then you not only give it to the child, you send it home to mom and dad. And so I think for us, we'd like to get more of that going. So they're starting to see the application early on. And we built some money into this program to try and do that. We also think that will lead to them having much more interest in this collaborative that they're putting together to have 25% of the kids graduate with certificates or AS degrees.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, even... It sounds really silly to say this, but I used to teach 5th grade, and, you know, one of the things that I would always do with my kids is, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up? And really, it almost feels like people don't do that anymore. But really, even, you know, having those conversations early on, it's like, what is your vision for yourself? What do you want to do? What do you want to be? But my nephew went to Wando High School in Charleston, which is a huge high school, like 3,000 kids. But one of the things that impressed me so much was they had a requirement. It was in 9th grade, every single student, and they did it with, you know, that big of a school, had to sit down and do exactly what you said. Mm-hmm. They actually had to sit down with a counselor, with their whoever is their adult supports, and they had to have this is your, like you said, your interest, your aptitude, here are the careers, and they had a plan, and that went home with them. And I've always felt like that was something that we are really missing, so I'm glad that there's a conversation about doing that.
And then the last thing I would say to you is by creating this alumni society, we're going to use them in the schools as well. The Armands of the world, where there's a lot of great kids in this program that.
Yeah, they'll be the better messenger than any of us. Mm-hmm. And my other question was, when you talked about adding a second Pulse Academy, what are folks leaning towards, and when would that be?
Yeah, we want to go through a very thorough process. We actually are borrowing United Way, the Greater Triangle has a rubric that they use to decide on, you know, where they place money and stuff. So they've actually been working with us to help create that rubric around career pathways. So we know that there's 5 right now that meet that original goal criteria you saw on that front page. In addition to biotech, advanced manufacturing, IT, skilled trades, and utilities. All of those we know right off the top meet all of those 5 criteria. We haven't done a deeper dive on some of the other areas in the area. I would also say to you that I get regular calls from financial institutions and health-related institutions that are looking for technology-specific jobs that are specific to those industry sectors. You know what I mean? So not just I'm going to go learn how to do an Apple certification, but very specifically, how do I do fintech, financial technology, that kind of stuff. So we haven't done any analysis on those. The analysis is deep, and don't forget the other part of the analysis is to make sure that there is a void in supply. You know, we don't want to go to one that there's already a lot of, so we do this detailed analysis, which you saw in the proposal we did for this industry sector of what are the 5-year projections on jobs, what's the 5-year projections on turnovers, what is the net we expect to see in job postings, what percentage of those job postings are biotech entry level, what are the current community colleges actually producing, what's the delta? And that delta was large enough for us to say this is worth the investment. So that's another process we would have to go through. I would say to you, JB's leaning towards advanced manufacturing or skilled trades at this point. Advanced manufacturing and skilled trades is because he feels he has infrastructure in place to be able to support it relatively quickly. And that's obviously a big deal for us. The space at the college, now that we can be in person again, or hybrid, so.
Right. Okay, well, great, thank you. All right, anybody else?
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
I cannot tell you enough how incredibly, I tell everybody that you guys, we did a pilot of 5 students, and you guys gave us $500,000 and believed in this, and when no one else necessarily did. So again and again and again, thank you. Thank you.
Well, we also appreciate you sticking with us as the interim Nate and Durham director.
I just took that off. I sent someone asked for my bio the other day, and I said maybe I should take that. 6 years in. Thank you. I appreciate it very much, and thank you again to the staff too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just saw Dwayne walk out with his. It looks like his boss there. I was going to say something. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Keith's shoelaces are helping to wake me up. I couldn't see Andy's socks.
Don't you like these shoes?
From where I was sitting before, but yes.
These are my running shoes. I'm going to go for a run after this.
Yeah, those are good for the dark, right?
Yes, ma'am. I do love that American Tobacco Trail for a run. That is a real gift for those of us who choose to run, to have that here in downtown. David is going to pop up real quick. A couple of things I want to go over real quick. We're just going to go over the add delete list to show you some things that are on there. I'm not expecting to talk about it right now, just things that we've added. You all feel free to speak up and say, wait a minute, there's a dollar amount on here that isn't on here that should be. We can talk about that. Most importantly, I want to say that the next meeting, in hopes the last meeting for the FY 23-24 budget work session season, is Monday, June the 5th, and we currently have APS coming to that meeting first, and then we're going to have Chief of Staff Shannon Trapp's going to talk about some stipends for appointees to boards and commissions, maybe one or more. I don't quite know what that's about. David, can you click on the work session agendas real quick, just so they can see? And then the last thing we're going to have is a brief discussion overview of the CIP and some of the outstanding issues that have dollar amounts that could affect next year or more likely in future years. Claudia?
Yeah, I just want to manage that expectation. 30 minutes is not a lot of time. And so we will talk very, very high level about next steps process. And as Keith says, we'll send some materials so you can see what's on the horizon, but did want to manage that expectation.
I have 45 minutes for the add delete list because on the 5th is where you are going to sit and say, yes, we're going to give more money to this. No, we're not going to give money to this. And then David and I and Claudia and the management team will say, this is how we expect to fund these things. And there'll be a brief discussion. I know that Monica has sent out to you all a piece of paper asking for the nonprofit board you're on. I don't know if you remember last year, based off of some state legal rules, some of you all had to abstain from some votes as part of the budget ordinance. So what we did was take some things out of the budget ordinance, and then y'all had individual budget amendment votes on those based on boards you're in and funding. We're working on getting that. So I'm just bringing that up to request that you all fill out those forms. I believe Commissioner Carter or Commissioner Alam, one of the two of y'all, or both maybe, or maybe it's Commissioner. Anyway, one or two of you have filled it out. We need all of you to fill that out. so we can get that straight before the June 12th budget adoption. With that said, David, can we move to the add delete list real quick? So this is a list you have gotten, hopefully you've gotten somewhat used to seeing over time. These are changes to the recommended budget since the manager presented her recommended budget on May the 8th. The items in blue up there are sort of clerical changes, some numbers that were updated to the budget office that need to be changed. It's awfully small. I see your head's leaning down. Does it need to be bigger? You can look up on the screen. Oh, it's a line in the glass. Okay. All that to be said, the items in blue are not really arguable. Those are changes to update the budget. In fact, I think the net's about a plus $10,000 to the budget. It's negligible. We'll go through it real quick. Cooperative Extension 4-H Youth Agent. This was a position that was added very late this fiscal year, and so we had to build in the cost of that position for next year. ABC Board got in touch with us, and they recommended a $100,000 increase in that revenue source, which for 23-24, we're happy to take that on, but that came in after the manager's recommended budget. Some IVC transportation charges. These are some charges that currently I think Chapel Hill or Orange County is charging our sheriff's office to take people in the jail or the detention center over to hospitals and things like that, and they charge us because they come and take them. Anyway, we're budgeting those dollars. I won't go through all of those unless there's any one that you want. The biggest number to note there are some of the economic incentives. We got in touch, Andy Miracle got in touch with us, and for whatever reasons there is about $385,000 in economic incentive payouts that probably won't be paid out of next year's budget, so that's a reduction, a savings of money for us. Those blue ones net to about $10,000. Again, they're not really arguable. The key ones are going to be, David, if you'll scroll up into the purple in full, there you go. Those are things that we've heard about either from commissioners directly or that's been spoken about in work sessions, budget work sessions that we've had so far. The Safe Sleep campaign, that came from Commissioner Carter, I believe, a request, a note, that's like $14,000 for the child fatality prevention team. I think we got one from Commissioner or Chair Howerton related to the Boys and Girls Club have requested a bus for $80,000. I will remind the board that I think we gave the Boys and Girls Club earlier this year close to $500,000 in funding. So this is an additional request that Chair Howerton sent to us. I don't know if she's talked with you all about it. We have it on here for everyone to have a nice and robust discussion about on June the 5th. Lincoln Community Health Center pre-development process, there's been some discussion about them needing to update that building. These are the costs for architectural design and things of that nature. I think we saw Perry Manson here, but these numbers come from him, and so that's $300,000 to get that process started. That won't be the end result. The end result will probably be a significant multi-million-dollar CIP project. These are just design costs. County board stipends, that's part of what Shannon Trapp is going to talk to you about. We have it roughly at $100,000. The forensic community support team, I think this was talked about on the May 24th when we talked about behavioral and mental health issues between Justice Services, CJRC's new name, and all of that group. That's $494,000. I don't know if anyone's made a decision on that. It's out here. We have it included. And then we just heard today from the class and comp study, and I believe the manager discussed, a 7.5% increase for positions, Durham County positions making $75,000 or below, and the estimated cost of that is $600,000. So when you scroll all the way down, David, right now we're at about $1.3 million in new money if you were to approve all of those. Additional funding needed. What that does not include, we have APS coming up. They have asked for a significant increase. That may or may not be discussed at the next meeting, but that's a dollar amount. And anything else you all bring to us, at least either directly to my office or up amongst yourselves, will be added to this. And that's where we're at. I don't quite know yet where we're going to find $1.3 million. I'm a little uncomfortable using fund balance for it because most of those costs are not one-time costs. They're ongoing costs. And then David had scrolled down to show you some changes to some of other fire districts. The Bahama district wants $489,000 of their own fund balance. It's a special tax district. Doesn't cost the county. It's their own tax district fund balance. And you see RTP increases. They came to you. Remember, you had a presentation from them last week or a week and a half ago with a 2.5-cent tax rate increase. Yes, I see multiple hands up.
The Commissioner.
Commissioner Burns.
Okay. So some of my colleagues have talked about these, so I'll leave my angst and consternation for them as opposed to you, Keith. Some of these are not reoccurring. Could you scroll down some, go back to the purple? And only for the this is not for or against anything, but just so we can clarify. I did receive the forwarded email with absolutely no context from the chair about the Boys and Girls Club bus, but it wasn't a bus, it was 2 vans. So let's at least change that in the Excel spreadsheet. That it was not unless something else has come up, so it's 2 vans and not a bus. I do know about, I would just say this about a request that I wanted to have, and even I'm pulling back my, one of the requests that I have. And I'm trying to figure out, how folks can do this, maybe do the same, and maybe I can talk to some of my colleagues over the weekend. Like one of the ones that I wanted, but I even told the manager this, so I'm not putting on the spot. I told my colleagues this, like something I pulled back that public health asked for. They wanted a sonographer. We know that they vetoed the abortion bill, and it's 12 weeks. And now instead of doing your 72-hour appointment over the phone, you got to do about 4 visits on average to the doctor's office to be able to get access to life-altering health care. I know at here, we have an OBGYN, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that comes in 2 days a week. Every woman in here knows how long it takes for any of us to go get an ultrasound. Don't even think about a vaginal ultrasound. So one of my requests was for a partial FTE that could come in on the same day as the OBGYN comes in, if for no other reason, to get your scan done there. Because right now what women are doing is coming to public health, having an OBGYN visit, and then getting a referral to a medical center. I know that I got to wait 6 weeks minimum. Folks do not have that option anymore in North Carolina. So I'm throwing that out there because I know also I talked to a couple of OBGYNs in the county, and they just talk about how hard it is to recruit. So I was like, I'm going to pull mine back because Dr. Sowell's probably not going to be able to recruit with that. I talked to some of the nurses. They might not be able to. So we might have to do something partially. So I'm throwing that out there, not to just throw my own idea out there, but just so that we as a group can be very creative about, how we make some of these requests. Like, $14,000 for the sleep study. Like, we can't take that off of fund balance. I heart y'all, and she knows that, so I'm not picking on hers. But I hope that we can have some of those conversations, because I did go outside of myself and go to other people and say, do I really want to request this and put this on Dr. Sowell, or can I get some wise counsel for some folks in social services and some nurses and some doctors to say, Commissioner Burns, that is a great request and it will play well on TV, but in no way is it practically applicable right now, because you can't recruit for it and we might not need somebody full time. So I hope that we can kind of sort of do that with some of these, and so that's just my thought.
Well, can I just follow up on that? It would really be good to, before our next meeting, to get information from public health, because I think that's a very important issue.
That is not what I requested.
Well, no, no, it is a very important. I know you talked to me about it.
Yeah.
And based on what has happened in the state, it really makes a lot of sense. So I don't know if it would really be good to get some information from our maternal health staff to see.
Do they still want the machine, the ultrasound machine?
Well, it's the person. Yeah, because we got the machine.
Person.
It's the person, and so like a full-time FTE, I even talked. It's hard to even recruit for Duke. So I understand like why we might not have it in there, but in a couple of weeks, can we come up with a contractual position? That's why I pulled my request.
I agree. I think we should try to have it.
Joanne, you look like you're ready to respond.
Yes. Good afternoon to the board. Just wanted to address, thank you, Commissioner Burns, for making that comment. I will say that the Women's Health Clinic, which includes, of course, maternal health, they receive services, their services offered every single day, 5 days a week. So we have our providers, and they provide services every day. So what I'm confirming is that I think it was mentioned 2 days a week for the OB-GYN, and I'll double check. I'll double check that because I believe it's 5 days a week, so I'll get that before the end of the meeting, but I believe it's 5 days a week. And to the sonographer that you mentioned, all those points, I appreciate you sharing that, but I'll confirm that for you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
To be clear, you want information on the cost of a stenographer?
I guess what I will say, yeah, that will be great. I think that that's for another discussion. What I was saying is, like, I can appreciate what's in purple, but I want folks to kind of sort of go home the same way I kind of pulled mine back because it won't make sense. Because you're saying you don't know where you're going to get $1 million from, which is a quarter of a penny. I'm just hoping that maybe we could go and figure that out. Because again, I have no problem with Commissioner Carter's and it's $14,000. We can pull $14,000 off of fund balance as opposed to making this a budget request. So yes, I'm uplifting the idea of the stenographer, and I know everybody here would vote for it. But do we have to vote for it on the budget? So I pulled my request back. I just hope that we can do it. I mean, and I'll stop here. Like the stipends. I feel bad because I feel like Shannon think I come for everything that she brings up. I tell her I love her on a deep psychological level. I really do. But, you know, the governor has 550 boards. There are only 5 of them that are paid. And I know people so when my boards came to me and said, Commissioner Burns, can we get paid? No. Like, I literally told them no. And not to be mean, I just said no because the budget is closed. So somebody clearly said yes because it's in purple now. So it wasn't me. So those are just some things that I hope that we can think about. It's not that I want people compensated, but I also know some people pretend that these boards are their full-time jobs, and they're not.
And and I think those are all great points, and we definitely, I think you're making a really good point. What is an ongoing cost? What is a one-time cost? That's one issue. And I will just clarify the request that was submitted from the Stepping Up initiative. That was also done within the context of the overall conversation that we had over $1 million worth of Alliance funding that had been set aside, and that we were, folks were charged with doing a gaps analysis. And so that request comes from a very long process that is backed up by data, backed up by a study, and was in that context. So I think it's also important to, again, same thing with the child fatality team request. You know, when things are coming out of a process, I think is also important versus just, out of somebody sending an email and then that's it. But anyway, so I think those are important things for us to think about. We're not going to what? No, we're not. I think
that's for Monday.
I think that's for the Monday. But the last thing but what Keith does want to hear now is, are there any other things that are missing from this list that we know right now should be added? And I do have two things that I want to ask about. And Commissioner Lum.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you so much, Keith. For the board stipends, I think that this may not be where it came from with Shannon, but I know we've had this discussion at a work session in the past, so I may have been the one to bring it up, so give me the heat, not Shannon. But I think this is something that, I support, so we can discuss that on Monday. Not for this add or delete list, but on the schedule, and the manager's going to get mad at me. I see that we have allocated 3.5 hours for Monday for 1:30 to 5, but the scheduled items only add up to 3 hours. So there is a 30-minute time slot available to potentially discuss Museum of History.
So to provide context, there was a request that Commissioner Lum made to have the Museum of Durham History to come and present to the board during the budget work sessions. And so we originally had put it on there, and when we talked about it at the last work session, a question was asked, is the city participating in this? This should be a joint funding opportunity between the county and the city. And so since it, the budget team was tasked with going back to the city and asking the city where they were in the process of considering this funding proposal. I will let Keith has more details, but in essence, the city is not considering it right now. And so what I explained to Commissioner Lum is, so our budget work sessions are for those funding items that the county will fund wholly, not as a joint process. It's something that you all can make a decision on and you know it will be funded. And that I recommended that the Museum of Durham History be presented at the joint city-county meeting so that both governing bodies could hear the presentation and you all can get a sense of, okay, city, are you going to participate or not? Unless this board decides that they want to fund it wholly, then it is something that you don't have to have a conversation with the city about. So we took it off of the work session schedule so that it could be put on the joint city-county meeting to discuss. So hence the request from Commissioner Lum that it comes to this board for the funding request. It's completely up to you all, but I told her I moved it because if you all are considering the county as a joint funding partner, that the discussion should happen with both bodies.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of my questions is, you know, the process, because we actually discussed it like last September at a joint city-county meeting. And I mean, one of the problems with joint city-county is that the whole board isn't at that meeting. It's only the members of the board. And at that meeting, the next step was supposed to be to appoint a subcommittee of the city and the county, and that never happened. So I can understand the museum being frustrated with our process. You know, I do think we need a way for this whole board to get the information and to hear about the project. I mean, I personally feel like the museum is an important part of our community, and we need to be taking steps to figure out how to get a bigger, an adequate facility for that. So, I mean, the one reason to hear from them next week would just be to get some information for the whole board. So if the purpose was to just get us started in the process, understanding that we may not make any funding decisions until later, but you know that would be one of the advantages to have them come, just to at least let our whole board get the information. So,
but is that something we could do at a regular work session versus a budget work session? Is my whole premise was a budget work session is for us to have conversation and discussion about the budget so that on June 12th, we are all ready. But if it is this board's desire for them to come on Monday, I serve at your pleasure, and we can certainly do that.
Specific budget allocations. I guess for me, and I might have to talk to you offline, you know, what is the expediency? Because it seems like I could be reading the room wrong. The board is not in opposition to said request. So I guess, is there a reason why there's some expediency? And we'll have to talk about it now. Will it hold a week? And that's not me trying, you know, if I got to be here 30 more minutes, like, I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem, but that's the only reason why I asked. Like, if she slated additional time in 2 weeks, I'm cool with 2 weeks. Not unless you're like, nah, Minaj, it can't hold 2 weeks.
Well, sorry, I have 3 mics next to me because I keep killing them.
She's breaking.
Wait, someone needs to take a picture with Commissioner Lum with it's a press conference.
All of the microphones, but on the expediency, so if it wasn't discussed on Monday, and the next work session would then be in August. Because in July, we're on break, and then we're in August, and that's pushing back, like, the Museum of History's work and what they're able to do with their budget. And, you know, for me, the reason I'm requesting it to be in this budget is because not everyone has received the level of information that I have of being on the board. And so to receive that presentation from the Museum of History of what is actually their ask, there may be bits and pieces we can include in this budget. There may be parts that we tell them, hey, this is something outside of budget cycle, but like since we haven't had the conversation as a board, we don't know.
Could they do something in 30 minutes, do you think?
I think
that's all
I
we
think
have?
Patrick would take any time that he is given very happily and make it work.
So I guess we need to see where people are at. We've heard Commissioner Burns.
I know y'all get in here. Oh, this is a nice loud mic. I know if y'all get in here talking long, I do know, I have to leave early. I'm going to stay here as long as I can so that I can hear it. And my plan is to be here. So I'm not going to cut somebody off but I'm going to also ask my request. Y'all go home. Some of this stuff that's on here, like let's have a coming to Jesus meeting. So yeah, I'm not in opposition to your board being heard.
Commissioner Carter.
I knew this $100,000 that you want.
Heidi's ready to go
your
home.
stuff.
This is something that's very important to Commissioner Lom. So if we can just limit it to a 30-minute presentation, and with the understanding that we also need to have a joint city-county conversation.
I'll get back to the 5th is the last meeting for a decision on a board-approved budget for June the 12th. Are you prepared to make decisions on a Museum of Durham History budget request without knowing anything the city's going to do in relation to a June 12th board-approved budget? Or are you just going to use it as a listening session, not have anything on the add-delete list, and then come back June the 13th. What that means then is you're then moving to an August date where you might use fund balance after you've all coordinated with the city. That's a possibility, but to Commissioner Alam's point, that's 2+ months away. So what is the point, and I'm asking this as kindly as possible, what is the end result of the meeting on June the 5th? Is it information? Is it information and a dollar choice without the city having made a decision?
And Keith, or Commissioners, if I may, speaking with the, apologies, that makes even more. Speaking with the city budget office, they also received this request later than typical, so they didn't have a chance to process it. And they have not heard from their council of a request to hear this imminently. So I'm not sure that they're in a position to rush this, if you will. I think they may be about a week behind us on their process, but I'm not sure they're in the process right now to get this on their budget.
I talked to the Councilmember Williams is the liaison from the city side. He has been pushing for it. I don't know if it'll come up. I know he's asked for it, but there is also some discussion about like moving it within the city side. And I think that's where it'll be beneficial for the joint meeting. But the piece, their budget ask, and I can send you what I've received. I'll send it to all the commissioners so you have time to review it before Monday. It's not just asking for the money for the expansion of the Museum of History, but also raising the salaries of employees. So like there's different pieces, and it's not just a conversation about expanding the location.
So it's up to you all, whatever you decide. We've explained why we recommended the way we recommended, but it's up to you all.
Same.
Okay, so your preference is it is presenting information. Okay, so I think that, okay, so that if they can understand the time is limited, 30 minutes, and it would be for information purposes. Going to next week, or the following week on June 13th would be the joint city-county meeting, which our whole board will not be at.
Yeah.
So that would be the chance for our board to hear it, and then it can go to the. No, no. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna dog trade for this later. Best believe. Can I one quick question? What's the I know that we talked about it, but I thought we did the 7.5% increase. What's the 600,000 for? I thought we already had it in there. Maybe I'm just having.
No, we have a 7% increase for all employees. What Dr. Sowell brought up as a possibility for some of the issues I think that were spoken of from commissioners was for positions making $75,000 or below, which are most positions in the county. There are more people making $75,000 and below than there are above. Those positions would get 7.5%, while those above 75,000 would get 7%. That 0.5% for some.
I get it now. I get it now. I just didn't know what.
Is an estimated 600 plus $600,000.
And that was from today's discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of my questions would be from the staff is how does that affect the study?
Right, I'm back to that with you too.
Salary compression?
It would increase salary compression.
Can I just throw this out here, and this gonna save a whole bunch? I appreciated Commissioner Carter's comment early on, and I would be hopeful that we could come back to it. But again, the study guides us at 7% across the board. Like in the state, they used to do that. Like your bonus was based on whether you made more than 90,000, made more than 75,000, so forth and so on. This today seems knee-jerk. Can we make this a delete and keep it based on the study at 7? And then if we see some issues with those that you identified, be in a position to come back. That alone, if we delete that, takes $600,000 off this list. Because it's not guided by the study. I'm just throwing it out there. Right. Right. So, no, you're doing great. So, to your point, that wasn't the spirit of the request. So, again, perhaps this one can be taken. I'm trying to lighten the load on the research y'all got to do this weekend. And again, the state is doing 7%. We're doing 7%. The study says 7%. I'm okay with that right now. So, that's a penny you don't have to, a quarter of a penny you don't have to find. Excuse me, 0.125%. I did my math. And I'm done.
So the one item that I was going to ask about was, I guess the gun safety team did not come forward with anything. Remember, they did a presentation
and you said we would be willing to support, but we didn't get
a gun
didn't get a budget
campaign and something about they talked about people needing gun safes, but I guess they never came forward.
I do remember that. I thought, now I could be wrong, the safe question, and I remember some kids had it. I thought they said they had more gun locks than they could use. That was
needed gun safes.
Right, but it was cost prohibitive. I think so that's what I remember. But
well, we did not get a proposal
from
them for that.
But there was also discussion of like a real kind of coordinated campaign about, locking your cars and locking your guns. And I guess I was just wondering if we had heard anything.
Good afternoon again. And again, Commissioner Burns, I did, just in response to this, I did speak with Public Health. And it was more about the locks than the safes, because they wouldn't be able to afford it. I mean, we wouldn't probably be able to afford to get them out the way in which we wanted to do that. And we were working with the Community Intervention and Support Services Department to see how we can coordinate to get that. So there is not a proposal to provide.
Okay.
Until we just really come up with what that would look like for safes. But the locks are efficient if we can get them out to people who need them.
Yeah. Well, if you could follow up with them, I mean, obviously, if they're not ready to come forward with something, they're not ready. But there was discussion about really a big kind of social media information, education campaign, making sure they had resources. But, you know, obviously, they're not ready at this point if they haven't submitted something. So
we will continue to work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And my last thing was just the opioid funding. Related to harm reduction, there was syringes and also some machine to people to test their drugs in the field.
So those will be done as those requests come forward. So we will bring proposals and requests for approval individually to spend the opioid settlement funding. So it doesn't have to be included in actually we were asked, what is your preference? Do you want to have it all included in your annual budget, or would you prefer to bring items and so we selected, we prefer to bring items as we identify strategies and initiatives.
Okay, do we know any follow-up on that? Because that was what Gudrun had presented, was a need, but do we know what follow-up on that?
And so she and Dwayne actually met before she left to transition.
Okay.
So Dwayne will now take over as our point person for the opioid settlement fund expenses. And so one of the things that I know we have to do is actually we'll come to the board with a recommendation for a manager over the opioid settlement funds. So that, as well as any harm reduction initiatives, we'll bring forward individually to you all.
Okay.
Regular session.
And I would just say that for me, like the harm reduction is time sensitive in the sense that that's literally something that could be saving lives, especially that machine that people could use to test for fentanyl. So as quickly as we could get that going. I know the hiring part could take a while.
Right.
But, you know, that they don't need to happen at the same time.
Right. It's just the transition period.
Right. Okay.
It's causing us.
All right. Well, those were the only other things on my add to delete list. So.
But the harm reduction was coming out of opioid funds, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. And I didn't know how much we were linking the two because I know the linkages to care was noted. So.
Forgive me, Dr. Soil, but I want some clarity, if that's okay, about the 600,000. If there are three of y'all that aren't really ready to move on that 600, can we take it off of here? We don't have to bring it up again on Friday. But you did sort of debate this one a little bit. Do you want to leave it up and have the same debate Monday? I hear a no. Is that okay, Dr. Sowell?
Yes, sir.
So that gets you at about a net increase of 708,000. We won't debate that now. That is a different number. That's probably a fund balance appropriated just in general. But we'll see. There are some other key things on there. That's where we are. Unless there's a flurry between now and then.
No. Nothing else for me. Thank you all for your time. Woo.